Desde a antiguidade, grandes líderes das civilizações se reuniam com um único propósito: transformar a saúde através da melhora do acesso. E assim nasceu o FIS, o maior evento de lideranças da saúde da América Latina. A cada edição, o FIS cresce e se modifica. O seu palco foi ficando pequeno e teve que expandir as suas fronteiras. Ele não só conquistou de vez o mundo digital, como agora o FIS 21 vem acompanhado de mais 2 eventos, ampliando cada vez mais o seu ecossistema dentro e fora do setor da saúde. A Iniciativa FIS apresenta a maior experiência da saúde da América Latina, que não fala só sobre saúde. Um lugar onde você vai encontrar as maiores lideranças de diversos setores e empresas, onde durante 5 dias, mais de 20 países, 120 empresas e 200 líderes estarão presentes. Em uma plataforma digital e 3D com realidade virtual e aumentada, proporcionando uma experiência mais imersiva. Serão mais de 80 horas de transmissão ao vivo em 3 idiomas e com interpretação em Libras. De 8 a 12 de novembro. Prepare-se, a FIS Week vai começar.
Get ready. FIS Week is about to start. Good morning, everyone. We're starting our so much awaited for FIS Week. Great experience of health in Latin America. I'm Jefferson, along with Priscilla and Julia. I'll be here throughout the week. From today until Friday, you're going to experience the greatest immersion in healthcare in Latin America. We're going to have 3 events. FIS 21, the largest leadership event in Latin America, Symetria, the first event of ESG in healthcare in Latin America, and company meetings where companies generate content. And also we have an app of augmented reality and one of virtual reality. To download, just go to Play Store, Apple Store, and seek FIS Week AR. You're going to get to know the monuments, their history, in addition to interacting and benefiting from our debates. Everything is happening within Trust, the social media where health is connected. Here you connect with all people registered in the event, sponsors, our supporters, and even speakers. Let us start presenting our first panel, which will be moderated by nobody more or less, our Mr. José Villar, our president. And along with him, we're going to have Mr. José Roberto Marinho, member of the board and vice president of the Global Network. The topic of our first panel is the World and Movement Search for Global Sustainability. Are you ready to listen and learn a lot about this topic? Wait, let's start. Don't forget to share FIS Week at the social media using hashtag FIS Week and mark us or pin us so that we can repost your publications. FIS Week is about to start. Enjoy. Hello, good morning, everyone listening to us. And thank you, the over 20,000 registered people participating in this first meeting of FIS Week, this great event, gathering the greatest leadership in healthcare in Latin America. Before presenting or introducing our personality that is going to open our event, I'd like to, first of all, thank our sponsors who have enabled with their participation us to be here today, holding this event with so much care, professionalism. You will see over these 5 days how good has been built by young people in Rio de Janeiro, a group of cariocas from São Paulo, from Minas Gerais, people working in this collaboration, cooperation environment, and developing this project, which is the dream of all of us, of having a unity, a purpose to improve the access of Brazilian population to medical and hospital services of good quality that can be equitable to the whole of the Brazilian population. We invited over 230 experts, panelists from all areas of the economy, not only from healthcare, so that along with us, they can share their experiences, their knowledge, so that health can actually be improved in terms of its performance. At the end of our meeting, thank you all very much for being with us. I am very grateful to this team of youngsters led by Rodrigo Vilar, doing spectacular work of development. I am totally confident that at the end of the 5 days starting today, with our first week, with Symetra this afternoon, we're going to have the presence of governor from the Rio Grande do Sul state, a young man, very talented. He's going to be talking to us about ESG in the Symetra event, which is the largest ESG event in healthcare in Brazil. I am totally certain that Governor Eduardo Leite will give great contribution and the discussion of governance, social responsibility, environmental issues, well, about the world that we want to leave as a legacy to our children, our grandchildren, the future generations, and the planet that is so dear to all of us be preserved so that we can have the lives we wish to have here always. Having said this, I'd like to introduce Mr. José Roberto Marinho, a public celebrity. Everybody know him. He's a spectacular individual. I have the honor being his friend. José Roberto Marinho is the vice president of the Global TV Network, chair of the foundation Roberto Marinho, and he has actually a member of the board. He is the board member of the Tomorrow Museum, the icon of culture in the city of Rio de Janeiro and Brazil, one of the great references for the world as to how a modern museum should be and innovative. And all of this very much inspired in this beautiful figure that José Roberto Marinho is, who's going to talk about the world in movement. He is a very interested person in sustainability, environmental issues, climate issues. José Roberto is a person, an individual everybody will love to hear because he has a lot to share and teach with his knowledge that is not little. Thank you very much, José Roberto Marinho, for sharing your time and knowledge with us. Welcome, and the time is all yours for the beginning. Actually, you have been a fantastic person that has joined our lives, recently helping the Tomorrow Museum, Museu do Amanhã, and you're always willing to put people in touch to do this networking so that people that are actually doing a good job can leverage it, and which we need most now is to unite everyone that is actually doing major work for the future of mankind so that we can actually tweak a little bit this hand of a future that is quite challenging. It is a great pleasure to be part of this panel discussing this important topic for the present and future of mankind. Is related to that. And actually the world is in movement. It's no longer Copernicus movement of only turning at this huge speed around the sun. It's hallucinating day by day, moment by moment of great transformation, way people work in our lives, and technologies that we have been embracing every day. And I see that our minds, I don't know to what extent, our minds will be able to follow this amount of information, novelties, and new ways of our relating to things. And I see here at home, for example, my 16-year-old daughter, and some things she knows much more than I do. And she knows things that I can no longer understand. I cannot do the same way she does. But I think that the world and, well, mankind recently has made some wrong choices. I have no doubt that we have a responsibility for global warming. It is proven that the Earth would go at some point in a warming cycle, but obviously the pressure we put on it, the size of the intervention of humanity worldwide, we see the photos at night where we see these cities illuminated, and we see the intervention where we see the photos of aircrafts circulating, those trucks. We see the impact they cause, and we see the impact of certain industries. And I don't think it is possible for man not to have contributed to global warming. Man has to act very quickly to eliminate this bad part of greenhouse gas emissions and seek a way back of reforestation, of doing things in a more sustainable and less aggressive way to nature.
I had a very interesting experience, which was getting to know the project of Sebastião Salgado in Vale do Rio Doce. And there was a degraded area that was explored as a farm, and water had been gone. There was nothing else. A fully degraded area, and he embraced the challenge and worked on reforestation. So 7 years later, I visited it. Water was back, the water reservoir was back, so a microclimate was restored, animals were back. So this is the good news. We can see that example, and that can be done in much larger scale. So we've made many wrong choices, but there are also good examples that just give us really a new hope, which is to move ahead within sustainability. Now, reflecting about sustainability trends, it's important to think about nature and society and the relation we have among them. We really want a long-lasting relation. If we understand the limits of Earth, we can bring together sustainability to consumption. Of course, we are not going to get to the level of consumption of the US society in the whole world. We would not have enough resources to do it. Therefore, we have to think about new possibilities of development. It should be less based on consumption of assets, but rather enriching relationships and emphasizing the simple things in life. But the main problem is lack of resources, lack of food, lack of water or electricity. But once we have that baseline, that we have everything to all of us, we can really evolve into a simpler life with our families, in our communities, so that we don't have to constantly try to buy the state-of-the-art car or the most modern things, which are not sustainable after all. And that's the problem in China. As a result of the increase in wealth in the country, the main challenge is for them not to want to have a Western world lifestyle. Fine, they want to buy a motorcycle, they want to buy a nice house, but not something beyond what would be bearable. Because if consumption level goes up in China, purchasing goods which are not essential, that will be a huge problem. And the same applies to India as well, because we are speaking about large scale, large population. So I think we have to really maximize the use of natural resources and encourage economic practices that understand we don't need everything that is being produced today in terms of consumer goods. Some of them are needed, others are not. So that should be part of our full understanding, a new way of seeing things and of seeing the distribution of wealth. Focusing on sustainability, it really makes us think about two sides, environmental or climate problems and also economic issues. And the world has been really making the commitment of thinking more about sustainability, applying the sustainability development goals established by sustainability development objectives by the UN, just focusing on actions that really can help us reduce inequality and offer more sustainability. Said that, we have to go from just speaking about that into putting into practice. There are not only nice words, no, it should be something that we really put into practice, make it our everyday routine. We have to realize that there are some possible choices to be made by humankind. A recently launched report in 2021 led by Pata Dasgupta, one of the choices is to focus on and keep on doing what we've been doing. Just expect too much from nature, really stressing our resources. And another possibility, which is not only sustainability or sustainable initiatives, but also the well-being of people and the well-being of future generations. To do that, we have really to transform the way we've been thinking and acting, changing our mindset, in other words. Poor choices so far have brought us to what we can see, the very serious climate crisis. So a recent report of the Intergovernment Committee just has given us a very gloom scenario, even before Glasgow, something that has really made us pay more attention. 1.5 to 2 degree increase of temperature will just be faster than initially thought. And unless we bring down CO2 emissions and other greenhouse gas effects, we are definitely going to have a problem. So 1.5 degree within the next decade would mean that some of the small islands would go away from the planet. But some other preliminary reports have also shown us that we have already achieved that 1.5 degree temperature increase in recent decades. So probably we're speaking about additional goals and additional challenges. We have also to think about territories such as the Netherlands, Florida, Delta River, in India, so some at sea level or even below sea level. That forecast for the upcoming decade, it's even more concerned when we think about the Paris Agreement, which all countries which are part of the UN fight against climate change have the emissions of CIG so that temperature would not go beyond 2 degrees increase in temperature. So countries haven't been done enough. Therefore, the report states that now we've been having an increase of 3 degrees in temperature. What has been done in the Paris Agreement has not been implemented. Large economies resist. They just blame the others and do nothing, as if decision makers hadn't realized yet how serious this is, or maybe there are other commitments that they cannot really get rid of and end up repeating what they had been done so far. So a set of initiatives have to be implemented so that we do not have the 2 degree temperature increase. Trying really to limit as much as possible temperature increase. And the whole supply chain, the whole chain is involved. But we have to be bold. If we just have just simple goals, we are never going to be able to achieve 2 degrees, let alone 3 or 4. And I think that this is quite serious. If there is a 3 degree temperature increase, that's going to be really a disaster, regional disasters. It's a very catastrophic scenario. We have to clearly put it. So all the young people who are listening to us today, they have to fight for their future. This is the time for people to learn more, to read reports, to understand what's going on. In Glasgow, there have been a number of demonstrations, but this is something that should happen around the world more and more. And not only to have demonstrations, show posters, but rather to try to focus on solutions, having goals, to really come up with alternatives to gas-based products and others, trying to come up with creative solutions. Because if we are giving an option, we always come up with solutions. So you see, we have no more time to solve problems and reach global sustainability. We have to start acting today. Therefore, the government should not be only an agent of regulation. The government should think about climate change, consequences, and get prepared. At the same time, encouraging the society to think about that. And this is something that the next step of Tomorrow Museum has been doing. when it gets to the end of the tour in the museum, where we talk about climate change, we also talk about what can be done by individuals, those visitors to the museum, so that they can contribute individually by recycling waste, by saving or not wasting water, in addition to fighting for different causes. Conversely, Josie, in the situation of social inequality that we can see in the world, so people don't know whether they are going to have a meal for that day, we cannot expect them to also be concerned or think about sustainability. And this is why we really have to address food safety and reduce social inequality so that everyone can really embrace the cause of sustainability. To present, we have business people, government, young people, university scholars. They have been embracing this cause. In Glasgow, as we've been all watching, they are coming to an agreement for the forests to help reduce deforestation based on international funds, methane and charcoal use. But the carbon market hasn't come to a decision yet, which is really important. And also the reduction of greenhouse gas. Because if we don't aim high, we will not succeed. We will probably go beyond the 3-degree temperature increase. Today in the morning, I was talking to a coordinator of Mapiomas. It's a monitoring system of Brazilian biome, and he is a specialist in this topic of global warming. I think our meeting today is really an opportunity to think about talking more about topics such as this. Let's work in coordination and always in a very realistic fashion so that we can really come up with actions that can make a change. This is how I think we should articulate our actions so that we can build a better future to everyone. Thank you very much.
Very, very good, José Roberto. We have great ideas and insights from you. So we started talking about how to ensure the access of the population to water, electricity, and we'd add education, healthcare, so that the population feels more welcome. We're talking about access. I think access is the great problem of Brazilian society, which is access to security, food, good transportation, dignified transportation. I think the greatest lack is access, that we should be permanently reflecting upon how people can have access to what they actually need. And within your vision of the environmental issue, it is evident that we are not reaching the grassroots community. They're not worried about the environment and the climate. What they want to do is to get employment, is the food prices and groceries. Well, climate is a future thing. And that's not a fact. We are living this because we are going through something that puts at risk the life of human beings on the planet, life overall. It's not the planet that is at stake as the human life. We have to invert this logic of saying that we have to defend the planet. We have to defend life because the planet defends itself. It's going to survive. If we continue we are not going to survive. So you are a scholar in this environmental area, interested, you are a steadfast advocate of these environmental issues and the climate issues. Your DNA is communication, your life and your family and your previous life is based on communication. And I think that we at FIS are giving a small contribution with our event. First, by inviting you, and second, it is an event on ESG that addresses in one of its letters, it's E, environmental issues, and S of social responsibility. But we need to expand this, perhaps to primary schools, secondary schools, but fundamentally to teachers, José Roberto. And I think most teachers in Brazil, they do not have the necessary knowledge to discuss this environmental issue in a broad way with their students and put this in their day-to-day agenda for students. When I was a kid, I would get to school and we would get to school, sing the national anthem. So we had to sing the Brazilian national anthem to start the week. And I think today, in these new times, they remind more than that. When kids get to school on Monday, they should have a debate on environmental issues in a practical way so that they understand that they live near Recife. You have to tell them that that island of Fernando de Noronha may disappear if we continue at this pace. And people will not get to know Fernando de Noronha in the future if we do not prepare now and take care of the global warming that is happening today. And what we, ordinary citizens, can do for that. And for that, you have a large structure of communication. Do you think that communication on the environment can be improved in Brazil? What do you suggest that should be done so that we can reach the minds and hearts of people overall, José Alberto? José, look, I believe that the press has been, well, quite frankly, so it's been doing a good job regarding climate change, deforestation. All major media giving great importance to that and space. Folha de São Paulo, Estado de São Paulo, Valor, all the TV networks covering this. And I think that the press has been showing the importance we can use. The importance of this phenomenon and the severity of that. That's the first interest, the first impact, first information. We should organize all a system of communication and information that would go into schools, that would we're actually dedicated to this at the Roberto Marinho Foundation. I know of other organizations that are worried about this, of being able to support teachers in this journey, because teachers, they have this workload that is very big. They have to prepare questions of their day-to-day to address this topic, they need to have materials so that they can work on them easily. So it is material on climate change, on the importance of the forests, the importance of water, on consumption. They have to receive a tutorial embedded there so that they can open the materials and use the material in the classroom easily. So this has to be part of the classroom activities. This has to be part of the conversations. We have to supply that. We have to find an intelligent way of addressing these topics in social media. All the influencers around, many of them are engaged. Alok, for example, who is an influencer. He's a great DJ, has great penetration towards youngsters. He's been working for the Amazon. He made a broadcast at the Amazon. He's totally committed to this cause. So we have to bring other of these communicators that have great impact today for this cause. So to answer your question, we have to set up, it would be interesting to set up a group to think about that. It's quite urgent as to how to expand the outreach of this knowledge on the topic, because this goes through schools, as I said, trainers, influencers, means of communication, or this is great communication, and it has to go through all these media. Perfect. Zé, let's divert our conversation slightly. I'd like to hear your opinion on certain aspects that seem to be related to sustainability, obviously. But I'm talking a bit more about sustainability, human sustainability, related to poverty. Great poverty that has grown a lot in the world. I see reports and literature that the impact of industrial revolution, for example, was a very strong impact on unemployment, craftsmen that lost their possibilities of developing their skills and producing things that would provide their possibility to make ends meet. I see a certain fear, panic, great concern regarding technological incorporations and robotics that have reached the world regarding loss of jobs, and that certainly will happen. How can we actually be preparing the world for this new era of barrettes, genes, of atoms, and allow this technological incorporation not to be the cause of yet another tragedy in the world regarding unemployment, hunger, loss of hope of the majority of the poor population in the world. How can we create a new economic and social order in the world that can be collaborative so that the world can survive the inevitable progress and incorporation of new digital technologies that will make employment or jobs to be formal, the jobs that we know, they will be extinct. Do you have any idea, any vision as to how we could be discussing this topic in future seminars, José Roberto Marinho? This is a very broad question. As to the influence of digital technologies in employment, in history, we've always faced revolutions of innovation. I fear that automation and advance of technology will lead to loss of jobs massively. But as you change the mode of production in history from the past until now, you have another demand. in services, which has been demand for labor. Industrial Revolution has released workers using machines, but has employed a large number of people in the area of services. And then it's moved on. The question currently is quite difficult. It's a bit more difficult. We need to rethink the world regarding activities, turning the world a bit more modern, and perhaps following what Harari said, the author of Homo sapiens, where we are less with employment and more were about humans. So the world has to reinvent. And the economic, we had several publications. We had the Future of Jobs, and it shows that what was considered future of jobs has arrived by 2025. As far as I know, automation and technology will impact almost 100 million jobs worldwide. So in this scenario, public and private sectors will have to work together to ensure more security for jobs, improve educational systems, and create incentive to invest in emerging markets for these jobs of tomorrow. And also, local production, hyper-local production will gain importance. When you talked about handwork, what is impressive today, what we see, a lot of people employed by arts and crafts. There we have huge numbers. So in terms of employment and income generation, so new activities that are back to being appreciated, be it in the things that you take home, in the relationships with people, meeting places, and food that you go after. And so all this hotel, service, market, all of this, I don't see yet possible replacement for labor. So we have to protect human beings, and we must have information of good quality. For that, once again, we have to tap into science. We have behavioral studies, take sociology, anthropology, economics. So use all this knowledge to see the change and build the new alternative world of labor. Obviously, here in the case of Brazil, we have to invest a lot in the training of people for these jobs of tomorrow, because this is not yet being done.
At least it should not be done as much as it should. Then it goes into university courses, into computer sciences, data intelligence, gamification of life. We also have to get prepared for really training these experts. In Brazil, we are not forming this new generation. And in addition, we are exporting these science minds. Very bad moment for Brazil. We really have to have a program to bring them back, to bring our brilliant brains back into Brazil so that we can be competitive in this new world. Another point concerns collaborative models. We can think about that as well. I normally say that we are lagging behind. Humankind is really lagging behind in terms of development because we are still wasting so much time, efforts, and resources in wars. We are wasting lives. So if we could live in peace without spending our energy in fight and wars, we would come up with solutions for most of our problems. However, humankind is really very delayed in its civilization development, so to speak. So I think that we really have to be prepared for low carbon economy resulting from political, technological changes. And we can really, with that, bring more opportunities to Brazil. Brazil is a country that really produces food. So technology helps with mechanization, our most advanced agribusiness. But at the same time, there is family traditional agriculture. And it has also gained importance. Local product, which really gives a special touch to a restaurant, forest-based products, for example, Brazilian nuts and superfoods that have to be carefully produced. Therefore, it is a family-based kind of agriculture. Strawberry, for example, artichoke, asparagus, and other forest products such as acai. And Brazil is extremely rich in this diversity. And this is something that has gained more and more importance. We used to have a huge diversity of potato in the past. Now we just have one basic type of potato, and now growers are coming up with different kinds of roots and potatoes, some of them even richer from a nutritional point. And we are here with experts in healthcare. I participated in a survey of traditional foods which were replaced by high production items. And now reviewing that, we can see that these original foods used to be much more nutritional. So as you can see, these are niches that generate also more job opportunities, but which are not obviously put once we see the technological revolution. So on the one side, we really have to keep updated with technology progression. And at the same time, we should value what is done by indigenous populations and the different groups. I'm also part of a work with the Amazon Entrepreneurship Center. We are providing access to products, access to items. People are living better. And as such, it means improvement in the region. But that would be a topic that we could go on and on talking. It is really a constant challenge, which is jobs really being lost. But you see, we need small initiatives, as you pointed out. I think that's good. You've given us some positive input. Concerning low carbon emissions, methane gas, some industries in the economy seem to resist because they think it might end up limiting their financial gains. And what you were saying is that it's most possible to bring together gains and at the same time doing things better with agri-industry, for example, as an attempt really to maintain environmental issues. Well, we are coming close to our end, but we hear so much about fake news. People start saying lots of things which makes no sense, just in an attempt to protect their own businesses, and some are fake news, they are misinformation. But I think that it can all change if we can just show the potential advantages of these initiatives. For example, carbon credit. In these final minutes that we have, I would like to ask you to tell us, how can people monetize their business thinking about protecting the environment, taking into consideration carbon credits and methane. So let's say I'm a cattle breeder in the countryside area, or I am a grower, and how can I transform and how can I reduce this emissions or this problems, and at the same time gain more money? Well, the private sector is constantly concerned about carbon emissions, especially agribusiness. So you've asked 3 questions, including monetization and fake news. The private sector has really started paying attention to this issue, and part of the agribusiness as well, which is the most modern part, largest companies, exporters. They've realized that part of that so-called monetization means having access to market. For these large business people, the main players in agribusiness, some of them learned that because they believe in it, others because of market pressures, but it doesn't matter. Ultimately, they are really observing and limiting their emissions. They are not causing any deforestation. So they are doing that to have access to the international market. So if they take the extra mile, if they have the green gas and cut methane and carbon emissions, they end up getting more money. Coffee, organic coffee, for example, costs more in the international market. So the market, because of consumers, is already reacting positively to deal with that. So a forest product with a seal of origin also has better prices, can be exported to the US. There are some young people who took acai from the Amazon and went to California, and it worked beautifully. So a number of monetization strategies, because in Espírito Santo, for example, they have a large program. If you have a piece of land and preserve your water bodies, you get some additional payment from the authorities. It helps. It's not a lot, but it gets at the end of the year. It means a lot. They can buy a new piece of equipment, for example. And ultimately, I believe we are going to have more and hear more about the carbon market, which is going to be instrumental to Brazil. In Brazil, we can have a very good carbon balance because our productive system, our power generation system are extremely interesting. It would be so much easier to strike a good balance because we have clean energy sources. 80% of our power is renewable power. So great, I think, if we can stop putting fires in the landing areas and really start sequestering carbon, which is something just extremely easy. It's just a matter of learning the process. I'm sure we would go into a positive balance and we would start getting money, which is full compensation for provision of environmental services to the whole world. It's not simply funds or things like that, as the government expects. Well, you have to pay for it. It's not like that. There is a whole science, a whole understanding behind it. And finally, to talk about fake news, which is something that really harms all of us. Well, we've seen that with vaccination. Misinformation has taken many to avoid taking a vaccine. Fortunately, in Brazil, it was not that bad. In the US, they are trying to just call everyone and using so many campaigns to have people get vaccinated. In Germany as well. In Germany, there's been a new increase in COVID cases in some specific regions where people have not taken vaccines. And they have high viral load, and because of that, they become threats to the others because we don't know to what extent the vaccine will really be able to protect everyone. So ideally, we wouldn't like to have those small clusters of high viral load. So fact-checking and information reliability sources are the best initiatives to really fight against fake news. Numbers have shown us that Brazilians trust science, and you've probably seen that. Now there is over 80% confidence in science in Brazil, despite everything that the government does to convince us of the other. But fake news is something that has to be regulated. So that we can really improve collective rights and society rights. And this is a very good discussion that finally has started after large platforms had been disseminating wrong information. But I think that we are shortly going to have a solution towards that. You probably recall 20 years ago, when the large platforms came into place, everybody used to say that the world was going to get closer, people would be better informed, and that would reduce social inequalities, and nothing has happened. Quite to the contrary, these social media platforms have given voice to people who just say bullocks, and they have given a voice to ill-intended politicians, and this is something that has to be revisited. Well, thank you very much, José Roberto Marinho. Thank you so much for all your explanations and discussions. I am sure it has been extremely useful for all of those who have joined us today, and also for those who are going to get engaged and follow us in our platforms and networks. I would like to thank you very much for your availability, for your time to share with us your wisdom. I would like to greet you and your organization for having really sponsored the information consortium of communication companies. That has really provided us an opportunity to keep track of COVID data in real time, really taking all the measures that was required. I would really like also to thank the Brazilian population for having accepted the vaccination campaigns. And I would also like to pay homage to the over 600,000 people in Brazil who died of COVID-19. I would like really to show our solidarity and say that Brazilian health has been fighting heavily to really deal with that. I'd like to thank healthcare professionals who have worked so hard, who are really putting their own lives at risk to protect ours. Thanks everyone, all healthcare professionals in Brazil, for everything that you've done during the pandemic, which is coming to its end, fortunately, and soon we'll be able to all be together, embracing, meeting, interacting, moving ahead with our lives. Thank you very much, José Roberto Marinho. Have a great week. See you soon. And we hope to see you all today at 4 for the opening meeting of Simetria with the Governor of Rio Grande do Sul, Eduardo Leite. Thank you very much.
We're back, and every year the Iniciativa FIS recognizes everyone. And this year, 5 companies have been awarded with a great contribution they made to population for research and providing vaccines: Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Janssen, Fiocruz, and Butantan Institute. Congratulations to all the companies. During the event, we're going to follow the handing of the awards to these companies that have been made virtually.
Olá, pessoal da FIS. Agradeço imensamente o prêmio Edson Godoy, que escolheu o Butantan entre 5 empresas da área de saúde para a sua premiação de 2021. Em nome dos nossos 3.500 funcionários, eu agradeço imensamente esse reconhecimento. Obrigado.
Meu nome é Jorge Mazei, sou diretor executivo de Relações Corporativas e Regulatórias da AstraZeneca Brasil. E quero agradecer ao FIS pelo prêmio Edson Godoy em nome de todos os nossos colaboradores. Tivemos um protagonismo importante no Brasil e no mundo no enfrentamento da maior crise sanitária mundial do século. Mais do que salvar milhões de vidas, a transferência de tecnologia da nossa vacina para a Fiocruz trará benefícios futuros ao Brasil, além de todos os benefícios já obtidos até o momento. A AstraZeneca atua há mais de 20 anos no Brasil, sempre com a missão de expandir a fronteira da ciência para oferecer medicamentos que salvam vidas. Para nós, é motivo de muito orgulho fazer parte desta história e uma honra sermos reconhecidos por todo esse trabalho com o recebimento desse importante e renomado prêmio da FIS. Muito obrigado.
É um orgulho para mim receber, em nome da Pfizer Brasil, o Prêmio FIS 2021, que reconhece as companhias que fizeram um grande esforço para a luta contra a pandemia do Covid-19. Desde fevereiro de 2020, a Pfizer ficou todos os seus recursos em buscar uma solução para acabar com a pandemia. Em só 248 dias, menos de 10 meses, a companhia conseguiu desenvolver, provar e aprovar uma vacina segura, eficaz e acessível para todos os países do mundo. Então, estamos muito orgulhosos de ter participado nesse esforço e de ser reconhecidos agora com esse prêmio FIS 2021. Muito obrigada.
Dividimos esse prêmio com os laboratórios que vêm junto com a Fiocruz contribuindo para a imunização de todas as brasileiras e brasileiros. Isso é um motivo maior de nos sentirmos não só prestigiados pelo Prêmio Edson Bueno, mas ainda mais comprometidos com a meta de superar a grave crise sanitária provocada pela pandemia de Covid-19. Hoje, a Fiocruz já entregou mais de 111 milhões de doses da vacina produzida aqui em Bilmanguinhos, como fruto da parceria com a AstraZeneca. A vacina também desenvolvida por uma instituição universitária e de pesquisa, a Universidade de Oxford. Então, esse esforço da ciência no mundo e no Brasil, voltada para garantir o acesso às vacinas, é o compromisso que reiteramos neste momento quando temos a grande honra de receber o Prêmio Edson Bueno em 2021.
Você está na FIS Week. Aqui você encontra as versões imersivas do nosso evento, que vou explicar mais tarde. Você pode escolher o idioma aqui. Aqui você encontra todas as áreas da FIS Week representadas por monumentos históricos. Na pirâmide, você pode acessar o FIS e ainda conhecer mais sobre a história da construção. Aqui você poderá assistir aos painéis do FIS 21, participar da discussão através do chat, enviando perguntas e comentários, além de conferir informações sobre o painel e os participantes. O mesmo vale para o Simetria e o Comets. Clique nos monumentos para acessar os eventos. Você também pode acessar a Meeting Zone no nosso Mercado Central. Lá você pode agendar um meeting com os nossos parceiros e encontrar outras pessoas que estão participando da FIS Week. E você também pode conferir a programação, os palestrantes, relaxar ouvindo música no nosso oásis e muito, muito mais. Aproveite a FIS Week e faça parte da maior experiência da saúde na América Latina.
Olá, pessoal da FIS. Agradeço imensamente o prêmio Edson Godoy, que escolheu o Butantan entre 5 empresas da área de saúde para a sua premiação de 2021. Em nome dos nossos 3.500 funcionários, eu agradeço imensamente esse reconhecimento. Obrigado.
Meu nome é Jorge Mazei, sou diretor executivo de Relações Corporativas e Regulatório da AstraZeneca Brasil. E quero agradecer ao FIS pelo prêmio Edson Godoy, em nome de todos os nossos colaboradores. Tivemos um protagonismo importante no Brasil e no mundo no enfrentamento da maior crise sanitária mundial do século. Mais do que salvar milhões de vidas, a transferência de tecnologia da nossa vacina para a Fiocruz trará benefícios futuros ao Brasil, além de todos os benefícios já obtidos até o momento. A AstraZeneca atua há mais de 20 anos no Brasil, sempre com a missão de expandir a fronteira da ciência para oferecer medicamentos que salvam vidas. Para nós, é motivo de muito orgulho fazer parte desta história e uma honra sermos reconhecidos por todo esse trabalho com o recebimento desse importante e renomado prêmio da FIS. Muito obrigado.
É um orgulho para mim receber, em nome da Pfizer Brasil, o prêmio FIS 2021, que reconhece as companhias que fizeram grande esforço para a luta contra a pandemia do Covid-19. Desde fevereiro de 2020, a Pfizer ficou todos os seus recursos em buscar uma solução para acabar com a pandemia. Em só 248 dias, menos de 10 meses, a companhia conseguiu desenvolver, provar e aprovar uma vacina segura, eficaz e acessível para todos os países do mundo. Então, estamos muito orgulhosos de ter participado nesse esforço e de ser reconhecidos agora com esse prêmio FIS 2021. Muito obrigada.
Dividimos esse prêmio com os laboratórios que vêm, junto com a Fiocruz, contribuindo para a imunização de todas as brasileiras e brasileiros. Isso é um motivo maior de nos sentirmos não só prestigiados pelo prêmio Edson Bueno, mas ainda mais comprometidos com a meta de superar a grave crise sanitária provocada pela pandemia de Covid-19. Hoje, a Fiocruz já entregou mais de 111 milhões de doses da vacina produzida aqui em Bilmanguinhos, como fruto da parceria com a AstraZeneca. A vacina também desenvolvida por uma instituição universitária e de pesquisa, a Universidade de Oxford. Então, esse esforço da ciência no mundo e no Brasil, voltada para garantir o acesso às vacinas, é o compromisso que reiteramos neste momento, quando temos a grande honra de receber o prêmio Edson Bueno em 2021.
Você está na FIS Week. Aqui você encontra as versões imersivas do nosso evento, que vou explicar mais tarde. Você pode escolher o idioma aqui. Aqui você encontra todas as áreas da FIS Week representadas por monumentos históricos. Na pirâmide, você pode acessar o FIS e ainda conhecer mais sobre a história da construção. Aqui você poderá assistir aos painéis do FIS 21, participar da discussão através do chat, enviando perguntas e comentários, além de conferir informações sobre o painel e os participantes. O mesmo vale para o Simetria e o Commits. Clique nos monumentos para acessar os eventos. Você também pode acessar a Meeting Zone no nosso Mercado Central. Lá você pode agendar um meeting com os nossos parceiros e encontrar outras pessoas que estão participando da FIS Week. E você também pode conferir a programação, os palestrantes, relaxar ouvindo música no nosso Oasis e muito, muito mais. Aproveite a FIS Week e faça parte da maior experiência da saúde na América Latina.
Olá, pessoal da FIS. Agradeço imensamente o prêmio Edson Godoy, que escolheu o Butantan entre 5 empresas da área de saúde para a sua premiação de 2021. Em nome dos nossos 3.500 funcionários, eu agradeço imensamente esse reconhecimento. Obrigado.
Meu nome é Jorge Mazei, sou diretor executivo de Relações Corporativas e Regulatórias da AstraZeneca Brasil. E quero agradecer ao FIS pelo prêmio Edson Godoy em nome de todos os nossos colaboradores. Tivemos um protagonismo importante no Brasil e no mundo no enfrentamento da maior crise sanitária mundial do século. Mais do que salvar milhões de vidas, a transferência de tecnologia da nossa vacina para a Fiocruz trará benefícios futuros ao Brasil, além de todos os benefícios já obtidos até o momento. A AstraZeneca atua há mais de 20 anos no Brasil, sempre com a missão de expandir a fronteira da ciência para oferecer medicamentos que salvam vidas. Para nós, é motivo de muito orgulho fazer parte desta história e uma honra sermos reconhecidos por todo esse trabalho com o recebimento desse importante e renomado prêmio da FIS. Muito obrigado.
Eu, um orgulho para mim receber, em nome da Pfizer Brasil, o Prêmio FIS 2021, que reconhece as companhias que fizeram grande esforço para a luta contra a pandemia do Covid-19. Desde fevereiro de 2020, a Pfizer ficou todos os seus recursos em buscar uma solução para acabar com a pandemia. Em só 248 dias, menos de 10 meses, a companhia conseguiu desenvolver, provar e aprovar uma vacina segura, eficaz e acessível para todos os países do mundo. Então, estamos muito orgulhosos de ter participado nesse esforço e de ser reconhecidos agora com esse prêmio FIS 2021. Muito obrigada.
Dividimos esse prêmio com os laboratórios que vêm junto com a Fiocruz contribuindo para a imunização de todas as brasileiras e brasileiros. Isso é um motivo maior de nos sentirmos não só prestigiados pelo Prêmio Edson Bueno, mas ainda mais comprometidos com a meta de superar a grave crise sanitária provocada pela pandemia de Covid-19. Hoje, a Fiocruz já entregou mais de 111 milhões de doses da vacina produzida aqui em Bilmanguinhos, como fruto da parceria com a AstraZeneca. A vacina também desenvolvida por uma instituição universitária e de pesquisa, a Universidade de Oxford. Então, esse esforço da ciência no mundo e no Brasil, voltada para garantir o acesso às vacinas, é o compromisso que reiteramos neste momento quando temos a grande honra de receber o Prêmio Edson Bueno em 2021.
Você está na FIS Week. Aqui você encontra as versões imersivas do nosso evento, que vou explicar mais tarde. Você pode escolher o idioma aqui. Aqui você encontra todas as áreas da FIS Week representadas por monumentos históricos. Na pirâmide, você pode acessar o FIS e ainda conhecer mais sobre a história da construção. Aqui você poderá assistir aos painéis do FIS 21, participar da discussão através do chat, enviando perguntas e comentários, além de conferir informações sobre o painel e os participantes. O mesmo vale para o Simetria e o Comets. Clique nos monumentos para acessar os eventos. Você também pode acessar a Meeting Zone no nosso Mercado Central. Lá você pode agendar um meeting com os nossos parceiros e encontrar outras pessoas que estão participando da FIS Week. E você também pode conferir a programação, os palestrantes, relaxar ouvindo música no nosso oásis e muito, muito mais. Aproveite a FIS Week e faça parte da maior experiência da saúde na América Latina.
on our website, ARVR, we can schedule meetings with our partners. You just access Meeting Zone on the website, or you go to Mercado AR, and VR and connect. What is the topic of the next panel? It will be the healthcare industrial complex as a long-term strategy. Our moderator, Marcelo Trindade, lawyer, professor at PUC, Rio, and former chair of CVM. Our SEC, Eduardo Verges, Vice President and Manager of Brazil Boston Scientific, Felipe Barreiro, Vice President, Medtronic Brazil, James Fitzgerald, System Service Directors of the OPAs, and Nelson Mussolini, Executive President of Sindus Pharma. Follow us at the social media and use hashtag FISWeek. Enjoy. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to moderate this panel with experts. Not being an expert, far from that, I'm actually playing the role of the representative of the audience in this conversation amongst these various experts that we have here at the panel to talk about this complex topic, which is healthcare having a long-term vision. I thank you very much on behalf of Josie Villar to this initiative to make it possible virtually with so many people attending us. I'd just like to bring up the topic and actually say and let those that understand about it to talk. Our perception as general public, as Brazilian citizens regarding this topic is what we wish is to actually to get to know what the challenges are and what the role of the Brazilian state, union, states, and municipalities. What role can the state have in the construction of a long-term plan, a long-term strategy for the industrial complex of healthcare in Brazil? The pandemic events made it very clear how relevant this topic is, and for a country that intends to be not being a sort of side player having major role in these issues and not being only dependent and also being able to contribute in more intense ways towards the solutions of the healthcare issues, and especially in caring for the population. Brazil, as you all know, is a quite complex country from the legislative standpoint regarding healthcare on the 3 levels of public adjustment in providing healthcare services, with a private activity that is very strictly regulated in this area. And therefore, obviously, we have a challenge that is even greater when it comes to make the private initiative to fulfill its role and perform its role that is regarding this topic. That is not only a private topic, but it has great public repercussion. I think the great question is how the Brazilian state can contribute appropriately to a long-term vision in the industrial complex of healthcare, and we are all aware that the country has great tax difficulties, economic difficulties, and therefore the solution will not be a solution that will depend on public funds directly injected or invested in the private activity. Brazil spends significant amounts in healthcare, considering the conditional rules that we have in effective, but these resources are not necessarily spent in the best way. There is certainly great space for efficiency gains in the management of public funds that are used in healthcare. But I believe that beyond the aspect of public funds, there is a matter of strategy that the state should not leave aside its role, fulfilling on one hand the missions that are that is attributed to it, and on the other hand contributing to private initiative so that it can develop what is its own role. Just making this brief introduction, reminding you, those that are watching us, the difficulties that the country and to be involved in the various agencies of the Federation can move immediately and listen to what the experts have to say about the topic. We're going to start with Eduardo Veges, who's manager of Boston Scientific. And so I hand over to you. Thank you, Marcelo. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I'm going to try to speak Portuguese, but I arrived to Brazil last year. So to me, this concept of industrial complex is relatively recent. But I understand that it is a strategy for the long term that is quite interesting, not only for Brazil, but particularly for our patients, right? It is especially for the public health system, SUS, but to attract companies to start operations in Brazil that have their brothers collaborating with SUS is really nice. Trying to reduce dependence on imported technologies. For example, during the pandemic last year, what was clear was that we have to do things differently. We lacked a lot of inputs for addressing and tackling COVID in Brazil. So we have to change it and do things differently. In addition to reducing the dependence on imported products, local production can certainly generate great benefits. Employment, foreign reserves with exports, reducing the deficit of the trade balance, and obviously helping resuming the economic growth. So we have lots of benefits, but when we look at the strategy resuming the Brazilian market with over 810 million inhabitants, 60 million people are exclusively dependent on the public health system. The opportunities are huge, so many. Before coming to Brazil, I was in charge of Boston in Mexico, and Central America and Brazil accounted for 35% of patients that we have in
We're sorry. We had some technical difficulties, but back to Eduardo. I was talking about the size of the Brazilian market, right? 200 million inhabitants, 160 million patients, give or take. I'm not sure, but I believe this is the largest public health system in the world. As I was saying, we have a huge opportunity and many risks. A very complex tax policy, too much regulation throughout the chain, from production all the way to the delivery of the products to patients. It's very expensive to address these issues in Brazil. There are some government decisions that generate instability because we come from a point of view of a company that invests all over the world. This is our take of the situation. Investments that could have been placed here end up going elsewhere, places or countries that have more simplified policies. So when you go back to the original framework of the health industry in Brazil, the state, the government, plays a key role to develop public policies and to simplify regulations. But we are moving the opposite direction. We're heading the wrong direction, the way we see it. Of course, taking into account the pandemic. But there are other things we should consider as well. The country should provide a secure environment to attract investments. It's important to prioritize whatever is feasible. Why am I saying this? Because some complex technologies have their manufacturing facilities in countries that have a much more favorable track record. Brazil, like any other country that has a public health system, should have established priorities to determine what is strategic and what can actually make a huge impact in their public health policies. I was working in Mexico up until recently, and there are some mechanisms that can help, such as trade agreements. Quote unquote, Brazil is somewhat closed when compared to other countries. In Mexico, you have over 50 free trade agreements. The same thing happens to Costa Rica. I believe Mexico is the largest producer of medical devices in Latin America. I have to take into account these characteristics of these medical devices. That cycle moves very, very fast. For medical devices, it's 4 months, but for medicines or drugs, it can take from 10 to 20 years. There are so many opportunities. However, the first step would be to provide more favorable and more secure conditions to make sure investors can place their investments here. Boston has been in Brazil for 25 years. We used to import all products. 2 years ago, we invested over $30 million US, And we have a manufacturing facility in the city of Contagem, the state of Minas Gerais. And we're producing products that are exported throughout the world. We're beginning to export to the US. However, so we strongly believe in the opportunities in Brazil. We have over 1,000 employees. However, we need more support from the government to actually attract even more investments to expand that health complex. We need structural reforms. You know that. Labor reform, tax reform, administrative reform. We've been hearing that story for over 20 years now. But I think we should speed things up a little to benefit from all these opportunities. We have to have more simplified regulations and also simplified tax structure. I think that's it. If there are any questions, I'd be willing to answer them. Yes, there will be questions later on when we have a Q&A session. But I think your explanation was brilliant. That was a great opening presentation because it has to do not only with the health industry, all investors. Investors crave that stability, that predictability. So thank you so much. Thank you. Over to Felipe Barreiro, VP of Medtronic in Brazil. Can you hear us, Felipe?
We're having a little technical issue with Felipe.
So James is ready, so we're going to go over to him. He is the PAHO Director, Pan American Health Organization. Thank you for being here, James. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Bom dia. É prazer de estar com vocês. I'm not going to speak Portuguese because it's been a while. I had the opportunity to live and work in Brazil for 4 years, but it's almost 10 years ago now. So I wouldn't put you through my Portuguese 10 years later. But it's a real pleasure to be with you here this morning. And I think really what we have seen as a consequence of the COVID-19 pandemic is a situation for Latin America and the Caribbean, whereby we've seen a very high dependency on imports of medicines and other health technologies. This combining with very sensitive and vulnerable regional supply chains and a complete heterogeneity in terms of vaccine, pharmaceutical research and development, and indeed production capacity. All of these combined essentially to lead to major shortages, and not just shortages, but inequities in terms of access to health technologies. As a consequence of severe shortages, we saw excessive price increases. And we're not just talking for medicines and for vaccines, we're talking for the most basic personal protective equipment that impacted the health of the workforce, the protection of the workforce that was caring for those that contracted COVID-19. Disinfectant products, gloves, surgical masks, goggles, face shields, ventilators, oxygen, oximeters, a whole gamut of products that are required in order to meet the needs of the population. The analysis that we carried out over the evolution jointly with some of our other United Nations organizations, for example, the World Trade Organization, highlighted that a number of countries adopted measures to facilitate imports. 2/3 of WTO members actually reduced tariffs or eliminated tariffs during the COVID-19. But while they were eliminating those tariffs, exporting countries were implementing restrictive trade measures to limit exports for products. In May 2020, we carried out an assessment of the situation in the region. We found that more than 70 countries, including 4 of the region's 5 principal suppliers, had implemented restricted exports of some of their health technologies. In addition, WHO, in a survey of 122 countries, reported that 1/3 of those countries reported shortages of the most basic equipment and supplies. And we're not just talking for COVID-19, but in August 2020, this region faced major interruptions in supply, for example, of antiretroviral medicines required for HIV treatment. And more recently, even in Brazil, major shortages in those critical medicines, including some narcotics that are required for the treatment and intubation of COVID-19 patients. This situation is the product of long-standing deficiencies in science and technology, in the development of industrial capacity, and in public policy in the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. Prior to the pandemic, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean estimated that only 4% of Latin American and Caribbean imports of a strategic group of health technologies required for essential health care. Only 4% came from the sub-region itself. That essentially means that 96% of those products have a dependency on other markets outside, particularly North America, European, and China and India. Now, although we've seen an increase in the supply of medicines from domestic industry over the last 10 years, there has been a disparity in terms of the imports of innovative medicines and active ingredients, resulting in a major balance of trade, negative balance of trade for Latin America and the Caribbean with the rest of the world. It's of note that while we see that the region has really prioritized more recently the importance and strategic importance of vaccine production, and this is very evident as a consequence of the major inequities in terms of the rollout of COVID-19 vaccines and how we've seen major gaps in production. The region as of yet has not succeeded in overcoming some of the long-standing challenges. And this is because they are fundamentally systemic in nature. This is not something that countries can turn around overnight. If we look, for example, at gross spending on health research and development in the region of the Americas, this is only 0.03% of GDP when we compare it to OECD countries, which is reporting 0.2% of GDP on health research and development. If we look at the number of health researchers per millions of inhabitants, they are 24 per million in the Americas, compared to 363 per million in OECD countries. And so we really see that there are functional, systemic issues that the region needs to address by all sectors, from the private sector to academia to the state level. And this is where this idea, I think, of the industrial health complex, not just from the perspective of Brazil, is an opportunity, but from the perspective of a region that really highlighted its enormous dependency on highly geographic concentrated pharmaceutical markets in times of pandemic. We as an organization are recommending 3 three key areas of action. The first action in this regard is to really strengthen multi-sectoral action and leadership governance in health, science and technology, health and the industry, for countries to develop roadmaps at a national level with leadership by the government that are explicit in defining priorities and that bring together the various sectors of health, science and technology, as well as industry. We recommend within this context that countries look not just at policies, but at their regulatory frameworks to ensure that they have alignment with international standards in science and technology, but also that promote the necessary investments in research, development and innovation, and really stimulate technology transfer, not just under voluntary mutually agreed terms, but as required to ensure the access to raw materials, medicines and health technologies. And this requires obviously the participation of academia and the private sector that really have enormous capacity to address production of materials. The second line of action we're recommending is to really strengthen research, development, production, and logistical capacity. Here we're talking about those enabling conditions that are required in countries. For example, in human resources, in engineering, biomedical sciences, pharmaceutical, biological sciences, in the development of domestic infrastructure, research clusters, innovation clusters, institutions that oversee those, such as universities, public health institutions, and of course the national regulatory authorities that are responsible for overseeing clinical development and market authorization. And finally, I just wanted to note that the third line of action speaks to the need for greater intra-regional and sub-regional collaboration, including with the leadership of Brazil. No one country can do this alone. And so it's really important that the region comes together and begins to look at what synergies can be achieved, what agreements can be achieved across the region, be it trade agreements, be it science and health technology agreements, be it technology transfer agreements, be it essentially market consolidation agreements that will support innovation and production development, but with the participation of government authorities and the multiple networks and partners involved in research, development, and innovation. And this is, I think, a role that we at PAHO are taking on now with a great degree of seriousness in launching initiatives such as the regional platform to increase the production of medicines and health technologies, with our revolving fund mechanisms for procurement of vaccines and health supplies, and then with technology transfer processes that we're facilitating to bring mRNA vaccines to the region. So there are my initial comments. I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, James, for your very thorough presentation and complementing what Eduardo has mentioned and your vision of PAHO and the vision of the whole and the region and the need to discuss joint actions and the region. I don't know if Felipe has joined us, if he's managed to join us. I don't think so. So I'm going to hand over to Nelson Mussolini, who is the executive chairman of Sindus Pharma, Pharmaceutical Union. Thank you, Marcelo. I'd like to thank Josier for this brilliant week. I think it is very important for us to debate such pressing issues in the world agenda, not only in Brazil's agenda. First of all, I'd like to pay tribute. And during the pandemic, we've gone through very serious problems in our country and the world. I'd like to pay tribute to doctors, and all the staff and hospitals receptionists that were in touch or with the DCs, FIS, and drivers of ambulances who have saved thousands and thousands of lives, the army of people that has helped save millions of lives throughout the world, without obviously forgetting the pharmaceutical industry that has been the one that has provided the weapons for these professionals to carry out, do their work, and save lives. In the beginning of the pandemic, we had a board meeting. One of the board members said, the solution to our problems will stem from the pharmaceutical industry. We have no doubt that it's been the pharmaceutical industry that has developed the vaccines. When we address the industrial healthcare complex in Brazil, we have very serious problems in this regard, because we've had a good idea of creating what we call the PES, and with that, using the purchasing power of the state in an intelligent way, bringing technology to our country. But it was supposed to be a state program. It became a government program. Time went by. It became a ministerial program, and then it became a secretary program, and today it's a directorate program within the Ministry of Health. That's why it has not developed or evolved. I've recently taken part of a survey of PAHO on the industrial healthcare complex in Latin America. What I've always said is that we need consumption capacity to be able to compete with great providers, vendors in the world, China and India, in the area of pharmaceutical inputs, for example. We have very serious issues regarding that. The capability that we have of consumption of that, it's quite small, considering the fact that we are a single country. We have to combine Americas to have this consumption capability that provides sufficient volume to lower prices. That's why, otherwise, we have no conditions to compete. Globalization is an exceptional thing, but it has shown during the pandemic serious problems, very serious problems, when countries are forced to, in fact, not because they wish so, to care for their citizens, to look inside. This happened to China, India. We had very serious problems of lack of pharmaceutical inputs. This became very severe regarding the so-called intubation kit. The local industry managed to quickly develop new production means, creating and expand its production capabilities, but only at a very high cost that no doubt had to be transferred to people as much as possible and to institutions as much as possible. If we do not have a well-focused policy regarding that, not only Brazil, it needs to be a policy for the Americas, and I encompass the United States. North America needs to effectively be taking part of this, because there is a major consumer market and high dependence on Asia for those products. So we have how to develop that. Eduardo brought up quite well. So the red tape issues we have in our country, it is absurd that in terms of healthcare, a country charges almost 33% tax on products. I always say, Marcela, that this is pornographic. This tax being levied on healthcare products, especially pharmaceutical products. Now, we're going through an attempt of tax reform, which is not a tax reform in our country. It is a makeshift to sort of tackle or tweak the income tax. They want to remove the few benefits that we have in the area of healthcare. which is what we call the PIS/COFINS, it will bring great impact to the governmental acquisitions. So rather than using the state purchasing power to lower prices, our administration is using its power to further tax or levy taxes on organizations. That goes against any policy of industrial complex in healthcare. A country that charges 30% of taxes, where you have more people to pay taxes in the country than to develop products. There are large companies in Brazil that have 200 people to pay taxes, and they must have 30 people in the development or in research and development area. The opposite would be the correct thing. I don't want to reach the US level where a large company only requires 3 people to pay taxes. I think this would be utopia for Latin language countries. But certainly if we had a better balance, if we had 60% for research and 40% to pay taxes, that would also be a great advance. I certainly think the countries have to unite, governments have to unite to create a policy for the Americas, because there we have a consumer market, there's a way to compete and a way of developing our industry in the country. Brazil today depends 95% of imported inputs in the pharmaceutical industry. This is a huge problem when we have a pandemic. We know quite well that this will not be the last pandemic mankind will face, and will certainly need increasingly more so that we can generate the possibility of healing those diseases. To end, I'd like to say something I heard recently of a person at the pharmaceutical union. The greatest enemy of pandemic, or actually mankind, has been this disease, and the greatest enemy of the disease has been the union of efforts in healthcare to save lives. So we must look at this healthcare industrial complex with different eyes and with the support of all the governments, and the work that PAHO has been developing in bringing up the issue and showing difficulties is extremely important to develop our region as healthcare producers. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nelson, for the great tribute you pay to all healthcare professionals and people involved in healthcare over these practically 2 years that we have been living with the pandemic. Whilst we do not get questions from the audience, unfortunately, Felipe will be unable to join us. He's had a technical problem, so we can move straight into the conversation and our Q&A session. I'd like to comment on what you've mentioned, to ask a question from the political standpoint, because a long-term policy depends on policymakers. Private initiative alone is unable to provide this policy. And next year, we'll once again have elections in Brazil involving 2 of the 3 levels dealing with healthcare. Certainly the 2 most important from the side of fund generation and fund allocation, and the other, so on the other hand, actually management of healthcare. For our presidential and governor elections in Brazil, how can we transform this tragedy that humanity and the country have gone through in the past months into a common agenda, a state agenda, and not a government or administration agenda for healthcare and for the industrial healthcare complex. How to do, and regardless of the political, ideological visions of the candidates, this is a state topic, and this is something that envisages the population. How can we make this to be considered and adopted, at least in its minimum common denominator by all candidates? Can we have this union? Can the private initiative, PAHO, the union of companies, can promote this agenda and guidelines so that all candidates can be committed to it? Please, Nelson. So, Marcela, I think this is fundamental to have on the agenda of all candidates to be programs open to the population, especially be fulfilled by the elected candidates. We have a serious problem in our country that during elections, programs are little disseminated. So the people, the person is actually promoted, and after the candidate is elected, they don't carry out the program. So there are other needs and they forget about that. So healthcare has to be in the core of candidates' programs. This has shown that. So country stops when there's no healthcare. So not only because of the pandemic, but overall, I always say it, that even if you're very focused on capitalism, I want to be ferocious, a fierce capitalist. You need health to increase productivity with that, so that you can have better gains. So healthcare has to be the focus. The great point is that I do not see it in the candidates that are presenting to run for president or for the government. I don't see that healthcare is the focus of those candidates. They're more political issues, right and left. Again, we get this polarization of the elections, and the programs are not being brought to debate. Entities in healthcare are preparing certain minimum points, and certainly the Iniciativa FIS can certainly help us. So minimum points so that candidates can commit to them. Undoubtedly, the public health system in Brazil, as SUS and Eduardo has put it, it's the broadest in the world. SUS is the largest healthcare system in the world, but it needs to survive. It needs to survive, and it cannot survive with very little funds from the union. The states must be committed to this. I say that whilst in politics, in the administration do not understand healthcare as investment and only look at it as expense, we won't have the appropriate development of healthcare that we need for our country and for our citizens.
James, we'd like to hear your take from the PAHO point of view. That's what you have been doing all the time, how to make these things come true, actually.
Absolutely, Marcelo. I think one of the lessons that we've seen very clearly over the past 2 years is the intricate linkages between health and the economy. Irrespective of whether it's elections in Brazil or the United States or Chile, every candidate will run to improve economic aspects of the country, but also in social development. And as was very clearly articulated, we cannot have that without health. We recently, just 2 weeks ago, published an overview, an analysis of where the region is going over the next 6 to 9 months, jointly with the Economic Commission on Latin America and the Caribbean. And it's very concerning. We have lost ultimately 10 years of public health gains. The inequities, the differences between the haves and the have-nots in the region is becoming larger. The health crisis has resulted in a deterioration of political and democratic processes across the region, with higher levels of fragmentation. And within the health systems context, we are going to be facing a very slow recovery, probably commencing next year, which will ultimately impact the level of funding that is available either for education and for health. And so just as when we need to be building resilience and health systems that have much better capacity to respond to future health crises and to recuperate all those lost gains that we have observed over the past 10 years, governments will be faced with very different fiscal scenarios, requiring in many cases important trade-offs to be made. And what we are very concerned about is that there will be significant reductions in the health sector. This may, in fact, actually impact the pharmaceutical sector as well. And so these processes are extremely important. I think it behooves everyone, not just politicians, to maintain health front and center of any development agenda moving forward over the next 3 to 5 years. Because without that, we will not have the economic recovery in the region that we need to really move towards the achievement of the sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Eduardo, would you like to say it? But we have a couple of more questions. It's very difficult for me to address that. Maybe that's a $1 billion question, not only for Brazil, but for any other country, actually. In actual fact, we have to keep on working with organizations such as PAHO, be them institutions that are domestic, regional, industry associations. Our role is to provide them with data and demand results, just like Marcelo put it. Politicians promise too much. Once they get elected, things change, of course. I believe the community, patients, everyone should remain united, keeping track of what goes on, and maybe have objectives, the short term, medium, and long terms, and keep track of what they do. Because we should pay close attention to what politicians end up doing. Promises are so nice, but things never get done, actually. Maybe because their objectives were way too bold from the start. We have to be more disciplined, pragmatic, so that we can keep track of what they do. Anyway, but these are very complex questions. On our part, I think we should be more involved, to be more participative, to collaborate and work differently with them. One of the questions we have from the audience, from Rochelle Alencar, and her question is, how can you make populations be sensitive enough about health actually surveys that politicians conduct to find out what the top priorities are, health always ranks first. It's usually top three: health, security, or jobs. These are the top three priorities for populations in general. But as you said, the focus is usually short-term. Reopen a hospital or expand the number of beds in a hospital, things that can be more quickly perceived by voters. But the challenge is how to include midterm, long-term goals to be part of the political agenda. And I do hope that this could become a state platform. And in order to be adopted, should be adopted by anyone, no matter what the winner of the next election is, because things will yield benefits way much longer when they leave office. It's not automatic. You do something today and you get the benefit tomorrow. That's the way it should be when you take into account longer term objectives. I have two questions that address two similar topics. One of them is how to instill an environment for innovation to reduce our dependence on China and India. And Josier asks along the same lines, is there room to move away from those two countries in terms of the production of raw materials? As I said, Marcelo, at the start, you need a strong consumer market. I don't see Brazil away from Latin America doing that. When I started in the pharmaceutical industry 43 years ago, Brazil was the largest producer of penicillin in Brazil. We did that. We produced the precursor of penicillin. But that was shifted to Asia. There were many government incentives. That was initially. And then we ended up conquering the world market. But in this industry, we produce, and the order of magnitude is tons, and then you sell that in milligrams. You need that critical mass. That's why you have to combine efforts in the Americas. It's strategic in a nutshell. We have to have that in the Americas because sooner or later, we'll have a problem and we need the inputs here or nearby. We lost ground as far as the technology. We can no longer produce penicillin in our country. This is basic. There's no intellectual rights to be protected, but we should be working to produce more complex things. And there's a very serious problem in our country that gets in the way of whoever is willing to innovate. And I'm referring to price control. It does not happen anywhere else in the world. That's based on a regulation of 2003. We had no generic goods. There was no competition back then. So we must evolve. We must update our internal regulations so that you can promote innovation. Today, Brazilian companies have innovation centers in Canada because it's easier to innovate in Canada than in Brazil. It's simpler, faster, cheaper. In order to import a product to run tests, you have to pay taxes. So innovation is taxed even before it exists. If I get a loan, I pay tax on that loan before I start producing. So we are taxed even before we start producing. So let me go back to the previous question. Well, Based on what politicians say, if you do not start now, there's no future. We'll remain independent, or dependent rather. We'll be facing serious problems in the next pandemic. I may not live to see that happen, but our kids will. There will be a new pandemic, absolutely. And the Americas have to be prepared. Our region has to be prepared. And this is not something that happens overnight, as you said. These are state policies that will remain several administrations before we reach that level of good public health that is extremely important to populations.
Eduardo, James, would you like to add anything? Well, again, as I told you before, we need a tax policy which is easier, simpler for innovation. And Marcelo has given us a number of examples. And we need simplified legislation. That's simple. In addition, I think that we need also more volume. We still have very low consumption rates in Brazil. But there are also many inefficiencies in the process. Let me give you an example. Let's say I import any product and it costs 100 BRL. The cost, the cost to the end consumer, to the HMO or the patient, may be 5 or 6 times higher because there are many points of inefficiency and many intermediaries. They do not add value, but they definitely add cost. So regulation, taxation, everything. I think that this is probably the most important point. And finally, education. We have to tell to the population about the importance of healthcare and what they should ask their politicians, their legislators, what they want to get, so that the population can really make politicians deliver what they've promised.
Yeah, Marcelo, I will speak from the public policy perspective. First of all, this has to become a priority for countries in the region. Speaking and commenting on what just Nelson said, and it's for the whole region. The US and Canada does have an important role to play in terms of ensuring the volumes necessary for consolidation of a regional market. And the US has specifically expressed its interest in shortening supply chains and reducing dependencies on Asia, which does present an enormous opportunity also for Latin America and the Caribbean. But specific public policy decisions have to be taken because it's not something that you can do overnight. You need to have increased investments in your universities, in the production of postgraduates, in the necessary sciences and technology and mathematics and various studies that are required in order to advance in innovation. We need to see greater number of innovation clusters with participation between the pharmaceutical industry and academia around specific priorities. And we need increased, I would say we do need increased stimuli also from government, including grants to support these processes. The market will support one element, but without that public sector environment in which this can thrive, it will not happen. We've seen also situations whereby the private sector has tried to innovate, but within countries where the policy and regulatory environments are not appropriate for it. And frankly, it has not worked. If we don't have the necessary policy, regulatory environments that support clinical development, market authorization, and post-marketing surveillance of products, and if other countries do not have confidence in the regulatory environment in which these products are being produced, it will not succeed. And so there is considerable discussion also that is required around the discussion of reliance between countries in regulatory decisions for pharmaceutical and other health technologies. So there are many issues there. I think that from the public sector, governments such as Brazil can also look at, as other countries also in the region. And this is where the inter-regional focus needs to come together, where governments sit down and begin to have these discussions around some of these common policy and regulatory issues.
Great. Before I wrap up, let me ask one last question. Of course, many questions have been submitted, but we've been here for 1 hour and 12 minutes. But there is one question about improving the use of our government-based labs or manufacturing facilities. They had a very important role in Brazil during the pandemic, but they have also been impacted by all the problems that we've discussed here today. So what are the lessons learned? What can be done to improve? I don't know, I guess you, Nelson, you were probably the most appropriate person to answer this question asked by Mauro Nambe. You see, well, official lab, government-based lab, I hate that. It seems that the other labs we have, the other companies are not official, are clandestine. So no, I don't like that. I like to say private or public laboratory. At Sindusfarma, we also have some public laboratories. For example, Instituto Butantan, Fiocruz, FORPI, and a number of others, but I like to call them public or private labs or public or private manufacturing facilities. I think public manufacturing facilities are extremely important and they should be part of the industrial complex chain. However, I really wonder whether they should just focus on very innovative products, because there are thousands of products that have lost the patent, products which are essential for the population. And I'll give the example of penicillin benzathine, which 3 years ago experienced a problem throughout the world. And here, congenital syphilis in Brazil increased because the drug was no longer available. So a public government, a public lab, which does not have to present a profit in the end of the year, which is ultimately paid by taxpayers, should focus on manufacturing these agents, agents which are important for public health, or oncologic drugs, which some cannot keep up with the production because of high costs. So I think that would be wonderful. Of course, innovation is important for them. Technology transfer for vaccines, for example, such as Fiocruz does. Yes, I think it is of utmost importance. The program of immunization is very much aligned with public manufacturing facilities, and that's the right way of doing things. But in my opinion, I think they could also consider other market issues and try to bring on board maybe well-established technologies of public domain so that they could serve better the interest of the population. I've been advocating for this idea for a while, and I think public manufacturing facilities are important, and they proved their value during the pandemic. We've been vaccinating our population in Brazil thanks to what Butantan and Fiocruz did for us. And once again, those mandatory licenses. Negotiating is better than applying pressure, right? Fiocruz got the license to manufacture it here, and Butantan did the same. And Pfizer has also been negotiating with them to bring the vaccines to our population. So you see, active participation and interaction, but within the understanding of negotiating and not simply applying pressure. Well, of course, we would have so many other questions. One has been answered by you to some extent, which has been how to retain talents. We've been losing some of our brains. So people who have studied here in Brazil, had their whole education here, and end up going abroad and stay there working later. So we end up investing and lose them to the market. I think that to some extent you've answered this question when you said what would be required in the long run to make sure that we would have a fully developed area here. I don't know if you'd like to add anything. So retention of talents in Brazil, in companies, and also in the university. I don't know if you, Eduardo, someone who travels all over with your company, what's your take on it? I think that Brazil has so many great talents. Of all startups in Latin America, there are about 7 or 8 of those startups which became unicorns. So it's really a confirmation of our talents in Brazil. As companies, we really have to offer high-value jobs so that we can bring them and develop competences and generate value to the country and to the companies. And all countries face challenges, of course. Here, Colombia, Mexico, all Latin America, and also India and China, there is this difficulty of retaining talents. Everyone wants to move to the US or to Europe. It's a fact. So we really have to create the conditions sometimes maybe for them to go abroad, study, get training, and come back. Because fine, there is really advanced training offered abroad. Okay, expertise may be found in those centers. So we have to offer them the possibility of going there, get trained, and come back. So these are long-term opportunities, really top value jobs to attract them back. And in Brazil, there are also top quality universities. We also have to generate partnerships with the university, creating development programs to attract and retain talents. We still have got a lot to do, so many opportunities, but we have the raw material, don't we? But everyone within this ecosystem probably has to do things differently so that we can retain our best talents. James, you've mentioned that a number of times: research, investment in research, universities. Would you like to add with any ideas, please?
Just to complement what has already been said, I think all of this is not possible unless you invest in your human resources, in all of the necessary competencies and skills that are required to make this happen, not just in science and technology, but also in, for example, regulatory sciences, in seeking those efficiencies within the regulatory systems that are being developed, not just in Brazil, but across the region. The competencies that would be required in developing the necessary infrastructure. There's a whole level of enabling conditions that are ultimately required to ensure that we have the human talent for the whole environment, that ecosystem that we are talking about, that is required really for this. And so I think it's very important when we talk about retention of people, we go beyond just the pure scientists that are required. as we think in terms of the biologists and the biotechnologists and the pharmacists, but the complete complement of the workforce that is required. And you come up with coherent policies with universities and with the education sector and with the science and technology sector to define, well, what can we do to make sure that the working conditions are there. Just one more comment. We have carried out analysis of why people migrate. We have found that within the health sector, and we believe this would also be true within the scientific sector, working conditions is the number one cause of people leaving their jobs. It's not necessarily higher salaries, that is 50% of it, but an environment in which you have modern access to modern technology, to modern infrastructure, in which team-based work occurs, is probably equally important as a salary. So these are some of the other considerations that I think Brazil and other countries need to take into consideration in trying to retain the workforce.
Great. Well, of course, I would rather be here talking to you for the whole afternoon, as I'm sure the whole audience who has been with us is also feeling such an important topic to the country and to the world. Really a key topic to Brazil. But anyway, I would like to thank you all for being here with us, Nelson, Eduardo, James. It's been an honor to share this panel with you and really being able to hear all your insightful thoughts. Thank you very much, FIS, for putting together this wonderful conference. And thank you very much. Have a great afternoon.
Transformar o cuidado, criando soluções acessíveis, proporcionando excelência em cada detalhe, somando expertises e multiplicando as capacidades assistenciais. É para isso que o Américas existe. Composto por 18 hospitais e 37 centros médicos e centros de excelência, distribuídos em 5 estados brasileiros e no Distrito Federal, o Américas promove o cuidado em mais de 60 especialidades médicas. Juntas, nossas marcas formam um sistema integrado de serviços de saúde, garantindo acesso a um atendimento diferenciado em todas as fases da vida, com excelência no acolhimento, humanização e alta performance. É assim, unindo estrutura, solidez, experiência e paixão pela medicina, que cumprimos a cada dia a nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a viver de forma mais saudável e contribuir para que o sistema de saúde funcione melhor para todos. Onde tem Américas, tem saúde.
Trying to find my way. Every day, just trying to find my way. Every day. É muito nova pra ficar tomando remédio pra louco. Essa geração é cheia de história. I'm gonna break through.
Saúde mental é real. E quando alguém minimiza esse assunto, só aumenta o problema. Se você está passando por isso ou quer entender mais, a Amil pode ajudar. Saiba mais em amilsaudemental.com.br.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity. A surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown. Fueled by imagination, alone and with others. Repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right. Once, but for forever. making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science in everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because putting science at the center of everything is the best way to understand and transform disease, the best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in what science can do.
O Rio tem um laboratório que se importa com você, certificado e acreditado. Não paramos um minuto sequer na pandemia, realizando mais de 1 milhão de exames por mês. Conheça mais. Laboratório Blessing, de mãos dadas com a saúde e com você.
Em meio a tantas mudanças, temos uma certeza: a saúde continua sendo um fator decisivo na vida das pessoas. 1 a cada 4 brasileiros busca um plano de saúde para ter atendimento de qualidade. São pessoas que se preocupam com uma boa assistência médica e odontológica, inclusive na hora de escolher um emprego. Além de oferecer saúde e melhorar o dia a dia das famílias brasileiras, os planos privados salvam vidas. Nós, da FINA Saúde, temos o compromisso de promover bem-estar e transformar a vida dos cerca de 50 milhões de beneficiários de planos médico-hospitalares e dos quase 30 milhões de brasileiros com planos odontológicos. Proporcionando assistência 24 horas por dia. Criamos mais de 3 milhões de empregos. Realizamos mais de 1,5 bilhão de procedimentos médicos e odontológicos por ano. E movimentamos mais de 3% do PIB. Nosso desafio é garantir que a saúde suplementar acompanhe as transformações do mundo, priorizando a satisfação dos beneficiários. Nossa missão é oferecer saúde, cuidado e qualidade de vida para mais e mais brasileiros todos os dias, garantindo tranquilidade em tempos de tantas incertezas.
Fazer com que as pessoas façam mais, sintam-se melhor e vivam mais. Essa é a nossa missão na GSK. Somos uma empresa de saúde global com foco em ciência. Contamos com 3 negócios globais que atuam na pesquisa, desenvolvimento e fabricação de medicamentos, vacinas e produtos de consumo. Há mais de 110 anos, estamos transformando a saúde dos brasileiros. Somos líderes em soluções para a saúde em diversas áreas, como vacinas, HIV e respiratória. Nossos valores e expectativas guiam tudo o que fazemos na GSK e nos apoiam em nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a fazer mais, sentir-se melhor e viver mais.
Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare brings together trusted capabilities to healthcare organizations and partners that enhances patient engagement, empowers health team collaboration, improves clinical and operational data insights, and protects sensitive health data. This integrated solution enables your organization to quickly access a portfolio of released and new healthcare capabilities tailored to the unique requirements of health data in the cloud. It unlocks the power of Microsoft 365, Azure, Dynamics 365, Power Platform, and our extensive partner ecosystem to create trusted end-to-end healthcare solutions. Together, it makes it faster and easier to provide more efficient care and helps support the end-to-end security, compliance, accessibility, and interoperability of health data. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare empowers your organization to engage in more proactive ways with patients and gives caregivers tools to improve workflow efficiency, streamline collaboration, and connect data across existing sources to turn insight into action. Its connected cloud is designed to address your most pressing issues, enabling you with the speed and agility to adjust to change and build resiliency to help you weather today's challenges so you can begin to reimagine tomorrow. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare, empowering health organizations to deliver better experiences, better insights, and better care. Learn more at aka.ms/cloud-for-healthcare.
A Pronep Life Care, uma marca do grupo Sodexo, é uma das empresas pioneiras na atenção domiciliar no Brasil. Desde sua fundação, a Pronep Life Care já cuidou de mais de 35 mil vidas e atende em todo o país mais de 2.000 pacientes por dia, atuando no cuidado e atenção às mais variadas necessidades. Tudo feito por uma equipe altamente qualificada e especializada na casa do paciente, de acordo com suas necessidades individuais e com acolhimento e cuidado. A qualidade do nosso atendimento garantiu o reconhecimento da Joint Commission International, JCI, que nos certificou com um selo respeitado mundialmente. Tudo isso para levar ao paciente e sua família qualidade de vida e conforto, sem abrir mão de cuidados médicos de excelência.
A Pronep não deixa faltar nada para minha filha. Eu sou muito bem tratada por eles. A equipe é muito boa, é tudo muito bem engrenadinho. É mais vida para o paciente, mais vida para você.
Pronep, movidos pela vontade de fazer o bem.
Nestes mais de 120 anos de história, entendemos o poder de um diagnóstico preciso e rápido na qualidade dos cuidados com a saúde. Quanto mais conhecimento, melhores são as decisões. E maiores as chances de superar desafios para vidas mais longas e com mais saúde. Por isso que na Roche Diagnóstica, investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções e equipamentos. Em pessoas que podem inovar e melhorar processos e serviços. E no compartilhamento deste conhecimento que produzimos para o benefício dos pacientes. Isso é valioso. Como líderes, devemos ter consciência e orgulho do nosso poder de impacto na gestão da saúde no Brasil. De desenvolver o mercado, antecipando necessidades e soluções. Queremos ampliar ainda mais nossas condições de produzir informações relevantes e seguras, viabilizando melhores decisões clínicas, para que as pessoas vivam mais e de maneira mais saudável. É isso que nos move. Possibilitar cada vez mais acesso à melhor medicina de precisão para o maior número de brasileiros.
Seja qual for o seu caminho profissional, o Senac tem um curso para você aprender fazendo. Você pode começar uma profissão do zero ou seguir nossa trilha de desenvolvimento e se aprimorar cada vez mais na sua carreira. Aprender fazendo é a metodologia exclusiva do Senac, que tem foco na prática e faz toda a diferença na formação dos nossos alunos. Saiba mais sobre ela aqui no site. Depois, continue navegando para escolher seu curso e garantir sua matrícula. Senac, todas as formas de aprender fazendo.
Developed Protector, Environmental Infection Control. Based on international best practices, so we can assure a clean and safe hospital environment, the Protector Advantage is about people, process, and technology. Through education and management, it achieves expertly trained and motivated frontline cleaning staff committed to their vital role in eradicating hospital-acquired infections. Standard processes detail who is responsible for cleaning which items and areas and what products and techniques to use. Protector incorporates the latest, most effective, clinically proven cleaning and decontamination innovations from across the planet. And from assessment to auditing to analysis, it works with you to drive additional value from under-pressure financial resources, ensuring patients are kept free from harm so they can go home when they should. Protector, Environmental Infection Control from Sodexo. Your advantage in the fight against hospital-acquired infections.
Você está na FIS Week. Aqui você encontra as versões imersivas do nosso evento, que vou explicar mais tarde. Você pode escolher o idioma aqui. Aqui você encontra todas as áreas da FIS Week representadas por monumentos históricos. Na pirâmide, você pode acessar o FIS e ainda conhecer mais sobre a história da construção. Aqui você poderá assistir aos painéis do FIS 21, participar da discussão através do chat, enviando perguntas e comentários, além de conferir informações sobre o painel e os participantes. O mesmo vale para o Simetria e o Commits. Clique nos monumentos para acessar os eventos. Você também pode acessar a Meeting Zone no nosso Mercado Central. Lá você pode agendar um meeting com os nossos parceiros e encontrar outras pessoas que estão participando da FIS Week. E você também pode conferir a programação, os palestrantes, relaxar ouvindo música no nosso Oasis e muito, muito mais. Aproveite a FIS Week e faça parte da maior experiência da saúde na América Latina.
And we're back. I was here last year. It's just outstanding how much we have grown. The team has been focused to deliver the best content possible. The next panel will be Open Innovation, Ecosystems, and Agile Systems. Cláudio Franco, Maria de Los Angeles Ramo, and Rogério Pires from TOTUS, and Fabricio Campolina, Healthcare Transformation Officer from Johnson & Johnson Medical Devices. He'll be the moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to share this panel with Claudio and Rogério and Angeles to discuss this very exciting topic, open innovation. First and foremost, I would like to thank Josier, Rodrigo, Flavia, the entire team from Iniciative FIS for this wonderful event. It's very important to health industry. We'll be talking about this topic before I turn over to the panelists. Let me give you some context. When we talk about open innovation, ecosystems, and agile teams, what are we talking about? We're talking about new work or new different ways to work, new types of leadership connected to a digital organization. We have come to realize there are no longer that division between traditional and digitalized companies. All of them are in the process of becoming digital at different levels. So promoting open innovation is something that has been going on for some time and will eventually happen to all health companies. These challenges, be them sustainability related or access related or to improve healthcare services, we won't be able to overcome these challenges by adopting traditional forms of work. I think we have come to realize, especially due to the pandemic, that sped up that going digital. So we're going to keep on moving forward. There's no turning back, I believe. Let me start talking about open innovation first. I work at Johnson & Johnson. We say that our R&D department is the world, because no matter how good our scientists are, our R&D departments are, we'll never be able to overcome the collective intelligence, the drive behind startups, and the amount of innovation that we see happening in Brazil and in Latin America, more specifically. We have over 2,000 startups in the health industry. We have about 950 in Brazil alone. When I say health startups, I'm talking about companies that are already selling products and services, not only concepts at the conceptual phase only. And out of all these innovations, they have a strong potential to address current problems. That, of course, will speed up that process overall. Any health-related company, a healthcare provider, a researcher, even clinics will benefit from the connection to these systems to find solutions to address their pain points. When we talk about the ecosystem per se, this is one ecosystem. That's the innovation ecosystem. But there are several others in the health industry, starting from the closed systems, vertically integrated companies. There are several examples of these companies. Some of them in the health providers, operators, service providers, health professionals, trying to maximize the value they deliver consumers and patients, all the way to more open ecosystems such as SulAmérica, Bradesco, other carriers call that virtual verticalization, which is you have several companies that are benchmarked and they start collaborating within an ecosystem to provide more value to patients, because that's the number one goal of these organizations. And they can, of course, scale initiatives. And finally, agile teams. We see that happening in digitally native companies such as Microsoft, Amazon, Google, and of course, IT-related departments or IT departments in companies. We see that movement. So this movement is coming out of IT departments and being transferred to the whole organization. By doing so, they can provide answers 10 times faster, improving their NPS by 30 points, and reducing costs by 20%. As a result, increasing productivity. We have representatives of digitally native companies, Gympass and TOTUS. Angeles won't be able to join us today, but I'm sure they'll be able to share their knowledge and help health organizations to reflect upon the way they work, how they lead to overcome challenges and promote the healthcare industry overall. Anyway, this is the topic of our panel. We have the privilege of have these two great executives. They'll help us by providing insights as to how to move along, how to incorporate these new ways of work. Hello, Rogério. Hello, Claudio. Welcome in. I'll turn over the floor to Claudio. He's the Gympass Global CEO, one of the companies that is very successful in innovation. They were able to revolutionize that industry. It's a digitally native company. So I'd like Claudio to, like you, to share some information with health native organizations. How can these companies address these three topics to make that their competitive advantage too? Well, it's a great pleasure to be here, Claudio. Thank you for your introduction. Let's try to define these three topics so that we can speak the same language here. And I'll try to point out what we do differently. Companies that are more traditional does not grow as fast as we do. It's not a matter of right or wrong, but it's just a matter of reference. Gympass is a marketplace on one end. You have companies. By doing so, they can use a network of gyms at a very inexpensive price. And on the other end, you have a network of partners, apps, and personal trainers that provide their services virtually. We have about 60,000 customers and partners. Well, I think it got cut off. Let's just change the order of presentations. I think you can pick it up from here, Rogério. We want to hear your take about this topic. TOTVS, which is the leader in this industry. What can you say about the topic? I guess you're muted. That's nice. Thank you, Fabrício. Thank you for inviting me. I would like to thank you. We have just changed the order, okay, Claudia? This is a very interesting topic indeed. Let me start by talking about the past for a minute. When I joined this industry, that was back in 2012, I worked for internet-focused companies. The first healthcare company I worked for was back in 2012. That was shocking. Internet was a reality back then. Digital products was a reality back then. Everything was portal-based. The software we had back then were archaic. We're lagging. We were kind of 10 years behind. Ever since then, I've witnessed a major progress. Technology or healthcare industry has managed to pick up. In 9 years, we're now on a level playing field with other industries that had more contact with digital issues way before. And the reasons are many. When we talk about agile software development, the way you develop, we no longer resort to that cascade format. Agile changed all that. You break teams down, you give them independence. You and your teams are self-managed. We changed that dramatically. The piece of software does not have to be 100% ready. You have that minimum usability level. That changed, or that change came to the healthcare industry as well. At TOTVS, We've been working with Agile for 6 years. There are hundreds of teams working with it. So that changed the way we develop software dramatically. We have over 40,000 customers, and we have to bring a lot of innovation to our customers. Of course, we have to provide them with what they need. We have to analyze what they already have, but they want technology. They want digital products. They want digital and fast deliveries. And to a certain extent, we have been doing this. We're providing more and more solutions, deliveries, and added value solutions much faster. In the past, each delivery would take 4 months. This is no longer acceptable. In 4 months, you can change the market. Take the pandemic into account. Digital technologies changed dramatically in the healthcare industry in 2 years. 5 years in one, I can say that very comfortably. Many customers wanted to become digitalized. Everyone was at home in lockdown. Patients and customers needing assistance. Doctors. We had to transform ourselves, and technology was there. The Agile strategy helped us achieve that goal. For TOTVS, we in the healthcare division provide the largest portfolio of customers, hospitals, clinics, co-ops, labs. We had a vast array of customers for several products. And it's no easy feat to maintain that database, that system. It's not an app. We generate the ERP from purchasing all the way to accounting and their core business, the doctor's appointment, the billing or billing of healthcare providers. It's a very complex chain. And when we provide them with innovation, we're not doing it alone. Our focus has been in partnerships with startups as far as innovation goes. That's my own personal take. Health techs are here to transform this marketplace. We're going through that wave of health techs. It started last year. Gympass is a good example. That's the boom of health techs. The market needs it, demands it. We must become digital as soon as possible. We must optimize costs and get rid of the middlemen in that chain. So that's why startups have been so successful. We've had many partnerships with startups to help us promoting innovation. We develop many things, but many things we bring from these startups. TOTVS, it's IBEXO. We have a breeding ground for startups. We attract them from every industry. And here's what we do. We provide them with the support they need, a place for them to work. We have the TOTVS towers so that they can develop their solutions, and the market perspective, partnerships, M&As. We'll be able to promote the healthcare industry by using agile models and helping them with the support we can give them. This is the model we can use to give even more innovation to the healthcare industry. That's it.
Well, great. I really liked this point of change, of creating monolithic blocks that sometimes required what it would take 1 year to come up with something, and now you have something smaller that can be used. In 1995, my one personal story, Rodrigo Mascarenhas, a founder of M Systems, which you purchased, acquired some time ago, he gave a talk when I was at university. So, hired by a developer, I want to build a car. And the manufacturer said, I want a Ferrari. I said, no, I don't care. If the developer said, well, first I want to make a small, playful car, and then I'm going to develop it further, and so on and so forth. And he said, fine, that's what I want. If you want to start from a Ferrari, of course you are not going to succeed. So think about a minimally feasible product at first, being enhanced little by little. And this is what we need in healthcare. We need this new way of working to enhance productivity. Claudio, now that you are back, we were listening to you and then you were muted, but well, I'm glad you were back. Let's see if we can learn more from you. Well, I apologize for the technical glitch. Let me try to sum up. I'm going to tell you how we work on open innovation, how we analyze the ecosystem and agile practices at GYMPASS, which is somewhat different from classical definitions. There is no right or wrong, of course. They are just some examples to serve as inspiration. First, this is a unique opportunity. We are a marketplace on the one side with clients and their employees, and we connect them with a network of providers, which is the supply side of it. So gym clubs, apps, personal trainers, physical educators that provide their services. So this is the first opportunity of open innovation. Each partner will face some specific challenges. We want to develop products, new services, bringing together clients and partners. There are over 60,000 providers in different countries. It's a very enriching experience, and we can see things differently based on analyzing there. Secondly, just for you to have an idea, in marketing and services to consumer, there are over 50 providers. They all have a roadmap of products, different ways of solving problems. And we learn a lot to solve problems together with them. And sometimes they tease us and say, well, why don't we do things differently? I've developed the tool for this problem that you are bringing to me. It's a two-way innovation system. So we bring problems and they bring solutions for problems we have not thought about. And thirdly, we have a very rich community of companies that have also received venture capital investments. So there is a community of those companies that received venture capital. It's quite interesting. Sometimes we have peer companies, same industry or same number of personnel or size of revenues, and there are also completely different companies. We get together frequently. For example, I get together with other market leaders or consumer service company. We exchange experience, and sometimes the solution lies within the community. General Atlantic and SoftBank, they believe that it's important to connect the companies that received investments, and joint innovations as well as mergers and acquisitions may derive from that. As to agile practices, what do we do to connect all areas of the companies? Well, first, we have no innovation team. We have an innovation mindset, regardless of which area it is, finance, personnel, marketing. Everybody is responsible for bringing innovation on board, and it's part of our corporate culture. We also have agile teams, multidisciplinary teams, which are focused on KPI. For example, teams just for client acquisitions, others just for retention, others for profitability. So the concept of squads, which is very common in the software development world, is being extended to other areas. We also have 1 to 2 week sprints. So we bring together different marketing teams for 1 or 2 week campaigns, or sometimes to run an experiment, or when we have to learn about something that deserves, let's say, further investigation. And finally, we created the 10% rule. This is a way of empowering any team in the company. We have 1,200 employees all over the world, but the teams should select 10% of what they do, run experiments without scaling up or asking for approval or having complete validation. This is a way that we've found to speed up the volume of experiments and the volume of ideas which are tested in real time in the community. Let's say a commercial VP wants to run an idea. Another way of writing a quote or clustering services and billing differently from them. Or let's say going into a new client segment. So this commercial VP is free to run a test with 10% of the market or 10% of the city where the business operates, etc. So this is why we have a full-time team of innovation, everyone in the company trying to do more with less and doing differently. And I think the pandemic was the best exercise of accelerated innovation. It's something that was very challenging to us. That, wow, do you still think you are a startup? And I say, yes, it doesn't matter how big we are or what kind of revenues we can make. We never think we've reached the peak. We are always focused on the day as if it were day one, always wanting to do things differently. Well, overnight, our supply got completely out of business. No studio, no gym club could be open because of lockdown, and we had to reinvent ourselves. It was a forced acceleration of innovation. And of course, we got much stronger after this cycle of restrictions. Now, these restrictions are very close to being all lifted in the 10 countries where we operate. Thank you all very much for the opportunity for telling you what we do and what my main thoughts are. Well, excellent, Claudio. What has really struck me in what you said is the fact that innovation should be within the whole organization and not only with one specific area. When we talk about companies which are digital native, they do it since day one. Traditional companies, in turn, we tend to solve problems as we've always done, rather than searching for new approaches. I was taking a course at MIT and they were saying exactly that. If you get to a traditional company, executives get together and say, let us create a new structure. Let us create a new area to solve that. So they create the area of innovation. And they just run a course with a startup to solve the problem, but they've just scratched the surface of their full potential. Companies in healthcare, primarily the traditional ones, they have to understand that when we are addressing innovation, it's not creating an area of innovation and then the area trying to solve problems. Quite to the contrary, we have to change the way we do things and bring a new mindset of innovation to the whole organization. Everyone should make innovation. I'm going to start with a question by Gustavo Jonaures and a question to you, Rogério. Innovation and healthcare regulatory issues tend to go into different directions. How can you think we can overcome regulatory difficulties, or how can we use them in favor of innovation? Well, this is not easy. Regulation is really a problem in Brazil, something constant. We operate in different segments of healthcare, and there are many regulatory agencies that we have to comply with. There is ANS, the healthcare private system in Brazil. We have Unimed, which are medical cooperatives. And then, of course, there are the local, state, and federal laws. It really impacts our productivity because overnight there is a change of tax or a change of regulation, and it really compromises how well I can submit good solutions to my clients. But we really try to focus on what we have at hand and use it for our own benefit. We've been working with regulatory agencies, helping with them, join them in their discussions, maybe coming up with ideas to reduce the impact. If there is a new regulation, we have to roll out to thousands of clients. Recently, for example, there was a change of a regulation on how data goes from the organization into the regulatory agency. So it used to be a TXT file, and then it got into an API. Well, you can picture how complex it was to change the whole system. So we approached the regulatory agency and said, come on, let's go step by step. Let's bring in the largest customers. Let's confirm how to work, and then we can roll out into smaller companies. So I think we have to work together with regulatory agencies. They are open to our suggestions. I think we have to work with them so that we do not impact too much our clients and really do things easily. I think that's the best way to go. Well, excellent. Most of the new regulations, of course, they intend to improve the business environment or improve safety, but we need an interaction between the players there and the regulatory agencies, because then they can interact, and a positive intention may really deliver what it was thought at first. So I fully agree. There should be this interaction between regulatory agencies, legislators, and the companies. In turn, companies should have a robust basis to deal with that. For example, the GDPR. It's something absolutely essential to avoid violation of privacy data. And companies that have implemented it consistently can really offer more to their users. But to do that, we need a solid basis and also good interaction between all players. It involves compliance, it involves regulatory affairs, and we really need a robust basis to deal with that. Now, there is another question to you, Claudio. Jacqueline de Paula, she really enjoyed the community you described, and she would like to get connected, not only get the investments of SoftBanks and others, how can get connected to these communities of innovative companies? Of course, the community of invested companies is a restricted community. It just involves the founders and players in the companies, but there are so many others open communities. There is one which is open for free. 10 years ago, when startup investments started to gain more momentum in Brazil, we could not find content in Portuguese and get to know people who have had growth. The talks used to say, what is growth? How can you do it, etc. So a community was created of people who work with growth marketing in Brazil. It calls Growth Leaders Academy. It's a name in English, but the participants are really great and the content's great. And the main purpose of this community was to share more hands-on information. And it's done by people who really work with it. So this is the network that I would like to recommend. I'm part of this community. I join many of the events. I've already recorded a podcast where I tell them about how I work with growth at Gympass. It is something for free, and there are wonderful people as part of this community. Growth Leaders Academy. So just Google it, and I'm sure you can find it and join the community. Great. Well, I'm going to Google it myself. I really enjoyed it. Rogerio, now let me ask you a question. So let's say that you leave TOTUS and you become a leader of tech in a large hospital in Brazil. So talking about ecosystem, optimization, how would you start to revolutionize the hospital inside out? Very traditional company. They still have paper medical record. So what would you do with a hospital such as this? What a challenge. But that's good. Sounds good. In healthcare, there are some pillars we have to create, in my opinion. Well, starting again, digitalization is absolutely key. It helps us get more improvement and working with much better, with more organization. Digitalization is essential for operational excellence, cost reduction, a great synergy of information, good information flow. Compliance is extremely important. Data protection, GDPR is absolutely essential. All healthcare organizations really have to think about that. data privacy of patients, not only of patients, but also of employees, electronic medical record data protection, and also work within agile teams. A hospital can also have agile teams. Let's say, let's lead a process to improve pharmacy dispensing of drugs. So how can we make things faster, simpler? Let's improve procurement. So let's create an agile team and hear how or what people think about this area. So digitalization, end-to-end digitalization is absolutely need, compliance. I think this is a very natural path. So working with innovation, bringing startups on board, what health techs have to offer us. I think that this is a very healthy moment for innovation in healthcare. And it would be a very interesting challenge because there are just so many tools in the market that would really help us deal with a challenge such as this.
That's very nice, Claudio. What about this same traditional hospital? Okay. You get there, or Rogério got there, he digitalized everything. All processes are highly automated, data science, everything working fine. And then the CEO of that hospital hires you to lead the marketing and the business department to digitally transform the hospital. How would you run that? Ecosystems, agile teams, and open innovation. That was a great question. The answer is complicated. Well, every major innovation starts with a very strong pain. And there's always someone in that organization that will feel that pain the most. So when you think about a team that is in charge of transforming it, I would bring those that would hurt the most, that are angrier the most, and to have those areas that can have a much better upside, that can benefit the most again. And especially those areas that will suffer more if there are no changes. So trying to mix and match this team with people that has a lot of upside, a lot of clout in the organization. And I would make that team. And I would pick one problem first that is frustrating to any organization, be them native, be them or digitally native, and try to do too many things at the same time. So I think we should pick the number one problem and tackle that one. When you try to do things very horizontally, working on several different fronts, resources are always finite, no matter how big the organization is. So prioritizing and how deep you're going to address an issue, that of course can provide a better chance of success other than trying to change the world all of a sudden. That was my intuition speaking. Was a very tough question. That's how I usually try to approach that. That's an excellent question. I'm going to change my interview script. I'm going to include, if you give this answer, you'd be hired by any hospital in Brazil. You have to find the most delicate pains and prioritize them. Perfect. So we're coming to an end, maybe a minute or two. You can give us your final remarks. Rogério, you go first, please. This is a very relevant topic. Just like Fabricio said, innovation, optimization is no longer rocket science. There's so many health techs to support your businesses. Turning digital is more and more accessible to companies. It's much easier today. I'm not saying it's easy to implement. I'm saying it's easy to find solutions. And I like what Claudia said. It's important to define what pain you would like to address first. Of course, there will be a health tech to help you. Look for open innovation. Make the teams well structured, trying to run some agile pilots to optimize the process. The 80-20 rule. 20% of your problems you can address your pains. Look for innovation. Innovation is out there. Health tech industry or the health tech landscape can help you. Thank you, Rogério. Claudio, your final remarks, your closing remarks. Change always starts internally. Choosing that a priority is a success factor. There's no point in having innovation because there's a business unit or bringing in, that's because of the will of the CEO, the CFO, the CTO, whatever. The entire organization has to embrace that idea. Before you start hiring people and defining what the ecosystem will look like, picking internal or external partners, the number one thing is to have that as a priority. There's no point in having the best team in the world with all the technical skills necessary. That team won't be able to move along if the sponsor of that initiative is not the entire organization. And it has to take into account the internal point of view, considering internal talent, because they have the knowledge. And then the likelihood of making that happen is much greater, so that you can actually bring the digital world all the way to all areas of the organization. Yes, Claudia, you're right. Transformation has to be connected to the culture. The number one reason for failure is not changing the culture. Of course, the focus should be there. All right, this concludes our panel. I had the chance to learn from Rogério and Claudia. I hope you did too. And I do hope we can change the health industry, companies that become really digital. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. See you.
A Abrange completa seus 55 anos de caminhada com o propósito de democratizar o acesso ao sistema privado de saúde, de eficiência e qualidade. Enxergamos o futuro com bons olhos, mas sempre priorizando o presente. Abrange 55 anos. Nossa origem, nossas histórias e nossas conquistas.
Desde que a Covid-19 chegou ao Brasil, uma força-tarefa de proporção histórica entrou em ação, ampliando a parceria entre os setores de saúde privado e público. Um conceito central para nós ganhou ainda mais força. A saúde brasileira é uma só. É um orgulho fazer parte dessa corrente. ANAP, Associação Nacional de Hospitais Privados. Unidos pela saúde.
O conhecimento transforma. A transformação te carrega para o futuro. Onde você quer estar daqui a alguns anos? Qual habilidade você quer aprimorar? Que profissional de saúde você deseja ser? Como caminhar de mãos dadas com o seu futuro? As respostas de todas estas perguntas não se alcança sozinho. Ask Mind, porque nós somos incansáveis por conhecimento. E você?
Bradesco Saúde desenvolveu uma série de iniciativas que promovem orientação e cuidado em meio à pandemia de Covid-19. É o Saúde Digital. Com ele, quem tem Bradesco Saúde pode realizar consultas médicas por videochamada sem sair de casa. Veja como funciona. Para dúvidas e sintomas de Covid-19 ou outras questões de saúde, você deverá acessar o app Bradesco Saúde. Se você ainda não tem instalado, faça o download gratuito na App Store ou no Google Play. Para consultas médicas regulares com médicos referenciados, acesse o site bradescosaude.com.br. Confira as especialidades disponíveis para atendimento por videochamada e como agendar sua consulta. Bradesco Saúde, ao seu lado contra o coronavírus.
É pra ficar junto.
Inspira.
É pra saber sua história. É pro seu estilo de vida. É pra olhar nos olhos. É pra cada fase da vida. A DASA é uma rede de saúde integrada que acompanha as pessoas ao longo da vida. DASA é pra toda a vida.
Para ser referência em medicina, é preciso ir além.
É preciso ciência, método e pesquisa, fomentar conhecimento, compartilhar e formar talentos. Ao longo do tempo, investimos para termos o melhor corpo médico, as melhores instalações, a melhor equipe assistencial, a tecnologia mais avançada. É nisso que acreditamos. É isso que buscamos. Somos o Hospital Moinhos de Vento. Referência em medicina, referência em saúde.
Quando falamos em educação na saúde, falamos em conteúdo, aprendizagem, criatividade, sonhos, tecnologia. Falamos sobre IBKL. Com foco na geração de soluções educacionais para o que a saúde do futuro precisa, o IBKL gera conteúdo e soluções para que os profissionais e acadêmicos possam ter uma nova experiência no aprendizado e na capacitação. Gamificação, árvores de decisão, 3D, inteligência artificial, realidade virtual e aumentada. Usamos tecnologia de ponta para melhorar a experiência, sempre focado no usuário. Esse é o novo IBKL. Esse é o IBKL+.
The body is an amazing organism, designed to run marathons, think of ideas, and see a beautiful world. It's capable of complex tasks. But when the body is compromised by disease or disorders, disabled by trauma or wounds, it needs help getting better. And that's why we're here, to create medical technology that saves lives and changes lives. For the heart, the soul, the ambitions, and the dreams of every person we touch. We are here to innovate, to look at challenges from all angles, to follow patients beyond diagnosis, through treatment and recovery, to get them back to their best body, living their best lives, and being their best selves. Our ambitions are big. We are working to give people surgery without incisions, contact lenses that treat allergies, implants that monitor themselves, real-time maps of the heart. We are redefining what the body can accomplish. And even though we are a diverse group of businesses, we share a common goal: save lives and ignite all that's possible. In every body.
Super-heróis são seres com poderes mágicos que voam, que enxergam o que ninguém enxerga. Hoje, fica claro que vivemos rodeados de super-heróis, dirigindo, acolhendo, cuidando, que têm feito da proteção do outro sua missão. Eles sempre estiveram aqui, só estavam disfarçados. Homenagem a quem tem feito mais do que o seu trabalho para mais gente ficar bem. Mater Dei 40 anos.
Em 2021, o prontuário eletrônico do paciente do SOMV, solução da empresa para o setor hospitalar, ganhou pela 6ª vez consecutiva o reconhecimento de melhor da América Latina, de acordo com o Instituto Norte-Americano CLES. Uma vitória que é nossa, de cada um que trabalha na MV. Quem faz o PEP sabe que por trás da solução tem muito esforço, dedicação e comprometimento. É por isso que esta conquista não é apenas da MV, é do Brasil, é nossa.
Nós nascemos na saúde e nos movemos pela saúde. Impulsionados por essa paixão, nos tornamos uma das maiores empresas de tecnologia para a saúde do Brasil. Nosso caminho é trilhado por 400 colaboradores e mais de 6.000 clientes. Somos tecnologia que evolui todos os dias. Somos Fixion.
Inspirar pessoas a cuidar de pessoas. Isso está conectado no olhar e no sorriso de quem é Sabin. De norte a sul do país, o jeito Sabin conecta você ao que existe de melhor em saúde integrada. Construímos pontes e histórias para contribuir com a comunidade, o meio ambiente e com um ecossistema empresarial mais humano, diverso e inclusivo. Seja aqui na sua casa ou na nossa casa, estamos de mãos dadas com a inovação e tecnologia para que a sua jornada de saúde seja completa. Grupo Sabin, presente e futuro conectados com a sua saúde.
Nascemos com o desafio de mudar o olhar para a saúde de cada pessoa, transformando informação em conhecimento. Tudo em um mesmo lugar, dados e serviços juntos para permitir pela primeira vez que cada um tenha a visão completa sobre sua saúde. Todos reunidos em uma plataforma, unindo forças para criar soluções extraordinárias e oferecer todo o cuidado que cada pessoa merece e precisa, de maneira coordenada e digital. Afinal, acreditamos que usar a tecnologia de forma inteligente e integrada é o primeiro passo para preservar o maior ativo de nossas vidas, a saúde. ID. Toda saúde é única.
A THB é uma das maiores consultorias em saúde, benefícios, seguros, resseguros e affinity. Com foco em inovação e proximidade com o cliente, a THB tem uma equipe multidisciplinar, com consultores especialistas na estruturação e administração de programas customizados. Fundada em 1978, faz parte do grupo MODELOS, o maior wholesale broker dos Estados Unidos, e está presente em todo o Brasil. THB, soluções que vão além do seguro.
Você está na FIS Week. Aqui você encontra as versões imersivas do nosso evento, que vou explicar mais tarde. Você pode escolher o idioma aqui. Aqui você encontra todas as áreas da FIS Week representadas por monumentos históricos. Na pirâmide, você pode acessar o FIS e ainda conhecer mais sobre a história da construção. Aqui você poderá assistir aos painéis do FIS 21, participar da discussão através do chat, enviando perguntas e comentários, além de conferir informações sobre o painel e os participantes. O mesmo vale para o Simetria e o Commits. Clique nos monumentos para acessar os eventos. Você também pode acessar a Meeting Zone no nosso Mercado Central. Lá você pode agendar um meeting com os nossos parceiros e encontrar outras pessoas que estão participando da FIS Week. E você também pode conferir a programação, os palestrantes, relaxar ouvindo música no nosso oásis e muito, muito mais. Aproveite a FIS Week e faça parte da maior experiência da saúde na América Latina.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Mauricio Lopes. I have Natel and Roberto. First off, let me just congratulate FIS. This conference is getting bigger and bigger. Jose, Rodrigo, kudos to the entire team. The service you provide to us is just fantastic. Organizational culture. This is a topic that isn't often discussed in depth. So let me introduce my two colleagues, Natel, I think you've all know him, and Roberto too. These are great assets. 6 carriers, former CEO of the Oncoclinical Group. He's a very skilled and experienced healthcare administrator. Roberto needs no introduction, but I'll do it anyway. He's been with the Cardini Group for 18 years. It's been almost 2 decades behind the Cardini group. So the topic is culture and its impact in execution and strategy. Why are these two words used together? Just like Peter Drucker, the best sentence: culture eats strategy for breakfast. There's no point in having a great strategy with no culture to implement it. It's energy wasted you never get where you have to get. So discuss culture in the health industry is even more important for a couple of reasons. Number one, in a stationary market, culture is important. In a market that is constantly changing at lightning speed, strategy and culture become even more important. The health industry changes like no other. At the same time, with that speed of change, and we're taking care of an asset that is oftentimes subjective: health, life, ultimately. Life and death, which is binary. All the other results are subjective in the head of those that received the service, those that provided it, the quality. So talking about culture is key. That's what defines the quality of service. It's more than technology. Point of service or physical structure. And finally, the health industry remains not fully integrated. So when you talk about the culture of the organization, not considering the environment where it is, it won't make sense. With these three challenges, I'll turn over to you, Luis and Roberto, to talk about culture based on your experience, the hurdles you have overcome, but way more than that. What's your take on this market and how can culture help? Luis, over to you first, please. Thank you, Mauricio. It's a pleasure to be here with you. And Roberto, I'd like to thank FIS. It's indeed a pleasure to be here. Culture is key in any industry, but in health industry, just like you said, is even more challenging. There are players that should have the same focus because the focus is the patient, but adding the culture so that everyone understands that culture and then provide services to patients, that's an art. You have players that include doctors in a health company. They can actually make a difference. Let me just make a comparison. The doctor is on stage performing. We, the executives, we are in the backstage, making sure everything works so that everyone can enjoy the show and the artists can perform. So that needs a strong culture. You have to have a strong alignment so that everyone understands that the ultimate goal is to provide good services to patients. I was talking about that, Mauricio and Roberto. The doctor is taught to make decisions themselves. They don't often know how to share decisions because when it comes to a decision of life and death, it's up to the doctors to decide. When you have a multidisciplinary team, so it's important to have doctors join in, work for the team. That represents an even bigger challenge. Take executives, for example. They're more used to working in teams doctors are not as used to doing so. So you should remain focused on the culture and have that alignment. It's a challenge for any player. Many organizations want to join in the health industry. There's a lot of consolidation, many new players, many new ways to see patients and provide services to patients with different players. Financial industry companies joining in the health industry, a lot of technology company, telemedicine. Up until recently, telemedicine was a bad word. We couldn't even say that. And telemedicine was properly used during the pandemic, and it keeps on doing so. It's now a key tool so that many people can have good health services. The culture of health has been changing, especially in the health industry. Just like you said, the entire market needs some alignment. And in order to align that market, maybe to have a single culture for the entire market, you have to work on the company's culture per se. And that's how we play a key role. I'll turn over to Roberto, and then we'll feed off each one's comments. Hello, good afternoon. I would like to thank Iniciativa FIS and its representatives. Thank you, Mauricio, for moderating, for inviting me. And Natel, we also share that large experience in this industry. But along the same lines of what Natel said, the transformation in the health industry in Brazil is accompanied by a cultural change. Just like Natel said, the doctors and how they perform, they are taught to make individual decisions. Their responsibility is individual. Their decisions are made by themselves. And the health industry evolves requiring multi-task or multidisciplinary teams in a much larger scale. And there's new capital, because just like any other industry, we need to mature, we need to evolve in that direction. Most health companies are family-owned. They are science-based or technically oriented. So when you need a more customer-focused, a more collaborative models, multidisciplinarity, and the need of involving several areas, the necessary bureaucracy in terms of practice and management, when you combine all these elements, it's not easy, especially for those that are technically trained professionals, to take that more individual culture, science-based, technically based, with a more mature, collaborative approach, customer-centered. That's not an easy transformation to pull off. It's not that they're not focused on customer, that's not the point, but the relations, the subjectiveness, and the needs of customers of a company. And of course, to provide results, be it a government-owned or a private institution or a third sector, this is something that has to take place too. That mix requires some transformation. It's currently underway. The change came out of necessity of that industry to consolidate itself, a new managerial processes, other than something that came from companies. Companies had to react to that structural change. It was going to happen one way or another. And that's how we operate. That rite of passage from the company that is science-based only to a customer-focused and market-focused company and new practices, it's a new governance that we require. That's the number one challenge, to change the culture of health organizations. Roberto, I think this is a very interesting topic that you brought up. You have this structured health industry, talk about safety, assistance, customer support, and at the same time, in that disruption, I'm going to use that stronger word, with new entrants, a lot of capital, many investors, but they do not take into account the entire spectrum: telemedicine, digital platforms that will take customer access. How can these companies that are technically focused, how can you take this group of companies, most of our customers, these are very solid, robust, and complete companies, how can you see them compared to a more segmented by use, not patient-centered? How can you adapt these different speeds? Is Luis supposed to answer? Oh no, Roberto, that's you. That's you. So the way I see it, Mauricio, well, at the same time, you need more cooperation, more collaboration. But just like you said, we have several fragments, new service providers, new entities being developed as we speak. And the model used by one does not match the model used by another company. They're sometimes fighting for the same resource. They're not supplementary at all. But when you look at what's happening today, you have to internally assess your skills, your resources, and try to adapt in the best way possible. When I talk about skills and resources, is what is my competitive advantage in that context? And it has to be sustainable. That competitive advantage has to be sustainable. That can be something that it can provide to these group of companies based on the resources I have, the skills I have. I'll identify something that is unique, that can provide some service or maybe have a competitive advantage in this new market. That's the number one need. It's a strategic commitment. But you need to change the culture. You have to come up with that answer. Again, how can I make a difference based on my skills and resources, be them material resources or intellectual resources? What skills do I have to be offering that competitive advantage to the market? That's the basic cultural change that every company should address.
Well, Mauricio, the pandemic has made us pay more attention to healthcare. Healthcare has always been in the focus of many, but we can see things which were forgotten, things which were at a hold, For example, we didn't used to sell to individual portfolio, right? Or individual healthcare coverage, and now everyone needs it. There are new entrants in the market, new technology coming into play. And I think this culture of the sector is patient-centered. And sometimes some of the newcomers, the new ideas are not feasible because of that. Our industry is relatively new in terms of regulation because healthcare for many years used to be focused on family business. Companies used to be owned by physicians. There was no governance in place. Now there are family companies, but with a whole infrastructure of governance, and they're doing fine. But regardless, we still have got a lot to cover in terms of governance. But within our industry, we have to find a way to stop waste. In an area, there is something called denial of the claims submitted to us. We should come up with a different way. And this is old-time culture. So it's not a win-win situation. One lose, the other one win, the other one lose, and that's not the case. I think that if we rely on new technologies, well-applied technologies, trying to reduce the impact of denials of claims, we are not exactly amateurs, but we are not mature yet. We're not there yet. I think we still have got a lot to do. Healthcare is absolutely essential. We represent a very important percentage of GDP in the US. The GDP is healthcare represents 18% of GDP, and we know that out of the total cost that they have, 30% is malpractice, errors, waste. But without a strong culture, without a culture from within, a constant understanding, we are not going to succeed. But we have a unique opportunity. We have to see the market as a whole and understand that, because there are new entrants, new culture, new understandings, a lot of technology. I believe healthcare is the area that receives new technologies constantly, and I believe, and it should be so, because we are dealing with something extremely valuable, our health, our life. And culture is absolutely essential as part of the process. If I may complement, we've seen a number of initiatives in healthcare. Companies have been creating ecosystem within which they try to provide end-to-end access. There are models of data culture, predictive models, all focusing on obtaining better outcomes. There are hospital networks forming an ecosystem of help. The same applies to diagnostic centers, changing the relationship with clients, with payers, oncology companies. But there is a cultural trait which is required for the survival of these entities. And it is the need for companies to have a focus of innovation based on results. And this is the main cultural issue or cultural trait required for what we have experiencing. If we measure healthcare transformation and consumers transformation in Brazil, because consumers have really increased their needs, consumers want to get the best brand, regardless of the HDI of the region or their socioeconomic level. They want the best. They want to have better services. Consumers do not want to be limited to one single ecosystem. So I think we have to have a better understanding of it all in Brazil. What we have been experiencing has not happened in the US or in Europe. And we have a consumer market that has experienced healthcare market. They are used to more rational closed systems. And of course, more consumption means more demands. But of all companies in general, for them to survive, result-oriented innovation is exactly what they have to focus to be able to compete and survive in this industry. Do you think that we are going to change the organizational culture model or the business model, so to speak, from service provider being a lab, a hospital, for profit or not for profit, and also changes in payers' understanding. So HMOs, which are getting more scale, but also the clients' side. Regardless of development index, clients want better service, they want a completeness of care, they want holistic care. Do you think that we have identified points of convergence among all the different stakeholders? There are some players which are getting fractions of the business. There are ecosystems, using your expression, I think Luis said that, which want to be consolidated as health managers, and HMOs also want to be a kind of healthcare manager. But it's good because we are all taking the patient at center stage more than the encounter or the procedure or the surgery. Do you think we'll be able to align this understanding and get to a point of less waste, better, efficient coordination? What is your long-term understanding of it? Luis? Well, I am absolutely sure we're going to get that. Otherwise, there would be no sustainability. This is a need. We need this kind of understanding. As we get more mature and get more management knowledge, breaking with paradigms from the old times, I think we are moving ahead. For example, this kind of conversation 10 or 15 years ago, it was not commonly found. We didn't used to get together. We were just behind the cars. We never shared things openly. And today there are initiatives by the different organizations, ICAS and FIS, people willing to interact and see each other's side to get to solutions. So new entrants, new technology, new vision. So I am positive that we are going to move ahead. For example, something that people used to believe which was impossible. Now Unimed, the medical cooperatives, are working together, interacting. Maybe one day we'll see them as one single entity. It would be a player with one single understanding rather than going from individual interest to collective interest. I think we still have got a lot to cover. We are a somewhat new industry. And we have recently adopted a more organized really system. So I think that we are going to move ahead. Culture will change, models will interact. We have to come up with something good for everyone. Otherwise, there's not going to be sustainability. Waste is a given. It's not necessarily for the best interest of patients, and patients speak about that all the time now. Social media are really supporters of patients. Some of the patients think they are doctors, but we have to see that from a good perspective. I agree with Roberto, technology tools have to be properly used. But I see it very positively. The industry is willing to change, is willing to do better. What we are doing here, once again, it's a great example, and there are others. Let me now hand it over to you, Roberto. I can only see his picture. I don't know whether he's with us or whether we've lost him. Yes, I think we've lost him. I'll ask the production to try to check what's going on. Let me also remind you that you may submit your questions at any time. Roberto is not here, but let me ask you a question, Luis, while we are waiting for Roberto to rejoin us. Oh, no, it's not fair. If he's not going to join us, I'm going to get his compensation as well. That's not fair. Well, let's share his share. Let's share his fees, right? Anyway. A question sent to us was, how can we implement organizational culture in part of our teams? Because part of our teams do not work with us only. They work in different hospitals for different diagnostic labs, and each player is willing to implement its own culture, which is more than protocols or processes. It's a way of doing things. It's a way of understanding the organization. Now, looking back, you have a very wide experience in different providers. So what are the main challenges you faced, and how have you managed to overcome challenges? Well, welcome back, Roberto. We were planning to collect your fees. So, well, now you're back. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened here. No problem. I'll just repeat the question. We were here talking about the difficulty of implementing organizational culture, considering that part of our staff or some of our providers do not work only for us, they work for other companies as well. In your experience, when you analyze this reality, what have you learned? What have you done to engage the clinical staff as they work for different hospitals, different diagnostic labs? So what have you done? Roberto, please. Well, this is the reality. Radiology, for example, clinical pathology, and the open clinical staff of hospitals, right? In addition to being professors, to being at the universities. But I think that, first of all, within your human development practices, I think they should follow the same knowledge training, the same capability and the same orientation, regardless of being full-time employees or not. Your strategy to bring them on board is to share everything with them. It's not easy, of course, because these are people who have a fragmented understanding of the company, and it may lead to a more individualized understanding. So I'm here just to do this specific task and not to transform the whole company. But this is something that we've been doing. So first of all, human organizational development is offered the same to all providers or employees. We tell them they are an active member of our organization, regardless of how long they work with us. What happens is some companies, as it is just a service provision, some legal departments say, no, we cannot involve them in some core activities of the company. But I think that they have to be considered regardless, part of the company. We have to align strategies of them regardless of being full-time or part-time providers. This is what we do. Well, Roberto could not agree more. Communication, training, these are essential. And these people, if they get identified with your culture, if they understand that it's patient-focused, they have been trained, there is open communication, this is going to be, to some extent, extended into other companies, organizations where they work. That's good. That's going to be an advantage to everyone. The fact that these professionals are learning more contact and are sharing that with that, so much the better. They're going to disseminate that to peers, to co-workers, to other organizations. This is going to help us really evolve in our industry. So I really agree. Training, communication at all levels and to everyone. Yes, I fully agree. Those who come and provide service in our organizations, they are there to really meet the needs of patients. And we have to understand that. Otherwise, we cannot convince them of our culture. There is one question about the progression of an organizational culture and the new stages. There was the IPO of Pardini in beginning of 2017 and the IPO of Ocon Clínicas 8 months ago. How long has it been? It was in August, so 4 months ago. How has the company got more mature and changed its model to evolve into a more national-based, less localized model, being a publicly traded company? Roberto, would you like to go first? This is a very interesting company to share our experience with you. Pardini's case is quite interesting. We've had different stages in our history. We used to have the typical family-owned business, medical families that had decided to start a business. And in our case, and especially in Brazil in healthcare, there are two main stimuli for governance. On the one side, structuring capital, and on the other side, when the founder gets old or sick. So these tend to be the two main drivers of this transformation. which is a cultural change ultimately, which is not something, let's say, natural. So let's go into a new practice, in a new governance to become a company to be open to the market. I think that the drivers tend to be intrinsic from within the company. Pardini is a company that was went through a transformation as a result of the need to change control. We had an owner, right? Someone who created the company, and everyone reported to him. And it changed when he no longer was the leader. And secondly, we just got prepared the board of directors and all the committees and organizations for our IPO. It was not easy. There were many pain points. The first executive, the first board is usually the one that is exposed to more pressure. And it takes a while for the company. Maybe sometimes it takes 2, 3 CEOs for the organization really to get matured. Natel probably has been through that. So founder, then first generation, then new governance. And it's very dramatic. It's a very difficult moment, and we have to be careful. We need the support of consulting companies, or maybe experienced executives, and outsiders are important at this time to try to strike a balance to adjust and really manage minor conflicts. So this is the second wave of transition. Now, the third wave is more of market demands. Healthcare in Brazil is going through consolidation, a need to consolidate capital and have inorganic growth. For 7 years, we had investors till the IPO, which would be the natural consequence to give an option to the investors for the time we had agreed on having external capital. And these 7 years of interaction with these new players was also a different stage. They had needs, they needed growth, they needed appropriate use of resources that had been invested, which was also important for the IPO. And finally, the IPO is exactly what translates the best practices that we have learned from the market and all the foundations of governance that are putting in a test, because you have to present evidence, you have to show that to potential investors, and it takes to a new governance level, because then you operate at the market, there are independent shareholders, and probably that's the moment when we get the peak of our development and maturity. And that's the time when we have to submit a strategic budget and how resources are going to be spent, regardless of in primary or secondary. And this stage translates internal maturity of the company, but not necessarily external. And that's exactly what we're discussing here. What is a result of cultural transformation, technology, innovation? Too bad I broke up when Natel was speaking about this importance of integrating, of talking and interacting. After an IPO, internally, you have proven your value. So what about now? What comes next? This is exactly when innovation and cultural transformation become paramount, because only with resources and internally with controlled environment, that wouldn't be enough to be sustainable in the long run.
I'll be speaking more generally based on what I've seen in health industry IPOs. And companies learned from others that did their IPO before. Companies that are going public are innovating as well. Many of them, fortunately. Well, IPOs changed a little. They have more access to cash, they can invest more, but they had already started with the governance model for the IPO. And the focus remains the same. The patient, the service, that portion hasn't changed. So companies should remain focusing on customers or patients and doctors, the entire service. But when you go public, instead of talking to 2 or 3 partners, you have to talk to more people. It's usually the IR department that does that. Maybe the CEO every now and then. You have to have that monthly or quarterly conversations. You had a conversation before, actually. You had the committees, you have the governance department, the board of directors. You had quarterly or twice a year, at least once a year. You already audited before. Most of companies that went public already followed or had the new market regulations in place. Going public is just something else. Giving more liquidity, you have more partners, of course, but the governance process remains the same or should remain the same. Focusing on patients. You're no longer a corporation or a company in one area. You expand. You have a nationwide coverage. Some of them were already more national in terms of scope before the IPO. So going public is more a different financing scheme rather than the structural change. And of course, the latest that went public learned from the pioneers. The pioneers suffered the most. Some had to go to the re-IPO, a new IPO. That's the first time I heard that expression. The pioneers served as an example. So we already had the structure. We were more prepared for the IPO. We remained focusing on patients. So the change in the corporation was small because we were already prepared, in other words. Wonderful, Natel and Roberto, we are out of time. I'm being reprimanded for not being diligent enough. I have to wrap up. Thank you for sharing your experience with us today. I think you can answer any questions. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you, FIS, for organizing this. See you around. Thank you.
Transformar o cuidado, criando soluções acessíveis, proporcionando excelência em cada detalhe, somando expertises e multiplicando as capacidades assistenciais. É para isso que o Américas existe. Composto por 18 hospitais e 37 centros médicos e centros de excelência, distribuídos em 5 estados brasileiros e no Distrito Federal, o Américas promove o cuidado em mais de 60 especialidades médicas. Juntas, nossas marcas formam um sistema integrado de serviços de saúde, garantindo acesso a um atendimento diferenciado em todas as fases da vida, com excelência no acolhimento, humanização e alta performance. É assim, unindo estrutura, solidez, experiência e paixão pela medicina, que cumprimos a cada dia a nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a viver de forma mais saudável e contribuir para que o sistema de saúde funcione melhor para todos. Onde tem Américas, tem saúde.
Trying to find my way. Every day, just trying to find my way. Every day. É muito nova pra ficar tomando remédio pra louco. Essa geração é cheia de história. I'm gonna break through.
Saúde mental é real. E quando alguém minimiza esse assunto, só aumenta o problema. Se você está passando por isso ou quer entender mais, a Amil pode ajudar. Saiba mais em amilsaudemental.com.br.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity. A surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown, fueled by imagination, alone and with others, repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right, once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science in everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because putting science at the center of everything is the best way to understand and transform disease, the best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in what science can do.
O Rio tem um laboratório que se importa com você, certificado e acreditado. Não paramos um minuto sequer na pandemia, realizando mais de 1 milhão de exames por mês. Conheça mais. Laboratório Blessing, de mãos dadas com a saúde e com você.
Em meio a tantas mudanças, temos uma certeza: a saúde continua sendo um fator decisivo na vida das pessoas. 1 a cada 4 brasileiros busca um plano de saúde para ter atendimento de qualidade. São pessoas que se preocupam com uma boa assistência médica e odontológica, inclusive na hora de escolher um emprego. Além de oferecer saúde e melhorar o dia a dia das famílias brasileiras, os planos privados salvam vidas. Nós da Fena Saúde temos o compromisso de promover bem-estar e transformar a vida dos cerca de 50 milhões de beneficiários de planos médico-hospitalares e dos quase 30 milhões de brasileiros com planos odontológicos. Proporcionando assistência 24 horas por dia. Criamos mais de 3 milhões de empregos. Realizamos mais de 1,5 bilhão de procedimentos médicos e odontológicos por ano. E movimentamos mais de 3% do PIB. Nosso desafio é garantir que a saúde suplementar acompanhe as transformações do mundo, priorizando a satisfação dos beneficiários. Nossa missão é oferecer saúde, cuidado e qualidade de vida para mais e mais brasileiros todos os dias, garantindo tranquilidade em tempos de tantas incertezas.
Fazer com que as pessoas façam mais, sintam-se melhor e vivam mais. Essa é a nossa missão na GSK. Somos uma empresa de saúde global com foco em ciência,
Contamos com 3 negócios globais que atuam na pesquisa, desenvolvimento e fabricação de medicamentos, vacinas e produtos de consumo. Há mais de 110 anos, estamos transformando a saúde dos brasileiros. Somos líderes em soluções para a saúde em diversas áreas, como vacinas, HIV e respiratória. Nossos valores e expectativas guiam tudo o que fazemos na GSK e nos apoiam em nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a fazer mais, sentir-se melhor e viver mais.
Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare brings together trusted capabilities to healthcare organizations and partners that enhances patient engagement, empowers health team collaboration, improves clinical and operational data insights, and protects sensitive health data. This integrated solution enables your organization to quickly access a portfolio of released and new healthcare capabilities tailored to the unique requirements of health data in the cloud. It unlocks the power of Microsoft 365, Azure, Dynamics 365, Power Platform, and our extensive partner ecosystem to create trusted end-to-end healthcare solutions. Together, it makes it faster and easier to provide more efficient care and helps support the end-to-end security, compliance, accessibility, and interoperability of health data. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare empowers your organization to engage in more proactive ways with patients and gives caregivers tools to improve workflow efficiency, streamline collaboration, and connect data across existing sources to turn insight into action. Its connected cloud is designed to address your most pressing issues, enabling you with the speed and agility to adjust to change and build resiliency to help you weather today's challenges so you can begin to reimagine tomorrow. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare, empowering health organizations to deliver better experiences, better insights, and better care. Learn more at aka.ms/cloud-for-healthcare.
Life Care, uma marca do grupo Sodexo, é uma das empresas pioneiras na atenção domiciliar no Brasil. Desde sua fundação, a Pronep Life Care já cuidou de mais de 35 mil vidas e atende em todo o país mais de 2 mil pacientes por dia, atuando no cuidado e atenção às mais variadas necessidades. Tudo feito por uma equipe altamente qualificada e especializada na casa do paciente, de acordo com suas necessidades individuais e com acolhimento e cuidado. A qualidade do nosso atendimento garantiu o reconhecimento da Joint Commission International, JCI, que nos certificou com um selo respeitado mundialmente. Tudo isso para levar ao paciente e sua família qualidade de vida e conforto, sem abrir mão de cuidados médicos de excelência.
A Pronep não deixa faltar nada para minha filha. Eu sou muito bem tratada por eles. A equipe é muito boa, é tudo muito bem engrenadinho. É mais vida para o paciente, mais vida para você.
Pronep, movidos pela vontade de fazer o bem.
Nestes mais de 120 anos de história, entendemos o poder de um diagnóstico preciso e rápido na qualidade dos cuidados com a saúde. Quanto mais conhecimento, melhores são as decisões. E maiores as chances de superar desafios para vidas mais longas e com mais saúde. Por isso que na Roche Diagnóstica investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções e equipamentos. Em pessoas que podem inovar e melhorar processos e serviços. E no compartilhamento deste conhecimento que produzimos para o benefício dos pacientes. Isso é valioso. Como líderes, devemos ter consciência e orgulho do nosso poder de impacto na gestão da saúde no Brasil. De desenvolver o mercado, antecipando necessidades e soluções. Queremos ampliar ainda mais nossas condições de produzir informações relevantes e seguras, viabilizando melhores decisões clínicas, para que as pessoas vivam mais e de maneira mais saudável. É isso que nos move. Possibilitar cada vez mais acesso à melhor medicina de precisão para o maior número de brasileiros.
Seja qual for o seu caminho profissional, o Senac tem um curso para você aprender fazendo. Você pode começar uma profissão do zero ou seguir nossa trilha de desenvolvimento e se aprimorar cada vez mais na sua carreira. Aprender fazendo é a metodologia exclusiva do Senac, que tem foco na prática e faz toda a diferença na formação dos nossos alunos. Saiba mais sobre ela aqui no site. Depois, continue navegando para escolher seu curso e garantir sua matrícula. Senac. Todas as formas de aprender fazendo.
developed Protector, Environmental Infection Control. Based on international best practices, so we can assure a clean and safe hospital environment, the Protector Advantage is about people, process, and technology. Through education and management, it achieves expertly trained and motivated frontline cleaning staff committed to their vital role in eradicating hospital-acquired infections. Standard processes detail who is responsible for cleaning which items and areas and what products and techniques to use. Protector incorporates the latest, most effective, clinically proven cleaning and decontamination innovations from across the planet. And from assessment to auditing to analysis, it works with you to drive additional value from under-pressure financial resources, ensuring patients are kept free from harm so they can go home when they should. Protector, Environmental Infection Control from Sodexo. Your advantage in the fight against hospital-acquired infections.
Você está na FIS Week. Aqui você encontra as versões imersivas do nosso evento, que vou explicar mais tarde. Você pode escolher o idioma aqui. Aqui você encontra todas as áreas da FIS Week representadas por monumentos históricos. Na pirâmide, você pode acessar o FIS e ainda conhecer mais sobre a história da construção. Aqui você poderá assistir aos painéis do FIS 21, participar da discussão através do chat, enviando perguntas e comentários, além de conferir informações sobre o painel e os participantes. O mesmo vale para o Simetria e o Commits. Clique nos monumentos para acessar os eventos. Você também pode acessar a Meeting Zone no nosso mercado central. Lá você pode agendar um meeting com os nossos parceiros e encontrar outras pessoas que estão participando da FIS Week. E você também pode conferir a programação, os palestrantes, relaxar ouvindo música no nosso oásis e muito, muito mais. Aproveite a FIS Week e faça parte da maior experiência da saúde na América Latina.
Transformar o cuidado, criando soluções acessíveis, proporcionando excelência em cada detalhe, somando expertises e multiplicando as capacidades assistenciais. É para isso que o Américas existe. Composto por 18 hospitais e 37 centros médicos e centros de excelência, distribuídos em 5 estados brasileiros e no Distrito Federal, o Américas promove o cuidado em mais de 60 especialidades médicas. Juntas, nossas marcas formam um sistema integrado.
We're back. We have just started. Let me tell you something that is new that came up. Today, there will be 2 FIS week a year, one in May and one in November. There will be 4 events, Colmeia Nova Summit, the largest innovation summit in Latin America. You know that, and Comets. And there will be 2 other conferences, Fiesta Marketing Summit, related to marketing, patient experience, and Liga, focused on education. Oh, this is just awesome, isn't it? All right. We're just starting, and it's just amazing. Let's start a new panel, digital education and professional education, health professional education. Jonathan Lober, Julio De Angela, André Nazar, and our moderator will be Luis Antonio Santini. Let's get started then. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank our speakers, and especially those that are discussing a very challenging and a very current topic, a subject that has profound implications on the way health professionals operate, and with very important repercussions in the health industry. Digital education and mentorship for health professionals may be one of the most complex, one of the most challenging topics today. I believe that the recent experience that health industry has had recently, that has posed challenges and some opportunities at the same time. It's a dilemma, in other words. Because this is something that can be addressed. It can be solved. Especially when it takes into account the recent experience with the pandemic. Before we start, let me just say that I had the chance to be the editor of a magazine and a doctor on digital media, Dr. Dora Taufman. She says that the health ecosystem is faced with the disruption of traditional practices, among other factors, and that is given by digital technologies, apps, mobile devices, artificial intelligence, telemedicine, blockchain. They're actually changing access to health services, and the relationship between doctors and patients, and the relations between patients and their own health that will impact even peripheral areas such as the insurance business. Eric Toffal, on the other hand, in one of his bestsellers about AI, states that the largest contribution of artificial intelligence in the health industry is not reducing mistakes or the workload, not even curing diseases such as cancer. Rather, it's the opportunity to restore connection between patients and doctors. In other words, the challenges of including these activities that require a new perspective from the educational point of view, the educational model, things that have to bring in digital education and mentorship. This may be yet another opportunity than a problem itself. In that sense, this panel will try to bring in the contribution of Dr. André Nazar, Jonathan Lorber, and Giulio D'Angeli, based on their own experience, the experience of their companies, and even based on their own reflections about these elements, some of the things I have just mentioned. So this is the basis of our discussion, and I hope that this panel can be very useful at this day and age, at this FIS 2021. Before we start, but let me just say, let me describe my own personal experience. I graduated 50 years ago. I'm a surgeon. I have experience in public health management in the past 40 years. I played both roles for a surgeon or for doctors in general. Mentorship is key. Practical activities, the cooperation with other professionals. This has become a system by the Flex's report back in 1911 in the United States. It established the medical education, introducing the scientific basis for medical education. And some names of surgery in the early 20th century. William Osner, he emphasized mentorship, saying that it's just impossible to learn without that experience, that knowledge from experience. In that sense, this panel can provide us with that perception, what goes on today, what we can expect in the future. Once again, I'd like to thank all of you, and I'll give the floor to Dr. André Nazar for his initial remarks. You have 10 minutes. When you're about done, you receive a signal saying that the time's up. We'll be as flexible as possible so that you can conclude your remarks. Thank you. Once again, André, you have the floor. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you, Josier. Thank you, Rodrigo. We do have to promote conferences like this one. The sharing of experience is key, especially today. I think the pandemic ended up speeding things up. The disruption in education of medicine, this is something that we were already noticing even before the pandemic. we realized that we could no longer do the same things we had been doing for 20, 30 years. When I graduated 25 years ago, I learned medicine in a way that can no longer be taught today. The world is different. The students' profiles are different. Expectations, technology, everything has been changing at an astounding pace. You can no longer afford to remain in the traditional ways. Of course, there's value in the way we learned. Methodologies we used in the past can be replicated today, of course. However, the technology, the hybrid model is being discussed time and time again, and it will be the future of medical education. We already see that today, and it will be more true in years to come. So initially, it was a major problem. We had difficulties in adopting a virtual model. When you talk about regulation, we had already received that approval to provide some services or some courses remotely, at least partially, but not for medicine. We were 100% focused in the face-to-face model. We had to reinvent ourselves, and we had to do that quickly. We had to make a face-to-face course, 100% face-to-face, and we had to transform them into a remote model. Both government-owned universities or privately owned, in less than a week, we're able to go back. We had to adopt that hybrid model. The first decision was, let's do what we do face-to-face remotely. Let's adopt the same model, the same learning model, and let's transform that into the virtual world. We began to real-time classes, live streams, maintaining the same schedule, the same times. We innovated, of course. We already had a lot of technology in labs, in clinics, in different scenarios. We put all these technologies into the virtual world, and we kept on improving day by day. So what was the perception on the part of students? We have a medical schools in Salvador with 2,000 medical students, 16,000 in health-related courses. What's their take? 800 professors, instructors that were not used to that remote model. And we were faced with day-to-day problems, and we addressed them day by day too. Of course, we learned along the way. So when we sit down and review that entire experience, we had an entire learning model that is face-to-face, using technologies back then. And then we're faced with newer problems, psychological problems, mental health issues for both on the part of professor and students. So that's why we came up with a mentorship program. Because when we teach medicine, we're already using the model that is problem-based. It's not only that, but it's more comprehensive. But we had some tutoring sessions, small groups, 10 students would have the same tutor or the same instructor for the entire semester, and they had that weekly meeting with that instructor. So that relationship changed to a certain extent. When it was face-to-face, they would discuss the case, and that's it. The learning lesson or the skills, the medical skills. But not this time. When there was that virtual session, they addressed psychological issues as well. So that was a major improvement, the way we see it. And students liked this new model. Just this last semester, we had that tutoring session assisted by technology, 10 students in the same digital platform, opening up or turning on their cameras with the instructor there. They were discussing the case, the learning process per se. So students adapted quickly. Professors had a much more difficulty to adapt. Students are naturally digital native. However, overall, the acceptance of both professors and students is wonderful. We had some satisfaction surveys at the NPS. So that survey is defined by that hybrid model, and the results are very positive. We're not going to discard it, regardless of all the regulations, especially for medical education. This is something you can't simply disregard from now on. There's something else that worked very well too, was research mentorship. We had a boost in the research increase. So a 100% increase in the number of scientific papers that were published. But that's it. We're not going back to old ways. Period. We know we needed to change, and we had already been working in that direction. And many of these new practices will be used in the future. And there will be publications, just like the schools of medicine are now publishing their experiences. We haven't seen any robust paper showing the results of long-term effects of this mentorship hybrid model, but we believe it's very productive. Everyone is adapting, and we're working in this disruptive fashion, just like health and education require. We have to think outside the box. We have to do things differently. Everything changed, and there's no point in just closing our eyes to that.
Thank you, Andre. Thank you very much for your experience and for reporting it with us. I think you have really made very important points and taking really this opportunity of learning from a moment of crisis, really learning important things. I really liked this project that you've reported of introducing as early as possible mentorship. In this process of preparing research projects, this is something that we normally could not find in medical courses. research has also taken second stage and got more attention just during graduate studies. But I think that students right from the beginning of medical school should be exposed to research topics so that they can have a clear understanding of what research means and what science can do and how it can help us, really making science something more accessible and at the same time really providing better understanding for practice. And with that, I would like to thank your participant, Jonathan Loba, and he's going to now share his 10-minute presentation with us. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have you here with us.
Thank you very much. I'm Jonathan Loba from Tel Aviv, CEO and co-founder at Educate, a novel virtual patient simulation platform for healthcare professionals. So I'm happy to be here and share my perspective and experience about medical education and how the pandemic accelerated the adoption of online tools and how we can take and leverage it to see how we can make the best fit of novel educational tools to healthcare professionals. I'd like to speak about the changing landscape of healthcare. So we are seeing an increasing aging population today with chronic diseases, and chronic disease today accounts for 86% of healthcare spending. This comes together with a shift of responsibilities to primary care because there are not enough specialists out there to take care of so many chronic patients. The demonstrated shortage in healthcare professionals, especially the generalists, the PCPs, the general practitioners, the nurse practitioners, and physician assistants, is costing lots of lives in the US and also outside. And we see a high demand and a high job growth rate for these practices out there. Another thing that we have to see is a consolidation of healthcare systems, which drive a need to reduce the variation in care today and improve the compliance to guidelines. As the previous speaker said, 50% of the workforce today are digital natives. They have a very short attention span. They need immediate feedback. They need something interactive, and they're all used to work on mobile. And like always, healthcare professionals are bombarded with a lot of information and overflow, and the dynamic landscape of healthcare is changing. So let's think together that we need to change the healthcare education, and we cannot continue with the same system that worked until now. We're seeing a big dissonance that 80 to 90% of medicine today takes place in an outpatient setting, while 80% of medical education today still takes place in inpatient setting. So we understand that we have to make a big change and give a big focus on chronic care and long-term patient management. We also need to understand that there's a need to focus on how can we handle comorbidities. No one comes to his physician only with hypertension, hyperlipidemia, or diabetes. We have to look at the patient as a whole and treat all of his diseases. We also see that the guidelines are changing rapidly. This is also the national guidelines, the targets. We also see that new medications are coming out and existing medications have new indications. So physicians today have to know quite a lot in order to stay up to date and take care of our parents in their best way. So as we say, we have to adopt and help healthcare professionals to adopt education in an innovative way, but that's not only a move to online education and take the existing system and move it to the online. It's not just the digital version of a textbook, as we say. We have to think out of the box and we have to adopt innovation and find the right fit that fits healthcare professionals' tight schedule, their learning habits, and see how we can make it a good fit to the day-to-day life. The last thing that we have to adopt when we're approaching 2022 is how we can use data. We're speaking about publishments and about data, and we speak in medical education about return on education. where data-driven courses and data-driven decisions are made, also in business and also in healthcare, where we adopt a lot of technologies. So healthcare education providers needs to measure the impact of education, not just to show that it occurred, but also to show what was the impact, what was the value of it, what was the change in competency level, and how do we help healthcare providers to change behavior using innovative tools. So where should we go from here? I think, first of all, we have to understand how adult learns today in the online world, in the 21st century. So in Educate, we thought how we can take, what we can take from serious games, because one of the things that we understood that healthcare providers and also medical students are human beings like all of us, and they like to be engaged with things that comes from the world of serious games. And also we have to understand that we have to build something that fits their very, very busy lifestyle and schedule. They are fed up of sitting for 1 hour in front of a lecture, in front of a computer, reading articles, answering multiple choice questions, and they need something different, something engaging. We also always have to think, what's the motivation for the learner? Because if we'll distribute a great motivation tool, we'll finish up with the minimum amount of learners if we don't really investigate and understand what's the motivation factor. So we have to think if it's a residency program, if it's a medical school, if it's an organizational mandate, or is it a regulatory continuing medical education, continuing professional development, or even maintenance of certification, and build the right fit of the tools in order to engage healthcare professionals. We have to really think and move from active learning versus the passive learning. So you can use interactive tools, you can use simulation tools, and we have to use something that will catch the audience and make them make clinical decisions, and that we will be able later on to show what was the data, what was the decision made, and provide personalized feedback to them and immediate feedback, because learners today wants to know immediately if they are on the right path or not. And as I said before, we have to use data. Data is used a lot today everywhere, also in healthcare, and we have to measure the impact of medical education. So we're measuring outcome and the change on the competency level of the learners to show what was the value of education, how did we help them change their behavior, how did we change the competency level, and also to let the instructors monitor the practice gaps and see what's missing, how can we help them. Thank you very much, and happy to be here with you.
Thank you very much for your insights and for your input. Extremely useful and quite challenging as well, right? We are all facing constant challenges. And the COVID pandemic, as you very well pointed out, has increased the need to implement different things. And at the same time, organize and have systematic changes based on the reality of the group in terms of age range, level of knowledge, and the clinical reality of the different systems. So as you emphasized, it's not simply going from on-site or from paper into digital world. It's not simply transitioning data into the computer. Quite to the contrary, we have to change the paradigm. And among the aspects that you highlight, the first one is motivation. We really have to understand among the professionals, depending on their level of interaction with the system, as a learner, as a beginner in the medical school, or as a graduate student, or even someone within continuing education, what is the education that this person, the motivation that this person has? And this is something to be identified so that we can encourage the discussion. I believe this is essential for a transformation to become effective and can really add value to the system, which is also a point of emphasis that you mentioned with us. In addition, we should have active methodologies. Passive learning, considering all the amount of information that is available on a daily basis to us, is something that does not develop critical reasoning. It does not develop a clear understanding of what's going on. Sometimes the passive learning is also something that prevents us from learning rather than favoring our understanding and improvement. So these are the key components of your talk, in my opinion. And said that, I would like to carry on by inviting Julio De Angelis, who's going to share his experience. He is part of one of the largest organizations in education, in health education in Brazil, and I am sure he has a lot to contribute as well. Thank you very much, Julio, for being here with us. Thank you, Santini. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. It's great to be here with all of you. I would like to start by telling you a little bit about our understanding of the scenario that has been very well described by my two predecessors. When we're speaking about medical education or any kind of education, the most important thing is how, as an institution, an educational institution, how can I train the best? This is the key question, the most important question. What am I going to do to train and bring on board these professionals? So we talk a lot about technology, distance education, and all that, but we don't like to talk about that in our company. We talk about technology-mediated education. This is what we call. It is education. Everything we do is that. And the blackboard, chalk, technology, right? That used to be the technology of the past, blackboard and chalk. So really making students go from point A to point B. Now, today, what should we do to train the best professionals? What do we do here in the company to understand that very clearly? And André showed everything, or shared with us everything they've been through, and the same has happened with us. We now offer mental health support to everyone in our company, all our staff, partners. It's been very hard on all of us. And of course, telemedicine and mental health go hand in hand now. So what we have done is to put an end to that myth that technology is a threat. It is not. If we can see the bright side, in terms of education, technology is no longer perceived as a threat to teachers. And maybe André might share whether it has been the same in his case. We thought it would take, what, 20 years to break with this barrier. And overnight, everyone realized what technology meant to education. When we wonder what to do to train the best professionals, we have to understand how the reality of any professionals will be once they graduate. We have to understand the marketplace. We have to understand the career path they are going to follow and bring that into our classes, into our education content. In healthcare at large, we have 16,000 medical students, and there are 18 medical schools that are part of the program. We also have continuing medical education, graduate studies. There are about 50,000 students which are covered by our products. But we started studying what physicians were doing, how was the marketplace, what kind of technologies they were using, what were the main barriers and difficulties of access. So an education organization that can have a smooth flow is the organization that's going to obtain better results. It is bringing together what's going on in the market and the classroom. This is the main secret to all of us who work in education. Technology should not be the main focus. So the first challenge is bring together the real world to the classroom. And secondly, and Jonathan pointed it quite well, what about engagement level? How do people prefer to study? And there are dozens of challenges that we all have to face to keep high motivation levels. It's not easy, we know. We use active methodology constantly. Feedback is constantly given. There are some teaching weeks, there are learning goals, students are assessed and get feedbacks. So these are cycles that are repeated, and educators at the same time get feedback. So this is the system we currently have in our medical curriculum. This is how we can understand, based on data, as Jonathan pointed out, how to obtain best practices from different organizations and share them. Of course, we have many schools as part of our organization, and as such is very good and easy to share best practices. And we can learn from the experience of different organizations. What happens in a hospital in, let's say, Porto Alegre, or another one in Teresina up northeast of Brazil, are completely different. So how can we really train the best professionals in a very comprehensive fashion? Last year, we acquired companies that worked in the pursuit of solutions to physicians that can be used throughout their careers. So this was a way of connecting the market and what was going on with the students. And we really constantly dive into the characteristics of our medical students, because that's only by doing that that we can understand what else they need to bring on board more information to them and to serve as a feedback to my own system. Mentorship is absolutely essential for everything that we do in education. Mentorship is something that's going to be maintained throughout the whole career of professionals. I am not a physician. I am a business administrator, and I've been working with medical education for nearly 5 years now. And mentorship can be addressed differently. Let's say a simple app sending messages saying there is a new paper about the specific research topic interest. So technology really helps this process for it to be much more seamless and continuous throughout the whole medical career. Well, to wrap up and to try to anticipate the future, we have recently heard from Mark Zuckerberg the change of the company name and the concept of metadata. And this is a trend. but we don't know whether this is going to turn into reality or not. Coming from an organization such as Facebook, where there are over 10,000 people thinking about that, I am sure they have already run a number of studies. So I think that different teaching organizations have to consider those trends, and we have been doing that. We have some class technology with holograms. We haven't done yet because of the pandemic. Now we are going to resuming it. But so having someone in an auditorium sharing information wherever people are. And just to wrap up, classroom now is global. Our organizations are never going to succeed on our own. We need partners, especially in health education. And the pandemic has really confirmed that. The whole educational system, the health education has to make partnerships with organizations throughout the world. And this is something that we have been developing, and that were my initial thoughts. Thank you very much. Back to you, Santini.
Thank you, Julio. Thank you for your remarks. How your company can contribute to this debate. I think you touched upon very important topics, but let me point out one aspect that seemed to be very important indeed. Looking at the job market, and the way you look at it has to be comprehensive in trying to understand the market's characteristics and the changes that a market will provide. Education as a whole can't be a repetitive process, something that will be just a mechanic reproduction of the marketplace. It has to have a dynamic point of view. And there should be some interaction between the educational project and the health system in which that educational project is included. So here comes my first question to all of you. Okay, based on this perspective, based on these changes, so what is your opinion about that relation between education per se, how professionals are formed, are educated today, vis-a-vis future challenges in the job market? I know it's a very complex issue, but I would like to each one of you to take at least one component of this, something that is on your radar, and something that has been considered by the organizations you work for. So what's that relationship between what you're doing today and the current job market and the future job market, considering these different scenarios? I don't know, maybe Jonathan, would you like to go first?
Yes, please. So I want to touch a few points that you've just mentioned. I guess the first thing that we have to remember is that the students, or the medical students of today, are the medical providers of tomorrow. And as the pandemic accelerated the migration to online, we'll have to remember that this generation will be used to adopting innovation, technology, not only now in medical schools, but also later on as they continue to provide healthcare. As saying that, I want to say that technology can also change the time to competency. If we're used to a model that a medical student has to be for X years in medical schools, if we're moving and migrating to a blended model that also includes online learning, and we can measure each one's competency level, not only now, but also when they graduate, maybe we can be more adept to the need of the market, as you said now. So we can maybe have more physicians out there in the market in a shortened time. I think that when we look at physicians today, or even in medical school students, we have to enhance their confidence. That's the major thing. We have to enhance their confidence, and we have to teach them how to teach, because medicine is something that they're going to teach for all their lives. The dynamics in the market are going to change. Researchers are going to change. Guidelines will change. New medications will come in. Old medications will go out. So one of the skills that we all have to give to this young generation is how to learn, how to be efficient, how to enhance their confidence, and how we can reflect back to them. You know, self-reflection in education is something very important. So how can we reflect back to them at what position they are, where are their gaps, where are they going, and what are the needs of the market? The last thing I want to say that, you spoke about Zuckerberg, the previous speaker, etc. I think that when we speak about medical education, we have to remember the possibility to reuse of content. So if a great faculty from Rio de Janeiro created a great modality for learning, there's no reason that another faculty from a different place, a different country, a different city will be able to use the same content. And the previous speaker spoke about collaboration between medical schools, between medical associations, and even between hospitals. And the reuse of content in medical education is something that is vital in order to enhance the learning all around the globe and make sure that we are bringing the impact of innovative medical education to each student and to each learner. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Andre, would you like to comment on this relationship between schools and the market? Yes, just wonderful. Just great to be part of this conference because we all think alike. We're all faced with the same or similar problems anyway. What kind of doctors do we want to prepare or to train? Where are they? What resources do they have? You have doctors working in small villages and in a capital city with several hospitals, a lot of technology. That's the first thing you have to make a difference. I usually say conception is key. What's the conception behind that project? Who are we going to give that project to? And the second issue, which is even more complex in the way I see it, when you think about a professor / doctor, a doctor is not trained to be a professor. They are trained to be a doctor. They can resuscitate a patient. They have to deal with very serious cases. But his or her relationship with the learning process is not part of their own DNA, if I may. They have to reinvent themselves and learn, to teach this new generation. This generation does not look at the end result only. They go deep into how they learn. How are we going to train these doctors so that they can become medical professors of these new medical student? A medical student won't get frustrated. They're not used to frustration. And learning medicine requires being frustrated all the time. when you have the first terminal patient, for example. So with the methodology we have been using with several medical schools, Julio has been doing this too. We are replacing that methodology to show the young kid that how are you going to deal with, to have the right to make a mistake here so that you can do the right thing in front of a patient. So the first time I had to see a patient, I saw a terminal patient. You can provide a simulation that will look and feel real. I'm not talking about technology per se. Technology here is the way you teach. There's no point in investing millions in technology. You can purchase a robot. You can buy all the technology you want. If you do not provide students with the right learning tools, we won't get anywhere. There are simulation platforms that will cost a fortune, but that's not the solution. The solution is the model we adopt. And what model are we going to pick? These are major groups. These large groups have to join forces to come up with that vision of the future, because medicine will become a commodity if we do not do the right thing. So that's the way I see the market going. Are you okay with that? Okay, let's move on then. Let me pose another question. This is a constant problem we have. The Century of Surgeons, that the book I have in my hands, that's from the American College of Surgeons, published back in 2012. This book raises a relevant question the way I see it. From William Haggard, in 1913, that surgeon says, the number one danger of an occasional surgeon is not having special training. That's a surgeon speaking from 1913. It's just as current today as it was back then. Training. With that tutoring, with that presential tutoring, is fundamental. In surgery, of course, I'm a surgeon. That's my experience, of course. And the same thing applies to the learning process. But you raised another point, which is also correct. The notion of having that number of years of medical training is an arbitrary decision. A medical course may take 3 years, 5 years, 6, or an entire life. Actually, it is a lifelong learning process. Learning medicine is a constant and permanent process. You'll be learning all your life, including new knowledge, new technologies, new methodologies to have information access. This takes place in an ever-changing environment. This is an arbitrary decision. Every country will decide when a person can graduate to become a doctor. That does not mean that the person is capable of performing everything that is expected from a doctor. It's only obvious in medicine. So the question that was asked, what kind of doctor would you like to train? This is the $100 million question. That question has been asked for many years, and there's no definitive answer. That question will be answered differently depending on the situation, the time, both from the society point of view, as well as the knowledge currently available at that time. When you have a strong demand and there are many public health related problems related to water and sewage treatment or transmissible diseases or infections. So we would require in such an environment doctors that have more of an epidemiological background. On the other hand, you may need other types of doctors depending on the context. So the doctor we want is the doctor that is appropriate to their environment. That may change throughout his or her life. I'm just making these comments based on your comments because that concludes my part as a moderator. This is just an insight, a challenge so that we can reflect upon these things in the future. On behalf, so I'd like to give each and every one of you 3 minutes for your final remarks. Actually, it's just a reflection where we are, where we want to go. This structure, these models, I hope they can help us in the way we train doctors and health professionals. Things will be different, absolutely. But we should go back to traditional ways of teaching. Of course, we have to adapt to the times and to the characteristics in which we are inserted. And we have to train people that are passionate about medicine. I've been doing this for 20 years and I'm passionate about what I do. Once you do that, this becomes a life purpose. I hope these kids can see that as their own true calling, a life purpose.
Jonathan, once again, your final remarks. Thank you very much for your participation. I hope you can have you at other meetings.
Thank you very much. It's a
A Abrange completa seus 55 anos de caminhada com o propósito de democratizar o acesso ao sistema privado de saúde, de eficiência e qualidade. Enxergamos o futuro com bons olhos, mas sempre priorizando o presente. Abrange 55 anos. Nossa origem, nossas histórias e nossas conquistas.
Desde que a Covid-19 chegou ao Brasil, uma força-tarefa de proporção histórica entrou em ação, ampliando a parceria entre os setores de saúde privado e público. Um conceito central para nós ganhou ainda mais força. A saúde brasileira é uma só. É um orgulho fazer parte dessa corrente. ANAP, Associação Nacional de Hospitais Privados. Unidos pela saúde.
O conhecimento transforma. A transformação te carrega para o futuro. Onde você quer estar daqui a alguns anos? Qual habilidade você quer aprimorar? Que profissional de saúde você deseja ser? Como caminhar de mãos dadas com o seu futuro? As respostas de todas estas perguntas não se alcança sozinho. Ask Mind, porque nós somos incansáveis por conhecimento. E você?
A Bradesco Saúde desenvolveu uma série de iniciativas que promovem orientação e cuidado em meio à pandemia de Covid-19. É o Saúde Digital. Com ele, quem tem Bradesco Saúde pode realizar consultas médicas por videochamada sem sair de casa. Veja como funciona. Para dúvidas e sintomas de Covid-19 ou outras questões de saúde, você deverá acessar o app Bradesco Saúde. Se você ainda não tem instalado, faça o download gratuito na App Store ou no Google Play. Para consultas médicas regulares com médicos referenciados, acesse o site bradescosaude.com.br. Confira as especialidades disponíveis para atendimento por videochamada e como agendar sua consulta. Bradesco Saúde, ao seu lado contra o coronavírus.
Quando falamos em educação na saúde, falamos em conteúdo, aprendizagem, criatividade, sonhos, tecnologia. Falamos sobre BKL. Com foco na geração de soluções educacionais para o que a saúde do futuro precisa, o IBKL gera conteúdo e soluções para que os profissionais e acadêmicos possam ter uma nova experiência no aprendizado e na capacitação. Gamificação, árvores de decisão, 3D, inteligência artificial, realidade virtual e aumentada. Usamos tecnologia de ponta para melhorar a experiência, sempre focado no usuário. Esse é o novo IBKL. Esse é o IBKL+.
É pra ficar junto.
Inspira.
É pra saber sua história. É pro seu estilo de vida. É pra olhar nos olhos. É pra cada fase da vida. A DASA é uma rede de saúde integrada que acompanha as pessoas ao longo da vida. DASA é pra toda a vida.
para ser referência em medicina, é preciso ir além. É preciso ciência, método de pesquisa, fomentar conhecimento, compartilhar e formar talentos. Ao longo do tempo, investimos para termos o melhor corpo médico, as melhores instalações, a melhor equipe assistencial, a tecnologia mais avançada. É nisso que acreditamos. É isso que buscamos. Somos o Hospital Moinhos de Vento. Referência em medicina, referência em saúde.
The body is an amazing organism, designed to run marathons, think of ideas, and see a beautiful world. It's capable of complex tasks. But when the body is compromised by disease or disorders, disabled by trauma or wounds, it needs help getting better. And that's why we're here, to create medical technology that saves lives and changes lives. For the heart, the soul, the ambitions, and the dreams of every person we touch. We are here to innovate, to look at challenges from all angles, to follow patients beyond diagnosis, through treatment and recovery, to get them back to their best body, living their best lives, and being their best selves. Our ambitions are big. We are working to give people surgery without incisions, contact lenses that treat allergies, implants that monitor themselves, real-time maps of the heart. We are redefining what the body can accomplish. And even though we are a diverse group of businesses, we share a common goal: save lives and ignite all that's possible in everybody.
Super-heróis são seres com poderes mágicos que voam, que enxergam o que ninguém enxerga. Hoje, fica claro que vivemos rodeados de super-heróis, dirigindo, acolhendo, cuidando, que tem feito da proteção do outro sua missão. Eles sempre estiveram aqui, só estavam disfarçados. Homenagem a quem tem feito mais do que o seu trabalho para mais gente ficar bem. Mater Dei 40 anos.
Em 2021, o prontuário eletrônico do paciente do SOMV, solução da empresa para o setor hospitalar, ganhou pela 6ª vez consecutiva o reconhecimento de melhor da América Latina, de acordo com o Instituto Norte-Americano CLES. Uma vitória que é nossa, de cada um que trabalha na MV. Quem faz o PEP sabe que por trás da solução tem muito esforço, dedicação e comprometimento. É por isso que esta conquista não é apenas da MV, é do Brasil, é nossa.
Nós nascemos na saúde e nos movemos pela saúde. Impulsionados por essa paixão, nos tornamos uma das maiores empresas de tecnologia para a saúde do Brasil. Nosso caminho é trilhado por 400 colaboradores e mais de 6.000 clientes. Somos tecnologia que evolui todos os dias. Somos Fixion.
Inspirar pessoas a cuidar de pessoas. Isso está conectado no olhar e no sorriso de quem é Sabin. De norte a sul do país, o jeito Sabin conecta você ao que existe de melhor em saúde integrada. Construímos pontes e histórias para contribuir com a comunidade, o meio ambiente e com um ecossistema empresarial mais humano, diverso e inclusivo. Seja aqui na sua casa ou na nossa casa, estamos de mãos dadas com a inovação e tecnologia para que a sua jornada de saúde seja completa. Grupo Sabin, presente e futuro conectados com a sua saúde.
Nascemos com o desafio de mudar o olhar para a saúde de cada pessoa, transformando informação em conhecimento. Tudo em um mesmo lugar, dados e serviços juntos para permitir pela primeira vez que cada um tenha a visão completa sobre sua saúde. Todos reunidos em uma plataforma, unindo forças para criar soluções extraordinárias e oferecer todo o cuidado que cada pessoa merece e precisa, de maneira coordenada e digital. Afinal, acreditamos que usar a tecnologia de forma inteligente e integrada é o primeiro passo para preservar o maior ativo de nossas vidas, a saúde. ID. Toda saúde é única.
A THB é uma das maiores consultorias em saúde, benefícios, seguros, resseguros e affinity. Com foco em inovação e proximidade com o cliente, a THB tem uma equipe multidisciplinar, com consultores especialistas na estruturação e administração de programas customizados. Fundada em 1978, faz parte do grupo MODELOS, o maior wholesale broker dos Estados Unidos, e está presente em todo o Brasil. THB, soluções que vão além do seguro.
Transformar o cuidado, criando soluções acessíveis, proporcionando excelência em cada detalhe, somando expertises e multiplicando as capacidades assistenciais. É para isso que o Américas existe. Composto por 18 hospitais e 37 centros médicos e centros de excelência, distribuídos em 5 estados brasileiros e no Distrito Federal, o Américas promove o cuidado em mais de 60 especialidades médicas. Juntas, nossas marcas formam um sistema integrado de serviços de saúde, garantindo acesso a um atendimento diferenciado em todas as fases da vida, com excelência no acolhimento, humanização e alta performance. É assim, unindo estrutura, solidez, experiência e paixão pela medicina, que cumprimos a cada dia a nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a viver de forma mais saudável e contribuir para que o sistema de saúde funcione melhor para todos. Onde tem Américas, tem saúde.
Trying to find my way. Every day, just trying to find my way. nova pra ficar tomando remédio pra louco. Essa geração é cheia de história.
Saúde mental é real. E quando alguém minimiza esse assunto, só aumenta o problema. Se você está passando por isso ou quer entender mais, a Amil pode ajudar. Saiba mais em amilsaudemental.com.br.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity, a surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown, fueled by imagination, alone and with others, repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right. Once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science. In everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because putting science at the center of everything is the best way to understand and transform disease. The best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in what science can do.
O Rio tem um laboratório que se importa com você, certificado e acreditado. Não paramos um minuto sequer na pandemia, realizando mais de 1 milhão de exames por mês. Conheça mais. Laboratório Blessing, de mãos dadas com a saúde e com você.
Em meio a tantas mudanças, temos uma certeza: a saúde continua sendo um fator decisivo na vida das pessoas. 1 a cada 4 brasileiros busca um plano de saúde para ter atendimento de qualidade. São pessoas que se preocupam com uma boa assistência médica e odontológica, inclusive na hora de escolher um emprego. Além de oferecer saúde e melhorar o dia a dia das famílias brasileiras, os planos privados salvam vidas. Nós da Fena Saúde temos o compromisso de promover bem-estar e transformar a vida dos cerca de 50 milhões de beneficiários de planos médico-hospitalares e dos quase 30 milhões de brasileiros com planos odontológicos. Proporcionando assistência 24 horas por dia. Criamos mais de 3 milhões de empregos. Realizamos mais de 1,5 bilhão de procedimentos médicos e odontológicos por ano. E movimentamos mais de 3% do PIB. Nosso desafio é garantir que a saúde suplementar acompanhe as transformações do mundo, priorizando a satisfação dos beneficiários. Nossa missão é oferecer saúde, cuidado e qualidade de vida para mais e mais brasileiros todos os dias, garantindo tranquilidade em tempos de tantas incertezas.
Fazer com que as pessoas façam mais, sintam-se melhor e vivam mais. Essa é a nossa missão na GSK. Somos uma empresa de saúde global com foco em ciência. Contamos com 3 negócios globais que atuam na pesquisa, desenvolvimento e fabricação de medicamentos, vacinas e produtos de consumo. Há mais de 110 anos, estamos transformando a saúde dos brasileiros. Somos líderes em soluções para a saúde em diversas áreas, como vacinas, HIV e respiratória. Nossos valores e expectativas guiam tudo o que fazemos na GSK e nos apoiam em nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a fazer mais, sentir-se melhor e viver mais.
Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare brings together trusted capabilities to healthcare organizations and partners that enhances patient engagement, empowers health team collaboration, improves clinical and operational data insights, and protects sensitive health data. This integrated solution enables your organization to quickly access a portfolio of released and new healthcare capabilities tailored to the unique requirements of health data in the cloud. It unlocks the power of Microsoft 365, Azure, Dynamics 365, Power Platform, and our extensive partner ecosystem to create trusted end-to-end healthcare solutions. Together, it makes it faster and easier to provide more efficient care and helps support the end-to-end security, compliance, accessibility, and interoperability of health data. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare empowers your organization to engage in more proactive ways with patients and gives caregivers tools to improve workflow efficiency, streamline collaboration, and connect data across existing sources to turn insight into action. Its connected cloud is designed to address your most pressing issues, enabling you with the speed and agility to adjust to change and build resiliency to help you weather today's challenges so you can begin to reimagine tomorrow. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare, empowering health organizations to deliver better experiences, better insights, and better care. Learn more at aka.ms/cloud-for-healthcare.
A Pronep Life Care, uma marca do grupo Sodexo, é uma das empresas pioneiras na atenção domiciliar no Brasil. Desde sua fundação, a Pronep Life Care já cuidou de mais de 35 mil vidas e atende em todo o país mais de 2.000 pacientes por dia, atuando no cuidado e atenção às mais variadas necessidades. Tudo feito por uma equipe altamente qualificada e especializada na casa do paciente, de acordo com suas necessidades individuais e com acolhimento e cuidado. A qualidade do nosso atendimento garantiu o reconhecimento da Joint Commission International, JCI, que nos certificou com um selo respeitado mundialmente. Tudo isso para levar ao paciente e sua família qualidade de vida e conforto, sem abrir mão de cuidados médicos de excelência.
A Pronep não deixa faltar nada para minha filha. Eu sou muito bem tratada por eles. A equipe é muito boa, é tudo muito bem engrenadinho. É mais vida para o paciente, mais vida para você.
Pronep, movidos pela vontade de fazer o bem.
Nestes mais de 120 anos de história, entendemos o poder de um diagnóstico preciso e rápido na qualidade dos cuidados com a saúde. Quanto mais conhecimento, melhores são as decisões. E maiores as chances de superar desafios para vidas mais longas e com mais saúde. Por isso que na Roche Diagnóstica, investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções e equipamentos. Em pessoas que podem inovar e melhorar processos e serviços. E no compartilhamento deste conhecimento que produzimos para o benefício dos pacientes. Isso é valioso. Como líderes, devemos ter consciência e orgulho do nosso poder de impacto na gestão da saúde no Brasil. De desenvolver o mercado, antecipando necessidades e soluções. Queremos ampliar ainda mais nossas condições de produzir informações relevantes e seguras, viabilizando melhores decisões clínicas, para que as pessoas vivam mais e de maneira mais saudável. É isso que nos move. Possibilitar cada vez mais acesso à melhor medicina de precisão para o maior número de brasileiros.
Seja qual for o seu caminho profissional, o Senac tem um curso para você aprender fazendo. Você pode começar uma profissão do zero ou seguir nossa trilha de desenvolvimento e se aprimorar cada vez mais na sua carreira. Aprender fazendo é a metodologia exclusiva do Senac, que tem foco na prática e faz toda a diferença na formação dos nossos alunos. Saiba mais sobre ela aqui no site. Depois, continue navegando para escolher seu curso e garantir sua matrícula. Senac, todas as formas de aprender fazendo.
Protector, Environmental Infection Control. Based on international best practices, so we can assure a clean and safe hospital environment, the Protector Advantage is about people, process and technology. Through education and management, it achieves expertly trained and motivated frontline cleaning staff committed to their vital role in eradicating hospital-acquired infections. Standard processes detail who is responsible for cleaning which items and areas and what products and techniques to use. Protector incorporates the latest, most effective, clinically proven cleaning and decontamination innovations from across the planet. And from assessment to auditing to analysis, it works with you to drive additional value from under-pressure financial resources, ensuring patients are kept free from harm so they can go home when they should. Protector, Environmental Infection Control from Sodexo. Your advantage in the fight against hospital-acquired infections.
Você está na FIS Week. Aqui você encontra as versões imersivas do nosso evento, que vou explicar mais tarde. Você pode escolher o idioma aqui. Aqui você encontra todas as áreas da FIS Week representadas por monumentos históricos. Na pirâmide, você pode acessar o FIS e ainda conhecer mais sobre a história da construção. Aqui você poderá assistir aos painéis do FIS 21, participar da discussão através do chat, enviando perguntas e comentários, além de conferir informações sobre o painel e os participantes. O mesmo vale para o Simetria e o Comets. Clique nos monumentos para acessar os eventos. Você também pode acessar a Meeting Zone no nosso Mercado Central. Lá você pode agendar um meeting com os nossos parceiros e encontrar outras pessoas que estão participando da FIS Week. E você também pode conferir a programação, os palestrantes, relaxar ouvindo música no nosso Oasis e muito, muito mais. Aproveite a FIS Week e faça parte da maior experiência da saúde na América Latina.
A Abrange completa seus 55 anos de caminhada com o propósito de democratizar o acesso ao sistema privado de saúde, de eficiência e qualidade. Enxergamos o futuro com bons olhos, mas sempre priorizando o presente. Abrange 55 anos. Nossa origem, nossas histórias e nossas conquistas.
Desde que a Covid-19 chegou ao Brasil, uma força-tarefa de proporção histórica entrou em ação, ampliando a parceria entre os setores de saúde privado e público. Um conceito central para nós ganhou ainda mais força. A saúde brasileira é uma só. É um orgulho fazer parte dessa corrente. ANAP, Associação Nacional de Hospitais Privados, unidos pela saúde.
O conhecimento transforma. A transformação te carrega para o futuro. Onde você quer estar daqui a alguns anos? Qual habilidade você quer aprimorar? Que profissional de saúde você deseja ser? Como caminhar de mãos dadas com o seu futuro? As respostas de todas estas perguntas não se alcança sozinho. Ask Mind, porque nós somos incansáveis por conhecimento. E você?
Bradesco Saúde desenvolveu uma série de iniciativas que promovem orientação e cuidado em meio à pandemia de Covid-19. É o Saúde Digital. Com ele, quem tem Bradesco Saúde pode realizar consultas médicas por videochamada sem sair de casa. Veja como funciona. Para dúvidas e sintomas de Covid-19 ou outras questões de saúde, você deverá acessar o app Bradesco Saúde. Se você ainda não tem instalado, faça o download gratuito na App Store ou no Google Play. Para consultas médicas regulares com médicos referenciados, acesse o site bradescosaude.com.br. Confira as especialidades disponíveis para atendimento por videochamada e como agendar sua consulta. Bradesco Saúde, ao seu lado contra o coronavírus.
Quando falamos em educação na saúde, falamos em conteúdo, aprendizagem, criatividade, sonhos, tecnologia. Falamos sobre IBKL. Com foco na geração de soluções educacionais para o que a saúde do futuro precisa, o IBKL gera conteúdo e soluções para que os profissionais e acadêmicos possam ter uma nova experiência no aprendizado e na capacitação. Gamificação, árvores de decisão, 3D, inteligência artificial, realidade virtual e aumentada. Usamos tecnologia de ponta para melhorar a experiência, sempre focado no usuário. Esse é o novo IBKL. Esse é o IBKL+.
É pra ficar junto.
Inspira.
É pra saber sua história. É pro seu estilo de vida. É pra olhar nos olhos. É pra cada fase da vida. A DASA é uma rede de saúde integrada que acompanha as pessoas ao longo da vida. DASA é pra toda a vida.
Para ser referência em medicina, é preciso ir além. É preciso ciência, método de pesquisa, fomentar conhecimento, compartilhar e formar talentos. Ao longo do tempo, investimos para termos o melhor corpo médico, as melhores instalações, a melhor equipe assistencial, a tecnologia mais avançada. É nisso que acreditamos. É isso que buscamos. Somos o Hospital Moinhos de Vento. Referência em medicina, referência em saúde.
The body is an amazing organism, designed to run marathons, think of ideas, and see a beautiful world. It's capable of complex tasks. But when the body is compromised by disease or disorders, disabled by trauma or wounds, it needs help getting better. And that's why we're here, to create medical technology that saves lives and changes lives. For the heart, the soul, the ambitions, and the dreams of every person we touch, we are here to innovate, to look at challenges from all angles, to follow patients beyond diagnosis, through treatment and recovery, to get them back to their best body, living their best lives, and being their best selves. Our ambitions are big. We are working to give people surgery without incisions, contact lenses that treat allergies, implants that monitor themselves, real-time maps of the heart. We are redefining what the body can accomplish. And even though we are a diverse group of businesses, we share a common goal: save lives and ignite all that's possible in every body.
Super-heróis são seres com poderes mágicos que voam, que enxergam o que ninguém enxerga. Hoje, fica claro que vivemos rodeados de super-heróis, dirigindo, acolhendo, cuidando, que têm feito da proteção do outro sua missão. Eles sempre estiveram aqui, só estavam disfarçados. Homenagem a quem tem feito mais do que o seu trabalho para mais gente ficar bem. Mater Dei 40 anos.
Em 2021, o prontuário eletrônico do paciente do SOMV Solução da empresa para o setor hospitalar ganhou pela 6ª vez consecutiva o reconhecimento de melhor da América Latina, de acordo com o Instituto Norte-Americano CLES. Uma vitória que é nossa, de cada um que trabalha na MV. Quem faz o PEP sabe que por trás da solução tem muito esforço, dedicação e comprometimento. É por isso que esta conquista não é apenas da MV, é do Brasil, é nossa.
Nós nascemos na saúde e nos movemos pela saúde. Impulsionados por essa paixão, nos tornamos uma das maiores empresas de tecnologia para a saúde do Brasil. Nosso caminho é trilhado por 400 colaboradores e mais de 6.000 clientes. Somos tecnologia que evolui todos os dias. Somos Fixion.
Inspirar pessoas a cuidar de pessoas. Isso está conectado no olhar e no sorriso de quem é Sabin. De norte a sul do país, o jeito Sabin conecta você ao que existe de melhor em saúde integrada. Construímos pontes e histórias para contribuir com a comunidade, o meio ambiente e com um ecossistema empresarial mais humano, diverso e inclusivo. Seja aqui na sua casa ou na nossa casa, estamos de mãos dadas com a inovação e tecnologia para que a sua jornada de saúde seja completa. Grupo Sabin, presente e futuro conectados com a sua saúde.
Nascemos com o desafio de mudar o olhar para a saúde de cada pessoa, transformando informação em conhecimento. Tudo em um mesmo lugar, dados e serviços juntos para permitir pela primeira vez que cada um tenha a visão completa sobre sua saúde. Todos reunidos em uma plataforma, unindo forças para criar soluções extraordinárias e oferecer todo o cuidado que cada pessoa merece e precisa, de maneira coordenada e digital. Afinal, acreditamos que usar a tecnologia de forma inteligente e integrada é o primeiro passo para preservar o maior ativo de nossas vidas, a saúde. ID. Toda saúde é única.
A THB é uma das maiores consultorias em saúde, benefícios, seguros, resseguros e affinity. Com foco em inovação e proximidade com o cliente, a THB tem uma equipe multidisciplinar, com consultores especialistas na estruturação e administração de programas customizados. Fundada em 1978, faz parte do grupo MODELOS, o maior wholesale broker dos Estados Unidos, e está presente em todo o Brasil. THB, soluções que vão além de seguro.
Transformar o cuidado, criando soluções acessíveis, proporcionando excelência em cada detalhe, somando expertises e multiplicando as capacidades assistenciais. É para isso que o Américas existe. Composto por 18 hospitais e 37 centros médicos e centros de excelência, distribuídos em 5 estados brasileiros e no Distrito Federal, o Américas promove o cuidado em mais de 60 especialidades médicas. Juntas, nossas marcas formam um sistema integrado de serviços de saúde, garantindo acesso a um atendimento diferenciado em todas as fases da vida, com excelência no acolhimento, humanização e alta performance. É assim, unindo estrutura, solidez, experiência e paixão pela medicina, que cumprimos a cada dia a nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a viver de forma mais saudável e contribuir para que o sistema de saúde funcione melhor para todos. Onde tem Américas, tem saúde.
Trying to find my way. Every day, just trying to find my way. Every day.
É muito nova pra ficar tomando remédio pra louco. Essa geração é cheia de história.
Saúde mental é real. E quando alguém minimiza esse assunto, só aumenta o problema. Se você está passando por isso ou quer entender mais, a Amil pode ajudar. Saiba mais em amilsaudemental.com.br.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity. A surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown, fueled by imagination, alone and with others, repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right, once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science in everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because putting science at the center of everything is the best way to understand and transform disease, the best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in what science can do.
O Rio tem um laboratório que se importa com você, certificado e acreditado. Não paramos um minuto sequer na pandemia, realizando mais de 1 milhão de exames por mês. Conheça mais. Laboratório Blessing, de mãos dadas com a saúde e com você.
Em meio a tantas mudanças, temos uma certeza: a saúde continua sendo um fator decisivo na vida das pessoas. 1 a cada 4 brasileiros busca um plano de saúde para ter atendimento de qualidade. São pessoas que se preocupam com uma boa assistência médica e odontológica, inclusive na hora de escolher um emprego. Além de oferecer saúde e melhorar o dia a dia das famílias brasileiras, os planos privados salvam vidas. Nós da Fena Saúde temos o compromisso de promover bem-estar e transformar a vida dos cerca de 50 milhões de beneficiários de planos médico-hospitalares e dos quase 30 milhões de brasileiros com planos odontológicos. Proporcionando assistência 24 horas por dia. Criamos mais de 3 milhões de empregos. Realizamos mais de 1,5 bilhão de procedimentos médicos e odontológicos por ano. E movimentamos mais de 3% do PIB. Nosso desafio é garantir que a saúde suplementar acompanhe as transformações do mundo, priorizando a satisfação dos beneficiários. Nossa missão é oferecer saúde, cuidado e qualidade de vida para mais e mais brasileiros todos os dias, garantindo tranquilidade em tempos de tantas incertezas.
Fazer com que as pessoas façam mais, sintam-se melhor e vivam mais. Essa é a nossa missão na GSK. Somos uma empresa de saúde global com foco em ciência. Contamos com 3 negócios globais que atuam na pesquisa, desenvolvimento e fabricação de medicamentos, vacinas e produtos de consumo. Há mais de 110 anos, estamos transformando a saúde dos brasileiros. Somos líderes em soluções para a saúde em diversas áreas, como vacinas, HIV e respiratória. Nossos valores e expectativas guiam tudo o que fazemos na GSK e nos apoiam em nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a fazer mais, sentir-se melhor e viver mais.
Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare brings together trusted capabilities to healthcare organizations and partners that enhances patient engagement, empowers health team collaboration, improves clinical and operational data insights, and protects sensitive health data. This integrated solution enables your organization to quickly access a portfolio of released and new healthcare capabilities tailored to the unique requirements of health data in the cloud. It unlocks the power of Microsoft 365, Azure, Dynamics 365, Power Platform, and our extensive partner ecosystem to create trusted end-to-end healthcare solutions. Together, it makes it faster and easier to provide more efficient care and helps support the end-to-end security, compliance, accessibility, and interoperability of health data. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare empowers your organization to engage in more proactive ways with patients and gives caregivers tools to improve workflow efficiency, streamline collaboration, and connect data across existing sources to turn insight into action. Its connected cloud is designed to address your most pressing issues. enabling you with the speed and agility to adjust to change and build resiliency to help you weather today's challenges so you can begin to reimagine tomorrow. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare, empowering health organizations to deliver better experiences, better insights, and better care. Learn more at aka.ms/cloud4healthcare.
A Pronep Life Care, uma marca do grupo Sodexo, é uma das empresas pioneiras na atenção domiciliar no Brasil. Desde sua fundação, a Pronep Life Care já cuidou de mais de 35 mil vidas e atende em todo o país mais de 2 mil pacientes por dia, atuando no cuidado e atenção às mais variadas necessidades. Tudo feito por uma equipe altamente qualificada e especializada na casa do paciente, de acordo com suas necessidades individuais e com acolhimento e cuidado. A qualidade do nosso atendimento garantiu o reconhecimento da Joint Commission International, JCI, que nos certificou com um selo respeitado mundialmente. Tudo isso para levar ao paciente e sua família qualidade de vida e conforto, sem abrir mão de cuidados médicos de excelência.
A Pronep não deixa faltar nada para minha filha. Eu sou muito bem tratada por eles. A equipe é muito boa, é tudo muito bem engrenadinho. É mais vida para o paciente, mais vida para você.
Pronep, movidos pela vontade de fazer o bem.
Nestes mais de 120 anos de história, entendemos o poder de um diagnóstico preciso e rápido na qualidade dos cuidados com a saúde. Quanto mais conhecimento, melhores são as decisões. E maiores as chances de superar desafios para vidas mais longas e com mais saúde. Por isso que na Roche Diagnóstica investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções e equipamentos. Em pessoas que podem inovar e melhorar processos e serviços. E no compartilhamento deste conhecimento que produzimos para o benefício dos pacientes. Isso é valioso. Como líderes, devemos ter consciência e orgulho do nosso poder de impacto na gestão da saúde no Brasil. De desenvolver o mercado, antecipando necessidades e soluções. Queremos ampliar ainda mais nossas condições de produzir informações relevantes e seguras, viabilizando melhores decisões clínicas, para que as pessoas vivam mais e de maneira mais saudável. É isso que nos move. Possibilitar cada vez mais acesso à melhor medicina de precisão para o maior número de brasileiros.
Seja qual for o seu caminho profissional, o Senac tem um curso para você aprender fazendo. Você pode começar uma profissão do zero ou seguir nossa trilha de desenvolvimento e se aprimorar cada vez mais na sua carreira. Aprender Fazendo é a metodologia exclusiva do Senac, que tem foco na prática e faz toda a diferença na formação dos nossos alunos. Saiba mais sobre ela aqui no site. Depois, continue navegando para escolher seu curso e garantir sua matrícula. Senac. Todas as formas de aprender fazendo.
Protector, Environmental Infection Control. Based on international best practices, so we can assure a clean and safe hospital environment, the Protector Advantage is about people, process, and technology. Through education and management, it achieves expertly trained and motivated frontline cleaning staff committed to their vital role in eradicating hospital-acquired infections. Standard processes detail who is responsible for cleaning which items and areas and what products and techniques to use. Protector incorporates the latest, most effective, clinically proven cleaning and decontamination innovations from across the planet. And from assessment to auditing to analysis, it works with you to drive additional value from under-pressure financial resources, ensuring patients are kept free from harm so they can go home when they should. Protector, Environmental Infection Control from Sodexo. Your advantage in the fight against hospital-acquired infections.
Você está na FIS Week. Aqui você encontra as versões imersivas do nosso evento, que vou explicar mais tarde. Você pode escolher o idioma aqui. Aqui você encontra todas as áreas da FIS Week representadas por monumentos históricos. Na pirâmide, você pode acessar o FIS e ainda conhecer mais sobre a história da construção. Aqui você poderá assistir aos painéis do FIS 21, participar da discussão através do chat, enviando perguntas e comentários, além de conferir informações sobre o painel e os participantes. O mesmo vale para o Simetria e o Comets. Clique nos monumentos para acessar os eventos. Você também pode acessar a Meeting Zone no nosso Mercado Central. Lá você pode agendar um meeting com os nossos parceiros e encontrar outras pessoas que estão participando da FIS Week. E você também pode conferir a programação, os palestrantes, relaxar ouvindo música no nosso Oasis e muito, muito mais. Aproveite a FIS Week e faça parte da maior experiência da saúde na América Latina.
A Abrange completa seus 55 anos de caminhada com o propósito de democratizar o acesso ao sistema privado de saúde, de eficiência e qualidade. Enxergamos o futuro com bons olhos, mas sempre priorizando o presente. Abrange 55 anos. Nossa origem, nossas histórias e nossas conquistas.
Desde que a Covid-19 chegou ao Brasil, uma força-tarefa de proporção histórica entrou em ação, ampliando a parceria entre os setores de saúde privado e público. Um conceito central para nós ganhou ainda mais força. A saúde brasileira é uma só. É um orgulho fazer parte dessa corrente. ANAP, Associação Nacional de Hospitais Privados, unidos pela saúde.
O conhecimento transforma. A transformação te carrega para o futuro. Onde você quer estar daqui a alguns anos? Qual habilidade você quer aprimorar? Que profissional de saúde você deseja ser? Como caminhar de mãos dadas com o seu futuro? As respostas de todas estas perguntas não se alcança sozinho. Ask Mind, porque nós somos incansáveis por conhecimento. E você?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank the moderators of the FIS initiative. I have the honor and the pleasure to be the moderator for this discussion with such skilled participants that will certainly help us shed light on the challenges and the new types of funding for the public health system. This is a big challenge for Latin America because the healthcare expenses are growing at a speed that is unmatched by their administrations. So we have to find new ways to tackle these challenges. And this is the subject that will serve as the basis for our discussion. We'll learn from the experiences of other countries. It is very important because Brazil has had a successful experience in its public healthcare system. We'll also hear from Congressman Luizinho, who's been leading important initiatives in the legislative. We'll also share the perspective of the academia and PAHO, which is highly participating in initiatives involving Latin America. So I'd like to start by talking about the challenges of Brazil. And I want to take a twofold approach. First, we have a universal healthcare system, but it involves 24.7% of the GDP with public health. And we know that all the other universal access systems in the world involve a lot more than that. And we have to find a sub-financing for this robust, deeply hierarchized system that has funding from the federal government and states and municipalities. But in spite of that, with over 300 billion reais worth of budget allocated to healthcare services last year, we still face lots of challenges, such as, for instance, catering to the growing healthcare needs of our population, and we have to find more resources for that. And I would like to mention some subjects that will serve as the base for our discussion. The public healthcare system has a different fundraising alternatives, and Brazil has a fiscal renounce policy that is quite large, especially in the healthcare system. Just to give you an idea of numbers, the tax renounce with the income declaration of individuals amounted to 14 billion reais. It's no trivial resources. It has an impact, and we have other methodologies to discuss specific taxations, especially the taxes on alcohol and sweetened drinks, tobacco, and to connect this taxation to a higher funding of the healthcare system. Not only because taxation it has the role of decreasing the consumption of these items that are known to cause damage to health, but also to generate taxes. So we have this challenge in Brazil trying to advance in terms of new ways to do fundraising. But there's another aspect which is possibly very important as well for our discussion: how to make better use of our resources, how to find other alternatives for governmental procurement. Brazil has a very strong model of governmental procurement. The Ministry of Health is a large procurer of medicines, equipment, and payment to suppliers. And that is a fundamental aspect where we have to innovate a lot in terms of the healthcare system of Brazil. And we have a lot to advance in that regard because our system is quite boxed in and not allowing managers to advance with other modalities. And the rest of the world has been sharing risk-sharing modalities and procurement, amortization, extremely high cost therapies, gene therapy, where one single therapy could cost $2 million. So we have to deal with other ways to procure services in Brazil. And the public healthcare system is still too tied to an acquisition model. The Brazilian healthcare system pays everything at once. You cannot amortize the purchase, and that would even allow you to share your risk with the provider of the technology. That is probably a very fertile field if we are willing to make better procurements and make better use of the healthcare resources. As I said, in the case of Brazil, it is the resources are quite small vis-a-vis the demands of the population. So we need to find solutions for that. Brazil did some recent progress. We now have a new bidding law that was published last April that will provide us with some different routes to deal with this challenge of procuring and using better these resources for healthcare. But we have to learn from other healthcare models how they deal with that, not only in terms of funding alone. This budget in Brazil basically comes from Social Security. It is our main source of taxes that fund the healthcare system, but also understanding and using these resources in a more intelligent and innovative manner is probably the way forward if we want to attract more resources to the healthcare system. These are my opening words. I think it's very important to listen to the different initiatives of people who've been through this challenge. We'll have a Q&A session at the end to further our discussions as well. And with that, I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Christian for his comments. Welcome, Dr. Christian. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm sorry, who should start? I'd like to invite Dr. Christian for his initial remarks. Very well. I'm going to talk about some ideas and how we're funding the transformation of the healthcare system of Mexico and the challenges we had before and after the COVID-19 pandemic. We have to reinforce what do we want to use these funds for. The healthcare model that we want to adopt in Mexico, it's about understanding the limits of the existing models, and we have to build the scope of how and what we want to fund. Mexico in 2018, we wanted to change to a model that was exclusively based, it was previously based on the healthcare funding towards a different model. And up until 2020, there was a fragmented and segmented healthcare system with Social Security and a Seguro Popular system for social protection. The popular insurance, or Seguro Popular, is an important step towards the development of funding and the health outcomes for Mexico. But over time, we have a clearer view of the limits of that system, a system that gives access to services, but generates catastrophic expenditures for diseases, and also a program that provides coverage for 194 interventions with coverage for several classes of drugs and medicines. And this is an example of why I said that this system was based on a rationale of financing purely. And we have an important part of the population that within the package that was funded. For instance, they were funding systemic heart diseases for people under the age of 59, knowing that this is more prevalent above the age of 60. So there were important inequities that they attempted and are still attempting to solve with this new project to transform the healthcare system that aims at decreasing inequalities and that one that's able to implement adequate public policies. In 2016, we had failed in translating this healthcare system into a better system. In 15 years, with the creation of the popular insurance, the expenditures in health increased, and but it was still far from the promised amounts. The public expenditures with health is between 2.8 and 2.9% of the GDP. In Mexico, we had a burden placed on catastrophic expenditures because of that. And the transformation that's proposed as of 2018 was to give access to free of charge drugs and public health services to the entire population. Over 300 abandoned hospitals were found, and we intend to recover the infrastructure. And by abandoned hospitals, I'm talking about hospitals built with equipment, but with no human resources, or with no equipment, and with a general shortage of resources. How can we fund this transformation? Well, we should, with the monopoly that we have had to end the previous monopoly with 4 main companies that would share a purchase estimated to be at around $5 million per year. And with this monopoly, they were advancing now we're advancing towards a consolidated purchase of medicines. And the second element of funding, the second pillar is the fight against corruption. In COVID-19, it affected the region with 45% of the deaths in the world. And it contributed 300,000 people deceased by the end of last year. And the Secretariat of Health published these data in May, has been publishing this data since May 2020. And this is affected by the distribution of the public health system, and this is also connected to funding. The recruitment of 30 to 40,000 new physicians and nurses into the social security system, and another 30,000 into the system. We're talking about recruiting over 40,000 nurses and physicians in a period of 2 months. Mexico surpassed 300% between January and July in terms of budget. He's breaking up. With critical healthcare services. And such as the commitment, we're talking about the commitment of authorities towards the pandemic, and this is also to do with the efforts of the population towards halting the transmission. And with that, we added to that the purchase of vaccines for the first group of vaccines. And we know that COVID is going to be an endemic disease that will have to continue to vaccinate the population annually. The funding that involves fighting corruption and the thinking that the transformation of the healthcare system has developed a new model of supplemental health for families. The organization has to integrate the healthcare systems and probably needs an important injection of new resources and to fund this ambitious program. We need a fresh public fund and the capacity to create a reference and counter-reference to use technology and with the capability to solve problems in the region. COVID-19 gives us an opportunity, and we know that, as was the case in Mexico, we have to maintain and consolidate essential services. And a political opportunity that we have to use in society. The academia, its production must also be leveraged by the healthcare system, and the need to find a more universal, well-funded healthcare system. In spite of the growth that we're seeing in the sector, there is the need for us to better prepare our healthcare system for COVID-19. And to give us a different perspective that we apologize, the speaker is breaking up. To make the Mexican system more efficient and more productive. For the next few months and years. Thank you, Dr. Christian, for your comments. And it's interesting to see that Mexico has a lot of similarities with Brazil when it comes to healthcare funding. It also needs subfinancing for public health and this hierarchization of the chain of care, and Brazil prioritized that as an entry door to primary care, hierarchizing medium and high complexity so that we could have a more rational system with a better delivery of healthcare services. And probably Mexico has several characteristics that are similar to those of Brazil. And during the pandemic, we also saw many similarities in terms of how we dealt with the pandemic, how our administrators dealt with the pandemic, and that certainly had an impact on our outcomes. And certainly, we were left with a few legacies in terms of the need for us to give higher priority to health. One interesting thing that we talked about was, if I'm not mistaken, Mexico does not have a policy to define or to regulate the prices of medicines, and we're probably going to talk about that during the Q&A session. Now, I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Luizinho, if he's available. Sure, I'm here. I had a problem with my video feed though, but yes, I can start. Well, Denizard, it's a pleasure to be here with you and to be here with Christian Morales, who preceded me, Ramiro Guerrero, to participate in such a brilliant seminar conducted by Professor Villar. I think not only Brazil, but the entire world is
Bradesco Saúde desenvolveu uma série de iniciativas que promovem orientação e cuidado em meio à pandemia de Covid-19. É o Saúde Digital. Com ele, quem tem Bradesco Saúde pode realizar consultas médicas por videochamada sem sair de casa. Veja como funciona. Para dúvidas e sintomas de Covid-19 ou outras questões de saúde, você deverá acessar o app Bradesco Saúde. Se você ainda não tem instalado, faça o download gratuito na App Store ou no Google Play. Para consultas médicas regulares com médicos referenciados, acesse o site bradescosaude.com.br. Confira as especialidades disponíveis para atendimento por videochamada e como agendar sua consulta. Bradesco Saúde, ao seu lado contra o coronavírus.
Quando falamos em educação na saúde, falamos em conteúdo, aprendizagem, criatividade, sonhos, tecnologia. Falamos sobre IBKL. Com foco na geração de soluções educacionais para o que a saúde do futuro precisa, o IBKL gera conteúdo e soluções para que os profissionais e acadêmicos possam ter uma nova experiência no aprendizado e na capacitação. Gamificação, árvores de decisão, 3D, inteligência artificial, realidade virtual e aumentada. Usamos tecnologia de ponta para melhorar a experiência, sempre focado no usuário. Esse é o novo IBKL. Esse é o IBKL+.
É pra ficar junto.
Inspira.
É pra saber sua história. É pro seu estilo de vida. É pra olhar nos olhos. É pra cada fase da vida. A DASA é uma rede de saúde integrada que acompanha as pessoas ao longo da vida. DASA é pra toda a vida.
Para ser referência em medicina, é preciso ir além. É preciso ciência, método de pesquisa, fomentar conhecimento, compartilhar e formar talentos. Ao longo do tempo, investimos para termos o melhor corpo médico, as melhores instalações, a melhor equipe assistencial, a tecnologia mais avançada. É nisso que acreditamos. É isso que buscamos. Somos o Hospital Moinhos de Vento. Referência em medicina, referência em saúde.
The body is an amazing organism, designed to run marathons, think of ideas, and see a beautiful world. It's capable of complex tasks. But when the body is compromised by disease or disorders, disabled by trauma or wounds, it needs help getting better. And that's why we are here, to create medical technology that saves lives and changes lives. For the heart, the soul, the ambitions, and the dreams of every person we touch. We are here to innovate, to look at challenges from all angles, to follow patients beyond diagnosis, through treatment and recovery, to get them back to their best body, living their best lives, and being their best selves. Our ambitions are big. We are working to give people surgery without incisions, contact lenses that treat allergies, implants that monitor themselves, real-time maps of the heart. We are redefining what the body can accomplish. And even though we are a diverse group of businesses, we share a common goal: save lives and ignite all that's possible in every body.
Super
super-heróis. São seres com poderes mágicos, que voam, que enxergam o que ninguém enxerga. Hoje, fica claro que vivemos rodeados de super-heróis, dirigindo, acolhendo, cuidando, que têm feito da proteção do outro sua missão. Eles sempre estiveram aqui, só estavam disfarçados. Homenagem a quem tem feito mais do que seu trabalho para mais gente ficar bem. Mater Dei 40 anos.
Em 2021, o prontuário eletrônico do paciente do SOMV, solução da empresa para o setor hospitalar, ganhou pela 6ª vez consecutiva o reconhecimento de melhor da América Latina, de acordo com o Instituto Norte-Americano CLES. Uma vitória que é nossa, de cada um que trabalha na MV. Quem faz o PEP sabe que por trás da solução tem muito esforço, dedicação e comprometimento. É por isso que esta conquista não é apenas da MV, é do Brasil, é nossa.
Nós nascemos na saúde e nos movemos pela saúde. Impulsionados por essa paixão, nos tornamos uma das maiores empresas de tecnologia para a saúde do Brasil. Nosso caminho é trilhado por 400 colaboradores e mais de 6.000 clientes. Somos tecnologia que evolui todos os dias. Somos Fixion.
Inspirar pessoas a cuidar de pessoas. Isso está conectado no olhar e no sorriso de quem é Sabin. De norte a sul do país, o jeito Sabin conecta você ao que existe de melhor em saúde integrada. Construímos pontes e histórias para contribuir com a comunidade, o meio ambiente e com um ecossistema empresarial mais humano, diverso e inclusivo. Seja aqui na sua casa ou na nossa casa, estamos de mãos dadas com a inovação e tecnologia para que a sua jornada de saúde seja completa. Grupo Sabin, presente e futuro conectados com a sua saúde.
Nascemos com o desafio de mudar o olhar para a saúde de cada pessoa, transformando informação em conhecimento. Tudo em um mesmo lugar, dados e serviços juntos para permitir pela primeira vez que cada um tenha visão completa sobre sua saúde. Todos reunidos em uma plataforma, unindo forças para criar soluções extraordinárias e oferecer todo o cuidado que cada pessoa merece e precisa, de maneira coordenada e digital. Afinal, acreditamos que usar a tecnologia de forma inteligente e integrada é o primeiro passo para preservar o maior ativo de nossas vidas, a saúde. ID. Toda saúde é única.
THB é uma das maiores consultorias em saúde, benefícios, seguros, resseguros e affinity. Com foco em inovação e proximidade com o cliente, a THB tem uma equipe multidisciplinar, com consultores especialistas na estruturação e administração de programas customizados. Fundada em 1978, faz parte do grupo MODELOS, o maior wholesale broker dos Estados Unidos, e está presente em todo o Brasil. THB, soluções que vão além do seguro.
Transformar o cuidado, criando soluções acessíveis, proporcionando excelência em cada detalhe, somando expertises e multiplicando as capacidades assistenciais. É para isso que o Américas existe. Composto por 18 hospitais e 37 centros médicos e centros de excelência, distribuídos em 5 estados brasileiros e no Distrito Federal, o Américas promove o cuidado em mais de 60 especialidades médicas. Juntas, nossas marcas formam um sistema integrado de serviços de saúde, garantindo acesso a um atendimento diferenciado em todas as fases da vida, com excelência no acolhimento, humanização e alta performance. É assim, unindo estrutura, solidez, experiência e paixão pela medicina, que cumprimos a cada dia a nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a viver de forma mais saudável e contribuir para que o sistema de saúde funcione melhor para todos. Onde tem Américas, tem saúde.
Just trying to find my way. Every day, just trying to find my way. Every day.
É muito nova pra ficar tomando remédio pra louco. Essa geração é cheia de história.
I'm gonna break through.
Saúde mental é real. E quando alguém minimiza esse assunto, só aumenta o problema. Se você está passando por isso ou quer entender mais, a Amil pode ajudar. Saiba mais em amilsaudemental.com.br.
This is for scientists and those who believe in the potential of science. It starts with curiosity. A surprise in the pattern, an obstacle that can't be explained. Step by step by step, they challenge, explore, and unlock the unknown, fueled by imagination, alone and with others, repeating an experiment 1,000 times to have the chance to get it right, once, but for forever. Making brave choices, choosing to push the boundaries, and choosing again and again to be led by science. In everyday decisions, everyday interactions, no matter where they are. Because putting science at the center of everything is the best way to understand and transform disease. The best way to change people's lives. This is why we believe in what science can do.
O Rio tem um laboratório que se importa com você, certificado e acreditado. Não paramos um minuto sequer na pandemia, realizando mais de 1 milhão de exames por mês. Conheça mais. Laboratório Blessing, de mãos dadas com a saúde e com você.
tantas mudanças, temos uma certeza: a saúde continua sendo um fator decisivo na vida das pessoas. 1 a cada 4 brasileiros busca um plano de saúde para ter atendimento de qualidade. São pessoas que se preocupam com uma boa assistência médica e odontológica, inclusive na hora de escolher um emprego. Além de oferecer saúde e melhorar o dia a dia das famílias brasileiras, os planos privados salvam vidas. Nós, da Fena Saúde, temos o compromisso de promover bem-estar e transformar a vida dos cerca de 50 milhões de beneficiários de planos médico-hospitalares e dos quase 30 milhões de brasileiros com planos odontológicos. Proporcionando assistência 24 horas por dia. Criamos mais de 3 milhões de empregos. Realizamos mais de 1,5 bilhão de procedimentos médicos e odontológicos por ano. E movimentamos mais de 3% do PIB. Nosso desafio é garantir que a saúde suplementar acompanhe as transformações do mundo, priorizando a satisfação dos beneficiários. Nossa missão é oferecer saúde, cuidado e qualidade de vida para mais e mais brasileiros todos os dias, garantindo tranquilidade em tempos de tantas incertezas.
Fazer com que as pessoas façam mais, sintam-se melhor e vivam mais. Essa é a nossa missão na GSK. Somos uma empresa de saúde global com foco em ciência. Contamos com 3 negócios globais que atuam na pesquisa, desenvolvimento e fabricação de medicamentos, vacinas e produtos de consumo. Há mais de 110 anos, estamos transformando a saúde dos brasileiros. Somos líderes em soluções para a saúde em diversas áreas, como vacinas, HIV e respiratória. Nossos valores e expectativas guiam tudo o que fazemos na GSK e nos apoiam em nossa missão de ajudar as pessoas a fazer mais, sentir-se melhor e viver mais.
Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare brings together trusted capabilities to healthcare organizations and partners that enhances patient engagement, empowers health team collaboration, improves clinical and operational data insights, and protects sensitive health data. This integrated solution enables your organization to quickly access a portfolio of released and new healthcare capabilities tailored to the unique requirements of health data in the cloud. It unlocks the power of Microsoft 365, Azure, Dynamics 365, Power Platform, and our extensive partner ecosystem to create trusted end-to-end healthcare solutions. Together, it makes it faster and easier to provide more efficient care and helps support the end-to-end security, compliance, accessibility, and interoperability of health data. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare empowers your organization to engage in more proactive ways with patients and gives caregivers tools to improve workflow efficiency, streamline collaboration, and connect data across existing sources to turn insight into action. Its connected cloud is designed to address your most pressing issues, enabling you with the speed and agility to adjust to change and build resiliency to help you weather today's challenges so you can begin to reimagine tomorrow. Microsoft Cloud for Healthcare, empowering health organizations to deliver better experiences, better insights, and better care. Learn more at aka.ms/cloud-for-healthcare.
A Pronep Life Care, uma marca do grupo Sodexo, é uma das empresas pioneiras na atenção domiciliar no Brasil. Desde sua fundação, a Pronep Life Care já cuidou de mais de 35 mil vidas e atende em todo o país mais de 2 mil pacientes por dia, atuando no cuidado e atenção às mais variadas necessidades. Tudo feito por uma equipe altamente qualificada e especializada na casa do paciente, de acordo com suas necessidades individuais e com acolhimento e cuidado. A qualidade do nosso atendimento garantiu o reconhecimento da Joint Commission International, JCI, que nos certificou com um selo respeitado mundialmente. Tudo isso para levar ao paciente e sua família qualidade de vida e conforto, sem abrir mão de cuidados médicos de excelência.
A Pronep não deixa faltar nada para minha filha. Eu sou muito bem tratada por eles. A equipe é muito boa, é tudo muito bem engrenadinho. É mais vida para o paciente, mais vida para você.
Pronep, movidos pela vontade de fazer o bem.
Nestes mais de 120 anos de história, entendemos o poder de um diagnóstico preciso e rápido na qualidade dos cuidados com a saúde. Quanto mais conhecimento, melhores são as decisões. E maiores as chances de superar desafios para vidas mais longas e com mais saúde. Por isso que na Roche Diagnóstica, investimos tanto em pesquisa para o desenvolvimento de soluções e equipamentos. Em pessoas que podem inovar e melhorar processos e serviços. E no compartilhamento deste conhecimento que produzimos para o benefício dos pacientes. Isso é valioso. Como líderes, devemos ter consciência e orgulho do nosso poder de impacto na gestão da saúde no Brasil. De desenvolver o mercado, antecipando necessidades e soluções. Queremos ampliar ainda mais nossas condições de produzir informações relevantes e seguras, viabilizando melhores decisões clínicas, para que as pessoas vivam mais e de maneira mais saudável. É isso que nos move. Possibilitar cada vez mais acesso à melhor medicina de precisão para o maior número de brasileiros.
Seja qual for o seu caminho profissional, o Senac tem um curso para você aprender fazendo. Você pode começar uma profissão do zero ou seguir nossa trilha de desenvolvimento e se aprimorar cada vez mais na sua carreira. Aprender fazendo é a metodologia exclusiva do Senac, que tem foco na prática e faz toda a diferença na formação dos nossos alunos. Saiba mais sobre ela aqui no site. Depois, continue navegando para escolher seu curso e garantir sua matrícula. Senac. Todas as formas de aprender fazendo.
Protector, Environmental Infection Control. Based on international best practices, so we can assure a clean and safe hospital environment, the Protector Advantage is about people, process, and technology. Through education and management, it achieves expertly trained and motivated frontline cleaning staff committed to their vital role in eradicating hospital-acquired infections. Standard processes detail who is responsible for cleaning which items and areas and what products and techniques to use. Protector incorporates the latest, most effective, clinically proven cleaning and decontamination innovations from across the planet. And from assessment to auditing to analysis, it works with you to drive additional value from under-pressure financial resources, ensuring patients are kept free from harm so they can go home when they should. Protector, Environmental Infection Control from Sodexo. Your advantage in the fight against hospital-acquired infections.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me for the Innovation Forum FIS Week. I'm replacing Professor Dr. Denis Arvian, a dear friend. He's just an outstanding person. Denis R was supposed to moderate this discussion. We've had some technical difficulties, and that's because we have a sold-out crowd. So the servers could not accommodate the large number of people that decided to attend. Denis R had a plane to take. He was at an airport, I don't know exactly where. He was at the airport, however, he had to board his plane, and he asked me to replace him. Of course, I'm going to do my best to replace him. I know it's no easy feat to replace him. However, we'll be discussing new means to finance or to fund public health. Financing is an important problem throughout the world. It affects every country in the world. Of course, problems differ between those in Brazil and Colombia or Mexico as far as regulation is concerned. Governance, management, healthcare, all of these things are different. And of course, countries will try to adopt the best model for their countries. These healthcare systems can be regulated, funded, managed, and services can be provided in many different ways. It can be a hybrid system between public and private. It's up to the society to make that definition. Funding, however, is common in all countries. And when we discuss public funding, this is even more troublesome, especially at a time in which we have to include new technologies, digital solutions. When I was a young doctor, way back when, I am a clinician, resources I had available then was a pressure gauge, stethoscope, a hammer to check the patient's reflexes whenever we needed some tests, the most complex tests. Maybe it would have been an ultrasound. There weren't digital and highly complex resources. We had an X-ray, an ultrasound. These were the resources we had back then. Of course, the world has moved a long way. And then there was 1985. What happened then? Bill Gates introduced Windows. It connected the entire world. And new technology advances reached society overall. And the health industry was no different. MRIs keep evolving time and time again. New resources, new technology advances, but someone has to foot that bill. It's not cheap. Patients demand more resources, more technology, and we need the funding to back that up. I have the pleasure and the honor to introduce Representative Dr. Luizinho. He's a state representative from Rio de Janeiro. He's my dear friend. He works in the state or the House of Representatives in Brasilia. He's been a brilliant representative. He comes from my state, and I'm very proud of his work in the House of Representatives. I'm honored to have you here. Professor Ramiro Guerrero. He is the principal of the Economy and Health Institute from the CESI University in Cali, Colombia. He's an expert in economy and health, and he'll be sharing his opinion with us. How can you combine public policies and limited resources? Welcome, Professor Ramiro. It's an honor to have you. You have the floor to start us off. Good evening. Thank you for being here. I'll be speaking Spanish rather. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for inviting me to share the funding of health systems in Colombia. I've worked with funding. I worked in Harvard at a center and in several Latin American countries as well. I'd like to start by saying that in the United States, when President Obama was promoting the healthcare reform, one of the advocates of that reform had that model. It's not how much you pay, it's how you pay. That was the slogan of the campaign. The problem is, again, is not how much you invest, but how you are going to invest. The way you do it is the most important thing. In other words, the US spends twice as much in healthcare than Canada, twice as much than the UK, and I mean per capita. However, in Canada and the UK, health-related results are better. They invest less, but they invest better. That's how it's important to understand very well what the mechanisms are behind these investments. International or universal wisdom as to how to finance a health system. Number one, it's important that the population pay for those services before, prepaid services. They wouldn't have to wait for a rainy day because then it would be too expensive. It's important to say that risks should be shared and there should be risks solidarity amongst different groups of people. Solidarity on the part of young people, which are usually healthier, and the elderly that are more prone to diseases. This is what we call risks solidarity. And when there are funds for healthcare, the risks should take into account the different age brackets. At the same time, you can say that this is a lesson learned. Most of the funding should come from public sources, either through taxes or mandatory contributions from Social Security, for example. Having said that, most funding should be public. It doesn't necessarily mean that the provision of services be public. The example I'd like to give you is Colombia, the country I come from. The system was developed some 25 years ago. Most of the funding comes from public sources, but the provisioning or the services are provided by private institutions. When you look at the funding point of view, we are socialists, but as far as services are rendered, we are more market and private initiative prone. That again requires complex regulations, but this is something feasible, regardless of how you organize your health system. Just one payer, public provisioning, or in our case, several funding sources, several providers. So regardless of how you organize it, at the end of the day, you should pay a provider for the services they render. It's an art and a science at the same time. And it's not easy to come up with the ideal solution, because any payment system would imply some risk sharing. So providers get paid, primary care doctors receive a fixed amount per inhabitant, per member. There are pros and cons, of course, because that gives doctors and providers the risk. What if you have a pandemic? The Zika virus, for example, was one example. The provider wouldn't be able to withstand this burden. But if you pay them item per item, every surgery, every scalpel, it's very difficult to manage that. So you open the doors for providers to offer and provide more and more services. So there should be, we have bundles, services, packages. So someone with any given diagnostics, we know how much that attention, that full care would require, how much would that cost? So that would be a fixed amount. You have an entire collection of fixed price or package. There's no perfect formula. Providers and human beings overall respond to several motivations. Governance, training are required to make sure services are properly provided. And I would like to conclude my initial remarks by saying that there are certain subjects that are universal as far as funding is concerned, no matter how organized the system is. In Latin American countries, there's a lot of informality. There are contributions. It's not easy. There are parts of the population that live or have informal jobs, and it's not that easy to have their contributing to the system. But we know there are health-related issues related to sugar consumption, alcohol, tobacco. This is interesting from the public health point of view. But you don't get as much contribution from these portions of the population. We were talking before about procurement systems. It's important to understand these players, how you can have access to state-of-the-art drugs, how to regulate prices. That's indeed very important. Colombia has greater reach and sophisticated price cap system for drugs in general. And we must acknowledge that in some cases we need special systems. Rare diseases, they're very uncommon, albeit very expensive. That requires a lot of scientific sophistication, experimental treatments, and remove them from the common system, and they should be provided, or that care should be provided in more specialized units, and there should be more control there. And we have to think about funding for the future. The future of health is a personalized treatment. It's even more difficult to regulate such a system because there's not one price for a drug for an entire market. Every patient will have a specific type of drug depending on their genetic characteristics. So we have to think about the future. It's not clear to anyone, but we have to start thinking about it. Not simply disregarding current challenges and putting focus only in future challenges, of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Romero. Your lecture was extremely good. It's a very bold model and challenging as well. And it's very positive that we can see and hear the experience of Colombia and see if we can adapt it to Brazil. I'll leave my comments to the end. So right now, I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Luizinho, who is a physician, a medical doctor, and he has a large experience in the healthcare system. And he's also an advocate of the public healthcare system. And he probably has the same concerns as we all do, how to fund this Brazilian healthcare system to make it more available to the entire population. And so that everyone has egalitarian access to high quality medical services. Dr. Luizinho, thank you very much for accepting our invitation. And once again, it is an honor to have you with us. You have the floor. Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you for the opportunity to be here participating in such a high-level forum with such honorable panelists. Brazil probably has one of the biggest, or maybe the largest universal health system in the world. And I see that in a very concrete perspective. Our Constitution guarantees universal access to health, and that's in the Constitution. So there's no other modality than public funding. In addition to public funding, we also have one of the world's biggest supplemental health services. And I want to mention that one of the main ways to fund public health is to expand supplemental health. Brazil has a large room for expanding supplemental health. 1/4 of our population is covered by supplemental health, and we still have a lot to do. And we can make a lot of progress if we are able to de-bureaucratize and deregulate our supplemental health system. and really advance in terms of the services we offer. And I want to clarify that in saying this, obviously, the resources that we are able to attract and people that join the supplemental health system will take off the burden of our public health system. The public health system has a very important characteristic in that it is very disseminated and very strong, with a presence of basic care units in every corner of Brazil. Of course, we have our difficulties in terms of preventative health, but it reaches most Brazilians. But we can still expand and strengthen basic healthcare. But for that to happen, we have to organize our system, trying to hierarchize procedures. The only universal system that's non-hierarchical is the Brazilian system. The systems of Portugal, Canada, or the UK, you don't have access to a GP or a family physician and any procedures that that physician wants to prescribe. So there's a list of procedures that that physician may prescribe before referring that patient to a specialized care or high complexity tests. We have to hierarchize our systems and organize our expenses if we want to attract funding. If we're able to expand supplemental health and bring more Brazilians into supplemental health, if we're able to maintain our rates, and there's a clear rate saying that each municipality in Brazil has to contribute at least 15 or allocate 15% of its public expenses to health, or 12%. And the dream of our constitution is for the federal government to allocate at least 10% of its expenses to the healthcare system. With the cap, this led to another limitation. This is readjusted by the tax collection plus inflation. So the next year amount is never goes down. It always goes up, but it's not guaranteed by the 10% that we have in the municipalities with 15 and in states at 12%. If we look at the global budget, which is low, but it is enough to provide high quality healthcare services, we have to organize our system. I always like to highlight that we have to look for new ways to find funding. And Denizar was moderating this panel in the beginning, and he mentioned a type of funding that we really like, which is the taxes on alcohol and taxes on tobacco and activities that are really damaging to health. Of course, if you're collaborating to somehow lose your health, you can certainly collaborate a bit more to the public health system. Brazil had effective campaigns in the prevention and treatment of AIDS and in the fight against smoking. We had an effective stop smoking program that initiated years ago, and we still have a lot of ground to cover. We have a system that guarantees access to universal healthcare. The perception of people that actually use this system is better than that of the people who don't use it. Of course, the public health system has its difficulties, as with any other system in the world, but it needs to find new ways in the country. We Brazilians, we can't take any more tax raises in Brazil, and except for the taxes on smoking, drinking, and gambling. We are facing the challenge of legalizing gambling in Brazil. Most of the developed countries in the world have casinos, and our country is currently being taken by betting. People who are soccer fans, like me and you, we watch every soccer game, and there are ads about betting on sports, and these bets do not contribute not even 1 cent to fund our healthcare system or social welfare. And by legalizing gambling, we need to redirect the taxes collected from gambling to health. So, Shazia, I must reiterate that as a new way of finding funding, I think that we have to advance with supplemental health, taking off the burden from the public healthcare system, also by raising taxes on alcoholic drinks and tobacco, and also on gambling. I think that is the way forward if we are to find new forms of funding our health system. And we also have to hierarchize our system so that procedures are carried out with your specialist, and so that most of the services reach the population, and not every system is available. If you go to a healthcare clinic without even undergoing an ECG, that patient is prescribed in the first visit a cardiac MRI. And we have to organize that, to organize our resources. I have a lot to talk about this subject. It's quite an encompassing subject, but I think that in terms of new contributions, I do not believe in a country with public co-participation, co-payments. I don't think that's right. I don't think we are going to be able to advance towards an individual co-payment, but rather I think that we need to perfect our system, our public health system, based on increasing the number of tax sources without increasing the tax burden on Brazilians. That was really good. Dr. Luizinho, I was listening to your words and thinking about the situation that Brazil is going through. Professor Ramiro, in Brazil, as you know, we are 220 million Brazilians, something in that range. And out of these 220 million Brazilians, 47 million approximately have private health insurance plans. And that is not paid by Brazilians individually as out-of-pocket disbursements. 70% of these healthcare plans are paid for by the companies where these people work. And these companies offer them access to these health insurance plans. The remaining 170 million Brazilians do not have this privilege of having a health insurance plan. They only have access to the public system. And since 1988, with the Brazilian Constitution, the Constitution states that health is a duty of the state and a right of our citizens. So every Brazilian citizen, 220 million citizens, should supposedly have access to this coverage given by the public healthcare system. However, at that time, I believe that the parliament members were not expecting such a boom in technology as we've seen over the course of the past decades. So it's just reasonable to think that they didn't notice that that would have a huge impact on public budget and the capacity of the public sector to pay for these medical expenses would certainly be limited. And as we know, they started to increase exponentially the expenses related to medical payments. And what Congressman Luizinho is proposing is that the Brazilian Constitution provided for universal access to healthcare services, where everybody can have access to all health services and full access to healthcare. However, this is absolutely unfeasible in face of our limited resources, which come from the taxes that we as taxpayers pay. So we have this dilemma in that we have a constitution that guarantees access, but there are no resources to pay for that access. And our restrictions are that in addition to granting access, you have to fully offer everything. So all of the technological innovations, regardless of whether they bring about benefits to the population, they have to be offered by Brazil to its citizens. And I'd like to hear from you. And in closing our panel, I'd like to hear how Colombia organized its healthcare system, public and private, if the state has to cover for everything, and if there is a hybrid model where citizens are work as co-payers in their diagnostic tests. I mean, I'd like to hear how you in Colombia were able, if at all, to balance out expenses and inflows when it comes to paying for medical assistance. And I'm not talking about health from the perspective of health prevention. I'm talking about medical assistance and hospitalization costs. So were you able to find a way to deal with that, and something that we could possibly replicate in Brazil, given access to the entire population to high quality medical and hospital services? Thank you. I'll try to answer your question. I don't know of any country that's been able to balance the expenses and revenues. The needs around medical care are increasingly higher due to the demography and also due to technological innovation. As you said very clearly, in Colombia, our system requires each a worker to pay a contribution to a central fund, and each person and their family will choose an insurance company. The central fund will then provide the resources to the insurance company that the person has chosen. And this has this is twofold. If you have a high income, you're going to pay more. And the amount that the insurance company receives does not depend on the income of the insured party. They'll get paid according to the risk incurred by that insured associate. So you were talking about co-payments, and if you have a higher income, you're going to pay more. And there's also a shared risk. If you have a higher risk, then your insurance company gets paid more. And insurance companies can be public, private, and there are typically non-for-profit. And this is the general way the system works. People who are unemployed are subsidized, and also people in need, they're also subsidized. But in Brazil, the demand for services is higher, and also due to the political constitution of Colombia from 1991, the constitution establishes that health is a right. And there's also the concept of integral care, as you mentioned yourself. And that's very hard to manage in the system because originally there was a package of benefits that were really well designed, but in practice, people started demanding high-tech services that are very expensive and are not always cost-effective. So I have two comments about that. The first one is that it's very important to create a capacity in the country to assess new technologies and to do cost effectiveness analyses. The UK, they were leaders in the world in the creation of NICE, the National Institute for Clinical Excellence. It's an institution in the British system that is dedicated to assessing new technologies and new drugs and establishing if they have a good cost-benefit ratio. And FDA, for instance, is different in that they only analyze if the drug is effective. However, NICE, they assess whether the cost-benefit ratio is good. And based on that, in Colombia, we created the National Institute for Technology Evaluation to define which healthcare technologies contribute to the healthcare systems and which ones do not. Many technologies are expensive but do not contribute much. And that's going to be important for decision makers to use it and rationalize access to new technologies. That's very important. And in our case, it was also important to define how the federal government has transferred to the insurance companies the risk of having to provide these new technologies. And there's an agent in the system that tries to balance out the funding. Of course, it's not easy. The funding system, if you read the news in Colombia, you're going to see that there are constant fights over the insufficient funds, especially those associated with technologies. So we have to be able to assess technologies. And one important thing that Congressman Luisinho said was that we have to organize the services, hierarchize them, where we have primary care, good capacity to provide services in primary care, and only provide higher level services to patients in cases where that's really necessary.
Thank you very much, Professor Ramiro, State Representative Luisinho. We have come to the end of this conference. Very interesting session. Stay safe. See you around. Thank you for sharing all your knowledge with all of us. Have a good night.